the bet.
Sports Radio, Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It is here. It is here. It is finally here, free agency day. And this is really this is really the beginning of the offseason. I know we had the combine. I know we had, we've had all kinds of, mock drafts and draft talk and all that good stuff. Today is the day that the Nick Caserio offseason begins, man. It was D'Amico Ryans during the regular season, getting the Texans back to 10 wins, and now the spotlight is shining brightly on what the Texans do to improve this football team, and it all starts today. 11 o'clock, legal tampering begins. Hope you had a great weekend. Welcome in, everybody, on a Monday. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. He's excited as I am for today, man. I'm looking forward to 11 o'clock.
I'm tremendously excited. Yeah. I have a little issue with my YouTube camera right now, but other than that, everything's awesome.
Other than that, and Alperen Sengun.
Everything's awesome, except for the one little thing, except for the tibia, the fibula, and apparently the ankle in general of Alperen Sengun.
And your camera. Those are the two things. If we can get those two things fixed, all will be well in Houston. Yeah, man. 10 o'clock today, show's over. 10:01, I'm on the road. I'm headed home. Got a couple frozen pizzas in the freezer. Got the TV tray ready to go to put the laptop on there. I'll have X.com open on the laptop. I'll be streaming Sports Radio 610 on my phone. I'll have the NFL Network on TV, and then off we go. This is probably the most excited I've been for a free agency period for this. And I know this one didn't work out the way everybody wanted, but since they signed Brock Osweiler and Lamar Miller and kind of reshaped the offense, it's been a while since I've had this level of anticipation for free agency for the Texans.
It is. I mean, and it's some of the marquee stuff have been the re-signings, especially the defensive tackle market, where the Texans might have hoped to perhaps have a shot at Matabike or Chris Jones. Both those guys get locked up. Chris Jones gets locked up for a lot of money. But then, I don't know, the Texans obviously are all set at quarterback, but Russell Wilson going to the Steelers, and all of a sudden it just feeling like, makes sense. I honestly am shocked at how much I'm comfortable with Russell Wilson going to the Steelers, just because it makes so much sense financially. At the peril of offending Kenny Pickett, they can get Russell Wilson in there for $1 million and see how he does in this Arthur Smith offense. And there's very little financial risk for the Steelers on this.
Yeah, because Russ is going to get $39 million this year, and it's going to be the Steelers paying $1 million and Denver paying $38 roughly. And for those of you going, wait a second, hold on wait. What was I doing yesterday? It happened overnight, the Russell Wilson signing. Yeah. So we should point that out. I think there's two things. We'll lay the groundwork for all this here in a second. I would say two things happened overnight that are important. One, super relevant to the Texans. The other is Russell Wilson going to the Steelers. Eric Armstead is going to be on the market. Very, very productive defensive tackle for the San Francisco free works deal, because the Niners have a lot of expensive players. And Eric Armstead basically said, no, I'm not going to rework my deal. You can go ahead and put me out there on the marketplace. I would say that all of a sudden, Seth, as we start prepping for today and we look at, here are the names you need to watch for the Texans, and we know it'll be Christian Wilkins and it'll be the running back market, and Seth and I are going to dig into all that as we roll on in the morning. I think you throw Eric Armstead right there on the list with everybody else right now.
Right,
and
big. The 49ers are in that position where they've got to massage and manage the salaries a little bit. So I don't know if D'Amico and Nick Caserio had a good feeling this might happen, but wherever Eric Armstead is on their board of, Christian Wilkins versus Grover Stewart, re-signing your own guys in Sheldon Rankins, I would imagine he's up near the top. And when it comes to contract that he commands, he might be better bang for your buck than, say, Christian Wilkins. So
yes.
It's a very good chance, I think, that D'Amico, who coached Eric Armstead for 2 years and had one of the best defenses in the country, or in the league as a defensive coordinator, with Eric Armstead as one of his defensive linemen, might be very intrigued by that.
Yep. We should, I guess, get people up to speed. The Texans did do some things this weekend in terms of bringing some guys back. I would say the two I'm going to say got me excited. These are all filler guys, but I think they're good signings. The two that I think are, make a whole lot of sense, bringing Desmond King back. They're bringing Desmond King back. So Desmond King's had a weird journey as a Texan. If you recall, he got let go right before, got brought back after the Steelers let him go, and gave them some good snaps down the stretch last year. I thought Desmond King, for what they've gotten out of Desmond King for the three years, now going on 4 years that he'll have been a Houston Texan, he's been worth the bang for the buck. So he'll be back at about a $2 million deal. They re-signed Khalil Davis, who's a rotational defensive lineman, but when he got in there, things tended to happen when 94 was in there, for a guy who's a minimum salary guy. And then Chris Boyd and Eric Murray, Seth, who will never die. Eric Murray is a Houston Texan once again.
Yeah, and Eric Murray is, who he is, Sean? He's our Russell Wilson. Where in Denver you could say, you know what? He's not playing that bad. It's just that he's not worth all this money we're paying him. He's getting paid like a franchise guy. And Eric Murray, because when he was first brought in, he was part of that slew of Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby either paying way too much or getting way too little in a trade and all that. That I feel like he got more criticism than he deserved based on his play. So I think they pay him for his versatility, and he's got these last couple contracts that he's done with Nick have been more appropriate for what he offers.
Yeah, I don't know what the dollars are. I mean, I think Eric Murray's going to be competing. He may not make the team. I think that's the stage he's at now, probably. So we'll see. But they bring those guys back, and off we go, man. Free agency start 11 o'clock today is when you can start seeing news of free agents verbally agreeing to deals with other teams. These verbal agreements tend to hold up. There's a very small percentage that fall apart. So we'll be keeping an eye on it all day long. The other news that kind of put a damper on things today. Alperen Sengun, man, it happened with a minute to go in a game that they were up by 7 or 8 points. They were going to win the game. And I hate that it happened on a play where Sengun is, he's still giving full effort there in the last minute of a game they're about to win. He goes up to block a shot by Domantas Sabonis and just came down horribly awkwardly on his right ankle, and his knee torqued as well. He had an x-ray last night. I don't know that they were able to determine exactly the extent of the injuries because he's going to have an MRI today, Seth, on his right knee and his right ankle. Our guy, Dr. Chow, his website was speculating about it last night, and the speculation was not great. This is, again, just from looking at a video, but they were saying, I don't know, man, that looks like a mid to late next season thing possibly for Sengun.
Right.
We'll see. This is what we know about this, is that he left the stadium on crutches last night. He didn't go to a hospital, so that's a good sign that maybe there's nothing, they didn't feel pressing enough about it to where he had to go straight to a medical facility. But it was a nasty, nasty, ugly injury at the worst possible time. I
think at the very least, the one thing that Sports Injury Central was speculating, and they're about 95% accurate on their injury estimations, that part of it was that it was a tib-fib, broken tibia, broken fibula. I guess if that is the case, at the very least, they didn't have it isolated, with a huge air cast or anything before they left. It wasn't one of these nasty Joe Theismann types. Yeah. I don't know if that matters in the grand scheme of things. It just seems like it's less likely. If it's not a compound fracture, it's less likely that you're going to need a lot of plates and screws and everything. So hopefully whatever the worst estimations of it are inaccurate.
Yeah, he was he left the court on a wheelchair. He was super emotional. I don't know, man. I tend to think that a lot of the emotion he was showing had less to do with the actual pain he was feeling and more to do with he was really putting a nice capper on a season where I think he's got a real shot at most improved player. I mean, I haven't looked at the board, but he's rapidly improved, Alperen Sengun. I just hate – what a week. Seth, you and I played audio on Friday from, several different national people. Sengun was fine. That 45-point performance against Victor Wembanyama finally aligned the attention Sengun was getting with the actual productivity that he's had this year. He's been really good all year, but the Rockets have been kind of toiling as a fringe play-in team, so he hasn't been getting – they haven't played on national TV very much, if at all. So he's been getting more box score attention than he's been getting actual attention. And then he finally gets some actual attention this week with the game against Wembanyama, and then the very next night a triple-double against the Clippers in a game that the Rockets almost won. And now the week ends with him being wheeled off the court in Sacramento,
Yeah, and again, if this is something that holds through past the beginning of next season, that's the really depressing part. I'm okay at this point, I'm happy enough calling it a day. And all right, an incredible somehow overcoming this 5.5 seed in the remaining games of the season. That would have been fun to watch, but in the grand scheme of things, probably not going to help you all that much. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, as long as maybe the actual news ends up being better than what the worst approximations are now, then I'll be good with it. That's the big part. Not being able to roll into next year, picking up where you left off with some of the progress is the hard part.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for today. Like, we're hoping for a prognosis where it's like, okay, he'll be ready to go for, camp in October or whatever it is. I think that's obviously the best case scenario. He's done for the season for sure. And I think, too, like, this is an opportunity for Jalen Green. Like, Jalen Green, like, they've been winning games. I think they're, 4-1 in their last 5 games. So, if they can keep the winning going, and Jalen Green's been playing pretty well. He wasn't great last night, but he's been playing pretty well. He had a huge 3 down the stretch to kind of stretch that game. And then the very next play is when Sengun goes down with the injury. But it's an opportunity for Jalen Green. I guess that's a silver lining. We'll see. But, man, that was tough. That was tough to watch last night.
Yeah, that would be the surprise nobody expected, I think. Well, some people would have expected it. But if Sengun goes out and then, like, Jalen Green all of a sudden becomes like a grizzled old vet.
Yeah.
Says, I don't care what it takes. We're going to take this team, we're going to fight through everything, and ends up just like a rock through the remainder of the season. That's what I got my fingers crossed for, Sean.
Yeah.
To hell with free agency. Yeah. To hell with football. The NFL can go die. I don't give a damn. Yeah. I'm all in on the Rockets and Jalen Green.
Yep.
Okay?
Making a run at a play.
That's right, baby.
That's it.
That's what matters in this life.
We're coming for the 10 seed. All right, so free agency begins today. Now, there is a ton of stuff that happened over the weekend. We only mentioned a couple of them. Russell Wilson signs with the Steelers last night. Looks like Eric Armstead is going to be out there. What looked like it was going to be a pretty popping quarterback market in free agency had a little bit of the starch taken out of it with some signings over the weekend. We'll get to all that. We're going to get you up to speed. Trades going on in the NFL as well. So we're going to get you up to speed on everything. What's the Texans' target market look like in free agency? We're going to get you all ready for today here on Sports Radio 610, and we'll get you up to speed on everything that went on over the weekend coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Ruben Mendoza and the team over at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, they want to get you into that next luxury vehicle, maybe your first luxury vehicle, maybe your first Lincoln. They've got over 1,000 new and certified pre-owned Lincolns on the lot at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Now, this is the new West Point Lincoln location, and I want to give you the website. I want to make sure you have this, westpointsales.com, westpointsales.com. Any other website you go to where you think you're going to West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, cheap imitation, nope, westpointsales.com is where you need to go. Great selection of vehicles, including the 2024 Lincoln Nautilus. My wife drives a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus. They've got deep discounts going on those, as well as the 2023 Lincoln Navigator. I say all that to say they've got a car or SUV to fit nearly every budget at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. So go see Ruben and the team out there. They make it effortless to get you into that next vehicle. I promise you that. westpointsales.com. Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. That's where you find them.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good tweet from Anthony Lima, who is our counterpart. He's our peer in Cleveland, one of the two co-hosts on our Cleveland affiliate, Cleveland sister station. Anthony Lima says, did not expect to come in a lot, all caps, a Browns fan saying we now have the fourth best quarterback in the AFC North. And for those who missed it, Russell Wilson is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Of course, that's a reference to Deshaun Watson, who seems to be having a phenomenal offseason. I follow him on Instagram. He's at a lot of different car festivals and traveling a lot overseas and taking a lot of 8-picture Instagram posts where it's just pictures of him in the same outfit posing in 8 different ways.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's very Cleveland. When I think of Cleveland, that's exactly what I think of. Yeah.
Are we supposed to judge his fit? Is it one of these things? Is he?
You can if you want. Now, if you want to comment on it, I've noticed that Deshaun is very controlling over who does and does not comment on his posts on Instagram.
Oh, the comments restricted.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it gets a little bit old.
Probably.
It's the downside to being accused of sexual misconduct by 24 women.
That is the downside, yes. Yeah, comments on Instagram. So Russell Wilson signs with the Steelers overnight. Let's do this, Seth. Let's get people up to speed on what went on over the weekend. I want to get your reaction to a lot of this stuff, too. Russell Wilson signs for $1 million with the Steelers. He's going to get $39 million because $38 is going to come from the Broncos. As far as – I'm going to start with the ones that maybe impact the Texans the most. And the Texans did sign some of their own guys, as we mentioned, in the open. Desmond King, Eric Murray, Chris Boyd, Khalil Davis, kind of roster filler guys who, may or may not make the team. We'll see what the Texans end up doing in free agency, but they do have some activity from over the weekend. None of it looks like we are entering a world where Blake Cashman, Jonathan Grenard, Cam Johnston, Sheldon Rankin, Steven Nelson, all going to hit free agency. I would say the big one, Seth, from over the weekend, and this happened on Friday after you and I went off the air, it impacts the plans that many Texan fans have for today, signing Christian Wilkins possibly. The signing that impacted that the most was Justin Madubuike agreeing to a deal with the Ravens, 4 years, $98 million, so $24.5 million a year for Justin Madubuike. The Chris Jones deal got done this weekend as well. He gets 5 years, nearly $160 million. I think that deal's happening on a separate planet from Christian Wilkins and Justin Madubuike. To me, the Madubuike deal is the one that maybe sets the market for Christian Wilkins today. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I don't think that signing would have affected anything the Texans were forecasting. I think you almost just figure, all right, it's probably going to be $25 million a year. So for Madubuike, premier free agent in the class, young, did a lot of things on his own. The scheme helped him out some with his stats, but I think people like the fact that he just plays his butt off. So Madubuike was going to get. If he got on the open market, I think that's probably what people were forecasting he'd get. So that's just the question: is if the Texans do the Texans think it's worth paying that much to a free agent interior defensive lineman? My gut tells me no. My gut tells me that that's not exactly. I don't know if Christian Wilkins is the guy that got to get him at $25 million per. Whereas with the edge rushers, you can feel that impact a little bit more definitively and quickly. So I'm skeptical that they'll go after Christian Wilkins. I do think that they'll be in the market for either a DJ Reader or Eric Armstead. Eric Armstead might be the premier guy now that the 49ers have released him.
Yeah. Leonard Williams is another name that's out there at the interior defensive line. Wilkins is going to be the most expensive out of all of them. I think that's safe to say. So Madubuike signs with the Ravens. Chris Jones does get his deal done with the Kansas City Chiefs. This is one of those deals that they are maximizing their current window because I think this is going to be a bad deal like 3 years from now. His cap hit. It's a 5-year deal for $158 million. So it's about $32 million a year, $95 million guaranteed. But when you win back-to-back Super Bowls, these are the deals that you make. You do whatever it takes to keep your core in place. His cap hit this year is only about $7 or $8 million because they're spreading all that bonus money out over the life of the deal. So he's probably a cap casualty in like 2027 or something like that. But the Chiefs don't care about that. They got Jones, they got Mahomes, they got Andy Reid. They got their linchpins in all three areas coming back this year.
Yeah, and it's not it's not like a bad deal in that it's somehow going to cripple them or something. They'll just have to make a decision on him then.
Yeah.
So this one makes the most sense for probably both parties. Although you could argue that Chris Jones may not have gotten what he wanted out in free agent. Didn't want us with that.
No,
he's been so big in so many big moments that. One of the negatives that a lot of people have noted on him is that, man, he just kind of cruises. If you think about the Super Bowl in that first half when the Chiefs were getting run all over on, Chris Jones was part of the issue there. And yet, they're a good enough defense. They're a very, very, very good defense. They're a good enough defense that they can kind of withstand that as long as he comes up huge on third down or huge in the fourth quarter and he does all those things. So they just have a comfort level with him that they know what they're going to get out of him. They know some of the negatives, and they just don't care because they figure out ways to play around it and just really utilize what he's good at when it really, really matters.
Baker Mayfield goes back to the Buccaneers. I was kind of looking forward to a little Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins action in free agency this week. Cousins is going to hit free agency, by the way. He told the Vikings last night that he's going to test free agency. So that'll be maybe the biggest domino to fall today because there's the Justin Fields trade, which hasn't happened yet, is kind of tied to everybody waiting to see where Cousins lands. But Baker Mayfield goes back to the Bucs. Seth, he gets the Geno Smith deal. 3 years, $100 million, $50 million guaranteed, and Baker Mayfield will be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer for at least a couple more years. So.
I think now that Russell Wilson has set the price at $1 million per year for a franchise quarterback,
right?
Well, is there now that his contract is so low because Denver is paying $38 million of the $39 million that Russell Wilson will make this year, would you rather have Baker Mayfield million per year or Russell Wilson on a 1 year deal?
It's 3 years, $33 million per year. It's $50 million total guaranteed. So it's 3.
What did I say?
You said 3 years, $50 million per year.
Sorry.
Yeah. Three. It's about $30 million a year. Would I rather have Baker at 30, or would I rather have plucked Russell Wilson for a year with Denver paying most of the freight? I would. No, I'd rather. Baker has shown he's actually good. I don't know if Russell Wilson's good at football. That's the problem. Baker's actually shown that he played really well. I'd rather have Baker for 30. I think I can win. I don't know if you can win with Russell Wilson.
Yeah, the biggest issue with Russell Wilson, whether he's in Pittsburgh or not, because there's issues about him with Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, as well. But I think the biggest thing now compared to Russell Wilson of his youth is that he can't run away from danger. He's gotten sacked so much in the last 2 years, sacks that he wouldn't have otherwise normally taken. And for a guy who has always made a big part of his damage working outside of structure or improvising, that's really, really dicey. The other thing about Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh is that Arthur Smith does really well with his quarterbacks throwing over the middle of the field, and that's exactly who Russell Wilson is not. Russell Wilson lives outside the hashes, and he's not particularly good throwing down the middle of the field, partly because, unlike other short quarterbacks, he never decided to actually do something about overcoming his height issues.
Right.
He just kept literally running away from his height issues. And now it's going to be interesting to see how both those guys adapt.
Who would you rather have, Baker at 30 or Russ for a year and just see what you got?
I look at Baker because I think also in Tampa, Evans might have just physically bludgeoned Russell Wilson by midseason. There might have been at some point Mike Evans would have met Russell Wilson out behind the tool shed or something, and Russell wouldn't have wanted to go. He would have no, we can talk this out, and Mike Evans was no, time for talk is done.
Yep, it's time to go G-Town on your ass.
Yeah.
That's right. Speaking of unlikable quarterbacks, Mac Jones, we did have a couple trades. Okay, let's get to these over the weekend. Mac Jones he's in the division now. He's in the AFC South. And he gets traded to Jacksonville for a 6th-round pick. So Jacksonville now has 2 of the quarterbacks that were taken in the top 15 in 2021 on their roster. Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones.
And Mac Jones, who got his reputation as a tennis crybaby, a kid that would throw these little tennis kid tantrums, at the Bowl School in Jacksonville, Florida. Super elite private school there in Jacksonville.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know. So he's going home now, Mac Jones.
Well, not home, but that's where he went to. That's where he did his prep school.
He
days.
did? Okay.
I think he's from Atlanta, right? But he went to the Bowl School.
Is he? Okay, yeah. So he's okay. So he spent some time in Jacksonville. Was not all that long ago where Mac Jones was actually thought to be the best of the 5 quarterbacks that were taken in the top 15 in 2021. Not his teammate Trevor Lawrence.
He is from Jacksonville, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here is, if we recall, back in the day, there was a time where folks like Colin Cowherd would say, oh, no, the Patriots did just fine moving on from Tom Brady to Mac Jones.
All right, let's talk Mac Jones. Everybody's terrified to compare him to Tom Brady. Well, of course, old Tom Brady and young Mac Jones. Folks, young Mac Jones looks like young Tom Brady. You need to just put your arms around it because that's exactly what it looks like.
It's exactly what it looks like.
Got traded for a 6th-round pick yesterday.
Except for all the dinking and dunking and the and not winning football games. His rookie year was very, very promising. Although Davis Mills did outplay him when they went head-to-head. But his rookie year was very promising. I thought it was Josh McDaniels. Some of his finest work was is the offensive coordinator for young Mac Jones. And then if you try to figure out who to blame in Mac Jones not panning out, it's almost impossible to figure out where to stop the spinning wheel because you had Bill Belichick deciding to make a defensive coordinator and a special teams coordinator co-offensive coordinators for your second-year quarterback.
What could go wrong?
You had Bill Belichick himself playing his weird macho head games. You had Mac Jones kind of not so quietly blaming everybody but himself, just shifting the blame in various ways. It was an ugly situation there for the last couple of years. I don't know about him. What about Mac Jones sitting behind Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence is not on the right trajectory right now?
No.
I feel like there's bound to be a controversy here at some point. Which I'm all for. I think nothing better than controversy within the division or amongst Texans opponents.
I don't think off season, and I don't even think it's all that hot a take. It would have been a hot take before the season to say I don't think he's going to get his extension after the season is over. But you watch the season, he had another trading. I know it's only a 6th-round pick, but you're trading for Mac Jones as a backup, like a guy who got a team to the playoffs in his rookie year. I don't know.
And your head coach is a guy who's done some pretty impressive things with backup quarterbacks.
He has.
When the top draft pick quarterback wasn't quite working out or got injured in Philadelphia, Doug Peterson won a damn Super Bowl with a backup. So yeah, I feel like Trevor Lawrence. You know what? Trevor Lawrence, Mr. Hey, I know there's things more important than football in this life.
Oh yeah.
All right. Good. Good luck with that. Yeah. Good luck with that great life philosophy and all of your perspective. You better buckle down, Goldilocks. Mac Jones is coming to town, and he only cries some of the time. That's right.
And it's usually at the officials, not just random crying, okay?
You're not going to catch him crying except when he's injured or when Bill Belichick is mean to him.
That's right. I think it's good news for the Texans, man. I do think it's a tiny bit of an indicator on how they feel about Lawrence. Mac Jones ain't all that great. I'm fine with it. The other trade that went down this weekend, I was curious how Texan fans felt about this because when this guy was making some noise during the season, I think there were some Texan fans who wanted to trade for him at the trade deadline. But Jerry Jeudy goes to Cleveland for a couple of day 3 picks, a 5th and a 6th-round pick. So they're tearing it down in Denver. They are tearing this thing down. This will not be the last move Denver makes. They cut Justin, trade Jeudy for a couple day 3 picks. Mark Schlereth, former Bronco, proud former Bronco, Super Bowl winner, who's a morning radio host now in Denver, and he's on part of the Fox TV teams during Sundays on the NFL. Not a big fan of Jerry Jeudy. He says, good riddance, Jeudy.
Hey, guys, your boy Stink here, and I've been telling you for the last 2 years what a bust Jerry Jeudy is at the wide receiver position. Well, today he was traded to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th and 6th-round pick. And, I got this from you guys all the time, but he's so quick, in and out of breaks. He's a great route runner. Yeah, he's open after the quarterback has already gone through the progression. And as far as a football player, he's just not a great football player. Doesn't run secondary routes well to attract coverage, drops the football, doesn't block. good riddance. Listen, that's not the kind of player you need here in Denver to rebuild this thing. I, for one, am glad he's gone, but I tell you this, I'll never forget you, Jimmy Jeudy. All the best.
Yeah, the Jimmy Jeudy part there at the end, it feels like some kind of inside slight. I don't know what it was.
I gotta find out what that is. I bet Parker knows, our boss. He used to work at that station up there in Denver before he came here.
Somebody had pointed this out last year to me, and I never realized it before, is that there's a theory that basically Jerry Jeudy has more of a reputation for route running than he should, just because he puts so much passion into all the extra motion when he's trying to sell the route, almost like he's an overactor. Like he's like, oh, I'm going left, I'm going right, and yeah, he puts a lot of extra gesticulation into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's like a soap opera level actor. He's not a feature film actor. He's like a soap. You're watching you guys. These guys are terrible actors.
There's
wow.
something because he chops his feet so much and has so much upper body movement that people are like, look at that route run in there. It's a fine piece. Where I get the sense that defensive backs are kind of like, all right, I know where this is going. Okay, yeah.
Go ahead with all your gesticulations there, Judy.
It's like in a kung fu movie when some poser tries to do a whole big routine before he fights the actual guy.
Yeah.
He's like, and then he just gets popped right in the nose.
Right. One chop, he's down.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to get to some headlines. That gets you up to speed on everything. Fletcher Cox also retired this weekend after 12 seasons as well. That's a big leadership void in Philly, man. Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey retiring in the same week. Wow. All right. Let's get to headlines. Good and bad for the Rockets. I would say results of the game, good. Alperen Sengun news, bad, and we'll find out just how bad today. We'll get to that. Texans had some signings. Today's the beginning of free agency, and we'll give some congrats to the Cougs as well for a huge, huge weekend on the basketball front. Headlines coming up next, but first, Yellow Rose. There's my headline for the Yellow Rose.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, free agency day running throughout the morning, throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. See Landry's up already. He's tweeting about get ready for free agency. So 11 o'clock today, we'll talk about that in just a second. I would say the big news locally here is actually Rockets related. They beat the Kings last night, 112-104. They've been playing really good basketball of late. Unfortunately, everything took a hit in the last minute of the game last night when Alperen Sengun came down awkwardly on his right leg. Definitely an ankle injury, possibly a knee injury as well. MRI scheduled for today on his ankle and his knee, according to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN.com. Sengun left the court in a wheelchair, in a lot of pain, probably emotional and physical. What a crazy week. You know, he was make an argument. He was in the running for Player of the Week this week with his performance on Monday against Wembayama, Seth, and with the triple-double against the Clippers, and he'd just been playing so well. Feel terrible for Sengun, but as you pointed out earlier, the big thing won't be him missing the rest of this year. It's how much time, if any, is he going to miss going into next year, because that injury looked like it could be, depending. We'll see, but it looks like it's got the potential to be a pretty nasty one.
Yeah, that's according to Sports Injury Central, which tries to guess what these injuries are. They make they make evaluations just based on the film. They thought it was something that might keep him out till midway through next year, which is that's a big deal on this team where you're trying to figure out exactly how they can get all these young guys to gel and what pieces you need coming in from the outside in the offseason. Over the course of these where they've got 5.5 game deficit that they would have to overcome to be the 10 seed and play in. You'd be going to a lot of small ball. I don't know, Sean. It might be the rhythm changer that all of a sudden kind of catches people by surprise. And if you're out there and you're playing smaller and faster late in the season, maybe it ends up being a nice little run to the playoffs. Personally, I'm more thinking about next year already. It would be nice if there was a little run, but at what cost, Sean?
I look, if it were just a pulled hamstring or something for Sengun and he was going to miss some time, then I could easily rationalize this as like, okay, well, we get to see kind of what a different mix looks like, and now the pressure's really on Jalen Green to put together 15 games here, or however many games they've got left here at the end of the year to try to get them in position to do something. I'd be all for that. Yes, it's the severity of the injury, not just impacting next season. I mean, this is now year 4 for Sengun, where you're starting to have to make decisions on guys long-term here. And I think Sengun's a guy you want around, but this injury throws a fly in the ointment for sure. I
also, I understand that you don't have as much space to work with, but the NBA's got to start using carts to take these guys off the court instead of the wheelchair. The wheelchair is just too disturbing an image. It's just too many. It's either it's a hospital visit or it's an elderly person that can't move on their own. It's just too many associations, whereas a cart is something you associate with athletes.
Okay.
A little bit. Or just start something new. I don't know, one of those little things that they used to carry princesses where you got 4 people carrying something. Yeah.
Oh, I like that idea. Have the G League guys come up and you've got your G League guys, but then the 4 that are at the very bottom of the roster are the ones that carry injured players off the court on one of those Prince-like shoulder thingies. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the wheelchair.
What about a rickshaw? What do you think about a rickshaw?
No.
Okay.
Because we have our strained relations with China.
I got you.
Point, and I just don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to bow to them at all.
That's fair. All right, Texans actually didn't touch on this in the open, but they did make a signing. They re-signed some of their own guys: Desmond King, Chris Boyd, Eric Murray, Khalil Davis, all going to be back with the Texans next year. Seth, they did sign Foley Fatukasi, the former Jacksonville Jaguar defensive tackle, he was part of that big free agency splurge that the Jags had a couple of years ago.
Yeah, got a 3 years, $30 million contract a couple years ago.
Yep. Didn't make it to the end.
2 years ago.
Yep, in 2022. So he did not make it to the end of the deal. He was a cap casualty, drafted in 2018. But this kind of fits what DeMeco Ryans, at least physically, is looking for on the defensive line. So he signs a 1-year deal with the Texans.
Right, and he was the big common ground between D'Amico and Fatukasi is that Fatukasi was with the Jets with Robert Saleh. Matt Burke was there that year, remember, as the, what was he? He was like the analytics decision-making assistant. Yeah, the game management. He was a game management coordinator. So Burke Fatukasi got familiarity with, Robert Saleh's system, which is very similar to D'Amico Ryan's. So kind of maybe like Eric Armstead, who just got released by the 49ers. Maybe that's a little bit of an indicator that, the Texans will be very interested in Armstead because of that common knowledge base they share.
Yeah, I think I don't think the Fatukasi signing affects the Christian Wilkins market for the Texans. I know a lot of people out there, including myself, want Christian Wilkins to be a Texan. I think the biggest things that impact the potential for Christian Wilkins to be a Texan, Seth, are the deal that Justin Madubuike got, which I think was anticipated, but now it's confirmed. Now it's actuality. Like now you're like, okay, well this is there's going to be no sale here. The market for a premier defensive tackle is going to be $24.5 to $25 million. Now we know. And then I think the Eric Armstead availability too probably affects Christian Wilkins, where you look at it, you go, okay, we can sign Christian Wilkins for 25, or we can get Eric Armstead for, I don't know, whatever he is, 10, 11, something like that.
I'm honestly going to be surprised if they go after Christian Wilkins at this point. I'd be 100% cool with it if they did, and I'd be excited about it. I just wonder, with them re-signing Khalil Davis and then having Fatukasi, and just the way Nick has gone about it in the past, like going after their premier, like definitively overpriced guy just doesn't seem like what he's probably planning on doing.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong. I just didn't try to handicap exactly what Nick is going to do. I'll be surprised if they go after Christian Wilkins.
Big day for the Saquon people. And I'd be cool with Saquon at a certain price, but today's a big day for the Saquon people.
By the way, why were you acting like I didn't? I was a little bit confused when you got excited about them signing Fatukasi, like you'd predicted it or something.
No, when just now?
You had texted me about it. Yeah.
When yesterday when it happened?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. What did I say? I don't remember. Sorry. You brought it up.
Yeah, I know. I thought you would have known what I was talking about.
Oh, no.
Okay. I'll find it. We text each other too much.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the Cougs. The Cougs win the Big 12 outright. I was there on Saturday. Kansas got taken to the woodshed, 76-46, in a game that was never close. The Cougs got up 19-4 in this game, and Kansas they were never in this thing. It was a lot of fun to be at the Fertitta Center. Okay, you found it?
I found. Yeah, you said. So you sent the story of Aaron Wilson breaking it.
Yeah.
And then you said dreams do come true.
Because I had the dream. Okay, now I remember. Remember I had a dream that Foley Fatukasi got signed by the Texans? Remember I said that last week? That's how I knew free agency had crept into my brain a little too much.
I don't remember your personal dream that you couldn't remember 3 minutes ago. No,
well, I don't remember what I texted you.
I don't remember that dream whatsoever. Why did you have that dream after the Fatukasi had visited the Texans?
I did. It was after he visited, and I said in the open on Friday, that's how I knew free agency. I need free agents and sign guys. I had a dream they signed Fatukasi. Yeah.
So all right.
That's what that was. You might not have heard me say that.
It'd be more impressive if they hadn't had him visit yet, and that was out of thin air.
That would have been way more impressive. Yeah, it was a tweet that probably crept into my brain. So that's what that was. I was excited that my dream came true.
So University of Houston emphatically saying yes, this is our championship. Just flat out taking Kansas to the woodshed. Sean, I was looking at the ESPN win probability chart of this. It looks like one of the states in the Northern Plains. It's just a big box of red with a little bit of a river down to the southwest or something. It was like 99% win probability the entire game.
The whole game.
They destroyed Kansas.
It was the least stressful game I've ever been to. Well, I like the Cougs. I was obviously sitting amongst a bunch of Coug fans. Boy, I was actually sitting near some Kansas fans, too. They were not too happy. Yeah, there was never a point in this game where Kansas had any hope. Here's Kelvin Sampson after the game on why Houston is so great.
We're the University of Houston. This is a damn good school. We live in a damn good city, and we're a damn good basketball program. and we should never, ever, ever think that we should take a back seat to anybody. And we didn't get like that this year. We've been a damn good basketball program for a long, long time. Not the last couple of years either. You know, it's been since 2017.
Sampson wins Big 12 Coach of the Year. Jamal Shed wins Big 12 Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. He's the first player in conference history to ever win both awards in the same year for the Cougs.
It's a very, very like of all the things you would have expected in the Big 12, I guess, or the U of H entering the Big 12, this would be the least surprising thing. And yet, the fact that they did it with such panache at the end there was still impressive. Not surprising, but impressive. Sean.
Right. That was good. They did to Kansas what Kansas did to them earlier this year. It was nice. Quick news here. Astros, Spencer Arrighetti, one of their best minor league prospects, pitcher, and Forrest Whitley both sent to the minor league camp. Ryan Stanek, we're going to see him a few times this year. He is a Seattle Mariner. So the flowing locks of Ryan Stanek will be trying to strike out Houston Astros a few times this year at least.
God help you. God help you, Stanek, if you come anywhere close to the inside of the plate versus any of our batters, because we will come at you with a fury and a vengeance that will hint at no relationship beforehand. You hear me? Damn it!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's been. You know what? Stanek has been screwing me over ever since I just imagined that he was some kind of backwoods river rat from, like in a lovable way, but it was like barely literate or something. And then it turns out he's like super smart and eloquent.
No, I
really
know.
Pissed me off.
I wish he'd never talked. I wish he never said anything. I like this look.
I wanted him to show up on the mound with a wallet chain,
Yep.
and a bunch, and maybe an empty flask of whiskey in the other pocket.
All right, free agency day is here. Are we surprised that this many of these Texans free agents are going to be hitting the market today? And what do we think about these guys coming back? The warning label on today as well that we've got to make sure to give you. We've got a whole lot to get to. It's set up for day in free agency. We're going to get you ready for it coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland, the absolute best place.
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm amped for today more than I've been in a long, long time. The Texans being relevant, having cap space. This is going to be a fun day. I wonder if people are going to come away disappointed. A lot of the big ticket free agents are just not available. They've either been franchise tagged or re-signed. Christian Wilkins, we'll see. I mean, I think that's a big ticket. I think, Seth, if I had to guess, I think the biggest non-Texan names that fans are keeping an eye on today, Texan fans are keeping an eye on, it would be Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle, Miami, who's going to he's going to make a whole lot of money today or tomorrow, whenever he agrees to a deal. He will be making upwards of $25 million a year. The running back market, whatever that may be, but I think if we were to poll vocal Texan fans, Saquon Barkley would probably be at the top of the wish list. I know you and I differ on that from the fans. You and I are on the same page. Barkley's not at the top of our list. Depending on what the price is, cool. They need an upgrade at running back, so he's an upgrade for sure. DeAndre Swift is a name that came up this weekend and was reported that there were, quote, there were fans of DeAndre Swift in the building over at NRG Stadium, whatever that means. So I'll throw his name onto the list of running backs with Barkley and Josh Jacobs and Derrick Henry. And then I would say maybe some of these safeties that have been put out onto the market the last week or so could be on the board for the Texans maybe.
Yeah, there's a boatload of safeties all of a sudden. There's a glut of safeties to where it feels like you could just take one off the buffet if you want.
Yes.
And, Justin Simmons is the biggest name. The question there is, all right, is it as simple as the Broncos just need to get rid of anybody that's in their 30s and high price, no matter how good they are or what have you? Or is it also an instance of saying goodbye to a guy maybe 1 year before you would need to because he's on that, that old Patriots move where we're going to be too early instead of too late.
Yeah.
And Simmons wasn't as consistent last year as he typically is, and how much of that is because of the circumstances, who knows? I don't think the Texans are going to be the high bidders for that, but there are a lot of intriguing safeties out there. I think when it comes to running backs, the other guy to keep an eye on is Pollard. Has been linked through a couple different people, and these reports are always league insider reports that Pollard might be interested in the Texans, or there's somebody from the Texans might be interested in Tony Pollard. I think that Pollard, there's perhaps maybe of all the running backs, I feel like he might be the one that's suffering a little bit more from running back skepticism than others. Like, I feel people should be more skeptical of Saquon Barkley and less skeptical of Tony Pollard. Mm-hmm. And especially in if part of a committee, let's say if they bring Singletary back as well, that I could feel pretty good about that. I'm curious with DeAndre Swift and Singletary, if it's not, am I being a little too old school in that I want at least one kind of like a headbanging type dude in there?
No.
Like a bigger, like burlier Derrick Henry style runner?
It's
please?
part of the reason I would love a backfield of Henry and Singletary, because I like having those different styles back there. I like there to be some variance back there.
I'm going to tell you another thing about Singletary. This is what I feel like we as a fan base are a little too casual about just assuming that Singletary would just, of course he'd love to come back here. Let's remember, Singletary, for the first half of the season, was getting hardly any carries at all, no matter how blatantly obvious it became that he should be getting the lion's share of the carries. So I don't know. Singletary's an awesome dude and everything, but they also did squander him time after time to make Dameon Pierce the guy, to the point where he'd have games without any carries at all. I'm not so sure it's a slam dunk that Singletary's coming back.
Well, I think last week at the Combine, Nick had some nice things to say about Singletary. D'Amico gushed about Singletary. And the tendency then, we got the comments, Ben? All right, here was D'Amico Ryans on Devin Singletary last week at the Combine.
Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin, and just, man, his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy I knew I wanted to work with right away. Right, Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that. right? So Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but would love to have Devin back just because of what he brought to our team. He was definitely a bright spot for us in the running back room.
So D'Amico obviously thinks very highly of Devin Singletary, and so the reaction in the aftermath of those comments was, well, I think Singletary's coming back. And I know I said it. I know a lot of people said that after D'Amico Ryans said that. And then now here we are on Monday, a free agency, and Devin Singletary is about to hit the market. And I think it's just a reminder, like, look, sometimes just because a coach is saying nice things about a guy, it's free agency. It takes two to tango. Like, Devin Singletary has to agree to come back here. I do wonder, Seth, and I'm not saying Singletary's going to go be a starting, 20 carry a game guy somewhere else, but there are so many teams in the NFL version of it.
Right.
And
right.
I do wonder if we underestimated what the demand would be for Singletary to get something more than what he got last year, which was 1 year, $3 million. When I heard D'Amico say that, I'm like, all right, well, it looks like Singletary's coming back, and you think he's going to come back on a cheapo deal. I could see one of these teams that likes to kind of committee things or needs a less expensive solution at running back that look at Singletary's film running behind, quite frankly, was not one of the better performing offensive lines to be running this system.
Yeah.
And still being very productive last year. I'm not saying he's going to go get 3 years, $30 million from somebody like Saquon probably will today or tomorrow. What I am saying is there might be a team out there that's willing to go a second year for Singletary and maybe $5 million a year instead of $3 million a year, which is very material when you're that level of player to be able to get a couple extra million out. Maybe we just underestimated what the demand was for him.
I think that when teams look at these guys kind of like commodities, unless you're one of the very best, and I think that he's right up there with a grade B or whatever, however you grade your running backs. You can slot him in. And I thought it was glaringly obvious in the first few games. I remember I told you it was like after week 3 that I figured Singletary was going to be the main guy moving forward. And then in week 5, he got 0 carries versus Atlanta. And at that point, I wondered if, what the hell are they doing? How is this not obvious to them that it should be Singletary more than Dameon Pierce? After that, it started being a lot more Dameon Pierce. He got 12 carries the next. He was in the double digits almost every week after that in carries.
Yeah.
I don't think that Singletary should look at it like, oh wow, I'm just a little charity case, and these are the only guys that'll have me. He should go out and test it. And the Texans are saying all the nice things about being sure that he's welcome back. But with him out there, do they think instead of a guy that can complement Singletary, maybe they then do start thinking more along the lines of, well, we need to get a Saquon Barkley, or we need to get a Derrick Henry, or we need to get a guy that's going to be more of the workhorse for us than a committee approach.
A lot of people want Saquon Barkley. A lot of people around the league connecting Saquon Barkley to the Texans. It doesn't hurt that the reports are Saquon Barkley has been reaching out to some Houston Texans. Certainly his social media activity and following a bunch of Texans lines up with a desire to possibly be here. This was Nate Tice and Robert Mays from The Athletic on their podcast, reminding people that just styles do matter with this stuff.
And the first guy speaking is Nate Tice, and then the higher pitch guy is Robert Mays. Okay, so here they are, Athletic podcast on Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry.
Saquon is such a unique talent because it's not like I want to see him in a Shanahan offense because he's a little too wild for that. Mm-hmm. He's a boom bust running back. He's the ultimate version of it. They want plant and go. They want their guys to get upfield and stuff.
That's
so
why
it's
the
not
Texans thing doesn't necessarily make sense to me.
Nope.
The pairing that has been thrown out there the most, and they have a ton of money to spend.
Nope.
But I just don't know stylistically if that makes a ton of sense.
It doesn't to me either. Henry would make more sense.
Yes.
Derrick Henry is a zone runner.
Yes.
He's going to do plant and go. That's what he is.
Yeah, I DM'd both these guys after I heard this because I was so excited them to hear the exact same thing I've been saying, which is that, yes, Derrick Henry is very much a zone runner. I think people have this perception of him because he's such a big, strapping dude that they must run nothing but power and counter Trey with him or something. But no, he's magnificent in the outside zone. Saquon Barkley is very much boomer bust, and I know what he's worked at, and he's got it better at it. But if you look at just that success rate stat, which shows you percentage of time that he has a successful run versus times that he doesn't, he is woefully behind a guy like Derrick Henry, and including in Saquon Barkley's better years. It's all or nothing. And yes, he's gotten better at it, but he is very much a Goldilocks who just wants to hit home runs or just go take a dirt nap. And it's one or the other, and it's frustrating as hell if you're an offensive coordinator who just wants to sustain drives and have a guy that's going to get 3 or 4 yards no matter what and will fight for those 3 or 4 yards. Saquon Barkley is not that guy, and I don't think he fits this system. I think it would be frustrating as hell. He'd have a few games where all his stands would come out and say, oh, look at how awesome he is. But then he'd have a bunch of games where he has 20 yards rushing. Just like 2 years ago when everybody was gushing about the season he had and that somehow he carried them to the playoffs. The second half of the year, he was nothing.
Yeah.
It was pathetic. It was not a good season for Saquon Barkley. But these damn highlight reel hussies that just want nothing but to judge their athletes based on highlight reels believe that Saquon Barkley is somehow the truthful light in the way. I won't Derrick Henry, man.
I am
I
too.
believe it. Sorry, I love America. Yeah. Sorry about it.
I think in a perfect world, this team would not like to have to lean on C.J. Stroud to close out football games. I think they'd like to be able to line up and stay ahead of the chain, stay in short yardage situations, and run the football. And I think that to me is the biggest thing. Like you can't. I'm not saying you can't, but it's much harder to close out football games running the football with a guy like Saquon Barkley than it is Derrick Henry, or really almost any of these other running backs that we're talking about, kind of in this level of the free agency class. We have someone asking here, as long as we're looking at names to keep an eye on today, and this could be one, if they're not going to splurge on Christian Wilkins. Texter asking, do you guys think Danielle Hunter is an upgrade? Definitely an up. Well, him and Grenard had pretty similar seasons. But anyways, Texter would love thoughts on Danielle Hunter from Minnesota, who PFF Seth forecasts as a 3-year contract at $22.5 million a year for Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, the deal. I think the big thing with Danielle Hunter and a lot of these guys is that much like Jonathan Grenard, they're very willing to play the run and good at it, playing with technique and everything. And yet, I don't know if they are same like quite the level of physicality that DeMeco in his ideal version of the world wants. You know, Will in some ways is somewhat undersized, not to an extreme degree or anything. But I think that I'm curious about exactly how much he wants to pay for as a 3-4 outside linebacker, and I don't mean to. It's just a matter of whether it's the right scheme fit or not for what he wants on both sides of the defensive line. Because in some ways, when you've got these wide 9 defensive ends, they're not necessarily going to make all the tackles and run play, but you want them forcing everything to the inside and compressing to make it easier. And when you got 2 guys who are like 260 pounds on either side, I just wonder if that's what DeMeco ultimately wants, or if he wants somebody like a Zadarius Smith or somebody that's a little bit bulkier.
People weighing in on the running back situation. Josh Jacobs is the guy you guys are talking about being a guy who can close out games, tough runner between the tackles. That kind of thing.
super tough. Will lower his shoulder.
Yeah.
You know, has the injury concern. The biggest thing that concerns me with any running back going into his second contract is you can't be paying marquee dollars because their injury risk is just so great, no matter who it is. Now, Derrick Henry, Derrick Henry has proven in my mind that he's already on that Frank Gore level, or that Curtis Martin level, where he's been so surreally durable that I trust him more than I trust a 27-year-old running back. That just like both with Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley, they've had injury concerns pop up, like not to an extreme degree or anything, but they're also entering that stage of their career where running backs tend to just fall apart, just like absolutely, just like they're made out of cellophane or something.
If it's not Christian Wilkins along the dead is going to be out there. I don't know if they've officially released him yet in San Francisco. He was coming into the last year of his deal. He signed a 5-year, $85 million deal a few years ago, so he was coming into the final year of that deal with a $17 million salary. They were trying to get him to take a pay cut. He's not taking a pay cut. So I don't know if his expectation, Seth, is to get $17 million on the open market or not.
Yeah.
But he's someone that logically people are tying to the Texans because of DeMeco Ryans' time in San Francisco.
Right, yeah. And he's 31 years old. So that's the big question is, all right, how many years is he going to get? These guys that spring on right at the last moment, you wonder, like how much some teams maybe are caught flat-footed if they weren't in their evaluations, or if they kind of had their eyes set on somebody else. If there's one thing we know about Nick Caserio, he's been very fluid and does not necessarily fall in love with players or fall in love with a specific plan. He's going to look at opportunities as they arise. So, yeah, maybe the Texans, through a combination of Eric Armstead being fresh on the market and Eric Armstead maybe having a familiarity with DeMeco Ryans, that might end up being a really good fit and something that they can kind of slide in almost under the radar and get it done before everybody else has figured out exactly what their strategy is going to be with him.
Now, he's missed 13 games the last 2 seasons. We should point that out. Only played in 9 games in 2022 because of a hairline fracture in his left ankle. And then last year, Eric Armstead, the day after the Super Bowl, revealed that he'd been playing through a knee injury during the playoffs. It was a meniscus injury. He's had surgery on it, but according to Wikipedia, at least, that injury is going to cause him to miss most of the upcoming offseason activities. So he's damaged goods right now, at least. He's banged up right now. So we'll see what happens. Eric Armstead, another name to think about. All right, we acknowledge. We got some acknowledgement, some local acknowledgement here on the basketball front. Acknowledge a little bit heading into NFL free agency, and I have to do it. It's painful. I've got to acknowledge Landry Locker. I'm going to do it coming up next.
Bayway Ram, they'll acknowledge you with incredible.
supercenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday, 7:25. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend, things that happened this weekend. We say a name, Ben hits the sounder.
Acknowledge me.
Reigns. So let's get it going here. Jamal Shed.
Acknowledge me.
A little Coug acknowledgement right out of the chute. That was an ass-kicking on Saturday against Kansas. 76-46. Game was the closest that game was the first couple minutes when the Cougs just hadn't been able to extend a lead yet. But they got out to a 19-4 lead. Seth, Amy and I were at the game. I remember looking at her with about 6 minutes to go in the first half. It was 29-9, and Kansas got a bucket. I said, damn it, they got to double digits before halftime. Crap.
Yeah.
Because that's what kind of, that, dude, the defense they play, the Cougs, is so stressful to watch in a good way. Like, they're just so active and frenetic all game long. They don't take any possessions off. It's Kelvin Sampson has done an incredible job building that program. We acknowledge Shed, though, because in the program's first year in the Big 12, he does something that no other basketball player has done in the history of the conference. He won Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year in the same season. It was senior night. Man, those fans love them some Jamal Shed, man. Got a huge ovation. Well, huge ovation.
Like, so much of, like, in this era of NIL, that in a lot of ways this team is a throwback in the ways that even young people feel good about, because it feels like, oh yeah, this is solid. Like you mentioned with the defense. There's just something rock solid and secure about feeling like, oh yeah, my team can actually hold this lead instead of just letting the other team whittle it away with a flurry of threes. We're actually going to turn this into keep this a basketball game.
Yeah, defensively they remind me of those old UNLV teams from back in the 90s, the Tarkanian team. Offensively, they're not at that level. I mean, you had guys on they had 3 lottery picks on that team, so they were super talented at both ends. But man, defensively, they are fun to watch, dude. Going to be fun. The brackets get revealed next Sunday. Cougs, I think, have probably, in my mind, they've already clinched a 1 seed. We'll see if they get a number 1 overall seed. Baker Mayfield.
Acknowledge me.
4 times a charm. Seth, you asked this question, I think, off the air in the rundown. We may get to it later. But like, man, what's the over/under on number of chances that a highly drafted quarterback ultimately gets? Because I do feel like, even though coaches say the only time it ever matters where you're drafted is that night, and then after that it's the NFL and it's competition and blah blah blah. No, guys get chances if they were picked high in the draft. There's always a coach that thinks they can fix them. For Baker Mayfield, 4 times a charm. He got his bag. It's not tippy top money, but if you had told Baker Mayfield when he was floundering for the Panthers and getting picked up for nothing by the Rams, and for a 1-year, $4 million deal that, hey, man, next year you're going to get that $100 million contract. I don't even know if Baker Mayfield would have believed it, but he got it. 3 years, $100 million, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I am happy for Baker Mayfield. I didn't like Baker Mayfield a few years ago. I really respect him now.
Yeah, I hope he gets the insurance commercials back, because I thought he was one of the better athlete pitchmen. It was that was why I came around on him, was because of his insurance commercials. So I think that you got to credit him too for kind of stepping into this with the confidence of a guy that expected to be the starter and to do something with it, because people were turning a side eye to it when the Bucs signed him in the offseason, acting like it was like, oh, this is part of the tank, right? The tank is in.
Yeah.
The Bucs are obviously tanking with Baker Mayfield. It is his 4th chance. It seems like there's a common theme with guys. If they make it in their 4th attempt, then it might stick. If you don't make it past 4, I feel like Carson Wentz is now on team number 5.
He's, let's see, Eagles, Colts, Commanders, he's 4.
Oh, he's on 4. That's right.
On 4,
okay, so he is on 4. This is his final chance, perhaps. In the argument for Baker Mayfield, and we had talked earlier this morning about, okay, would you rather have Russell Wilson playing for $1 million or Baker Mayfield paying for, $30-some million?
Yeah, $33 million a year, yep.
I think I might have to go with Russell Wilson on that.
Okay.
Baker Mayfield wasn't bad last year, but it's not like he was great. And they play in the NFC South. There's a part of his performance as a quarterback in the NFC South that was passable, but I don't know if I'm still on the upside.
Yeah, I guess here It may depend on the team. Like, I could see Tampa doing this because they know Baker. He's been in the building. We got to acknowledge Russ's no, Ben, not that kind of acknowledge. Ben, like, jumped over the hotkey. No, not. We can do it if you want to, but let's acknowledge Russell Wilson's kind of quirky personality.
Acknowledge me.
Because Russ is going to get a good acknowledgement in a second. But I think for Tampa, it makes sense. I agree with you maybe for almost like any other team that hasn't had either guy in the building yet.
Yeah.
$30 million for Baker, $1 million for Russ. All right, give me $1 million. I'll take Russ for $1 million. I don't know that either of them I'm winning a Super Bowl with either of them. Yeah. But Tampa at least knows they can win an NFC South with Baker Mayfield, and they won a playoff game with Baker Mayfield, and they, so maybe for Tampa it makes sense.
One of the weirdest arguments I saw was his completion rate to running backs last year. He was number 2 in completion rate. Baker Mayfield was, number 2 in completion rate to running backs. To non-running backs, he was 30 out of 35. But when throwing 2 running backs, he was incredible.
So who was this? Who was the person making this argument, using that?
That Warren Sharp football analysis. Okay. He's a wannabe stat nerd who has interesting stats sometimes, but also other times like he's a weird fellow.
Yeah.
One time Warren Sharp, I've been out on him ever since he thought that illegal offensive lineman downfield was a silly penalty that wasn't even worth calling. And I don't understand how you claim to understand football where you don't understand the significance of that.
Yep. Yeah. I'm not acknowledging Russell for anything good on the football field. He's a hell of a businessman. I'll acknowledge that. But apparently when he's been flying to all these meetings that he had a meeting with the Giants, meeting with the Steelers, ultimately consummated a contract with the Steelers. But he flew commercial this weekend. He took selfies in the airport with people. Russell Wilson possibly acted like a normal, kind of engaging dude out in public this week. This is progress for Russell Wilson, I think.
I wonder when you're at that level how you decide when you travel private or not. I know that there's apparently there's been a little bit of a shortage on some of the fractional lease ownership providers where it's actually harder to get immediately on-call demand the way they're used to. So before you acknowledge him too much, there's a chance that he just couldn't get his Met Jets in time, so he had to slum it with the rest of us.
Too late. He's been acknowledged. I can't undo it.
I'm sure he's got a fridge full of Iron City beer already. Hey. It is like his duplex in Pittsburgh. He's just one of us.
Nobody had to hold a gun to his head taking those selfies with people that somehow wound up on the internet. Pictures of him taking selfies with people. I'll acknowledge this. It could very well have been like a PR guy he had traveling with him that said, hey, man, take a few pictures of me taking selfies with people so I look like an everyman, because of all the cities you're going to play football in where you need an everyman vibe.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. I mean, it's steelworkers and Iron City beer and whatnot. All right. It's painful. I got to do it. Landry Locker.
Acknowledge me.
The civilians beat my vets. Charity softball game on Friday, Seth. 18-11 the final score. So I was trying to defend my title as the game-winning manager back in 2023, but Landry and his squad got it done. And here's where I'll give Landry credit. His pitcher was getting shelled early in the game in this slow-pitch softball game. Landry came out and made a pitching change in like the second inning.
Nice.
Yeah. Kind of. I mean, on the scoreboard, it sparked the team. I have no idea what the vibe was like in the dugout if it sparked the team. But, Landry tried to argue in a court of law that it sparked the team. The evidence is there. They outscored us 18-6 after that pitching change. So I got outmanaged, Seth, by Landry Locker.
Was the pitcher walking a lot of people or something?
Doing a little bit of everything. He did walk a couple people. Yeah.
Did he really? Okay.
Yeah. So
good job, Landry.
Yep.
It's an active manager right there.
Yep.
He's not waiting. He didn't wait for the nerds upstairs to tell him what to do. He went with his gut.
He did.
He did, Sean.
He did.
A gut that he almost lost when he was addicted to energy drinks.
Yes.
But thank God he righted the course on that one.
The gut was working.
And, yes.
The gut was working. I'll acknowledge John Weeks too.
Acknowledge me.
Texans long snapper. He threw out the first pitch. Did a hell of a job. I would be almost as nervous throwing out a first pitch at a slow pitch softball game as I would a regular baseball game. You're like just throwing overhand versus like doing that underhand flick that you got to do.
It's not something you're used to or comfortable with, right? Yeah, but the chance of it going, you might miss. You're going to miss short or miss long, but you're not going to veer to the side most likely.
Sail it. You're Probably right.
Yeah, like pitching high or pitching low. It depends. Like if you pitch short, but at least it's got some velo on it, then that's one thing. But it's when it goes like 20 feet to the side that's the most embarrassing. I think.
Yep.
Whenever the catcher has to get up out of his crouch and almost pull a hammy.
Yep. Last one, Oppenheimer.
Acknowledge me.
One of the few movies I actually went and saw this year. I liked Oppenheimer okay. You know who really liked it? The Academy. Last night. Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and then Robert Downey Jr. with Best Supporting Actor. Oppenheimer cleaned up last night at the Academy Awards. I didn't watch a minute of it, but I will acknowledge I will acknowledge the movie Oppenheimer.
You didn't watch Oppenheimer? Okay, you should.
No. I watched Oppenheimer. I didn't watch the Academy Awards.
Okay.
I didn't watch the awards last night. Yeah.
The best pictures that I saw this year. I know one you hate, but I saw Killers of the Flower Moon. These were the nominees.
Still going, I think, at the theater that I went to go see it at.
Maestro.
Okay.
That's where Bradley Cooper plays the conductor there, Leonard Bernstein.
Mm-hmm.
I saw The Holdovers. That's where Paul Giamatti and one of these new kids that's like so skinny that's what the girls find sexy these days, but looks almost a little bit weird, but he's a heartthrob. I was surprised that was a Best Picture nominee. It was a good movie, but it almost felt like an art house flick. And I saw Barbie, and then I saw Oppenheimer. Of those 5 movies, I would say that Oppenheimer was the best.
Okay. I didn't see. Did you like Barbie?
I did like I did too. Honestly, one of the best parts about Barbie was the way that Mattel, the toy company, totally let themselves just get skewered for like hypocrisy and like trying to act like oh, we're all about empowering young women, as long as they look hot, like that time. Like Mattel really took it on the chin, but like in a fun way that it was pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, a little self-deprecation from Big Toy.
From Big Toy, yeah.
From Big Toy.
No, and they did it was honestly, it was a way more clever movie than I expected. Plus, Ryan Gosling was hilarious in it.
Well, that's what I heard. What was the deal with Cena last night? As I'm watching my WWE Legends biographies on A&E, I also have X.com open, and I'm seeing Cena like sidestepping across the stage with just like a placard in front of his schnutz.
He showed up naked, and the big joke there was he was naked as he was presenting the award for Best Costume Design.
Ah, okay.
So I don't know what joke he made about it specifically, but that was the gag.
Okay, gotcha.
But I knew as a wrestling fan that you'd be excited about that.
Yeah, I saw. Well, yeah,
He did not win Best Actor, Sean. I apologize.
No, damn. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We'll do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. There's a ton of stuff to get you guys updated on. We'll do it at the top of the hour. Also, coming up next, is this the next step for C.J. Stroud? Heard a story over the weekend about the best quarterback in football. Is this the next step for C.J. Stroud? We'll tell you what it is next. I'm going to tell you right now, the next step for you, if you want to have a whole lot of fun, oh man, especially
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, free agency gets going today at 11. That's when teams can start talking to the agents, and they can talk to the players without agents that are representing themselves from other teams starting at 11 today. So when the Texans at 11 today is when they can reach out to representation for Christian Wilkins or Danielle Hunter or any of these running backs, any of the guys out there that you see as a Texans fit. They can start that today. I guess I should mention here, there was a signing moments ago in the AFC South. Mitch Morse, center, who was cut by the Bills, salary cap casualty, who's been a good player. He was a Pro Bowler 2 years ago. He signs with the Jags. 2 years, $10.5 million, $7 million guaranteed. So that's a nice pickup for the Jags right there. 2 years, $5 million a year for Mitch Morse at center.
Yeah, they and then just to clarify for people who get confused about the process, if a team releases a player ahead of free agency, that guy becomes a free agent immediately. If they retain his rights right up until this window, presumably a lot of the times they're trying to do a deal with the guy or something. But the Bills had to get rid of Mitch Morse and Tre'Davious White and Jordan Poyer and make a lot of moves to try to get under the salary cap.
He was letting me have it. Then
yes. Who was that?
I don't know.
That was Tyreek Hill.
Oh, it's Tyreek Hill. We're going to get to him. Yeah, we're going to get to Tyreek Hill.
So the Jaguars so far have signed Mitch Morse to be their center. They have a backup quarterback in Mac Jones that they just traded for this weekend, for those of you who didn't know. I don't know if Mac Jones is – I'd be curious whether Mac Jones is stoked to go back to his hometown and be a backup quarterback, or if he thought that maybe he'd have a chance to go somewhere where he had a legitimate chance to compete for the starter right from the get-go. Don't get me wrong. I don't see it as the wildest scenario where Mac Jones replaces Trevor Lawrence at some point this year, but it's not it's not an even competition right from the get-go like it could have been at some other places.
No, he's the backup for sure. You're absolutely right. I mean, I guess I'll say this: if I'm Mac Jones and I'm kind of assessing things, and to be clear, he didn't have a choice in the matter. He got traded there, like you just said, Seth. So this isn't like a free agency thing where he's picking and choosing where he goes. If I'm Mac Jones and I'm trying to talk myself into this being a good opportunity, I would say Trevor Lawrence was banged up quite a bit last year. I mean, he played through a lot of stuff, which I may be arguing against myself now in the fact that he was durable enough to actually play through it. But he suffered several different injuries last year.
Yeah, he was banged up the whole year. When I heard people making excuses for him based on his injuries, I'm like, well, wait, you're not aware of his whole injury. Well, Colin Cowherd did it. He said, well, he was fine until he got injured there. And then you have to look up the three different big injuries that he had that affected his play. But it certainly affected his play.
Where's this Tyreek Hill audio from we're about to play?
This is from The Pivot. Okay. And this is Tyreek talking about a time a couple years ago when Pat Mahomes I think when Tyreek Hill pointed this out as Pat Mahomes realizing things needed to improve. They were going through a rough stretch. Tyreek Hill couldn't remember what it was. I almost think it was when they went through that stretch of losing to 3 AFC South teams in a row the year before they won the Super Bowl. Yeah. But I thought of, okay, when does C.J. Stroud end up having to do something like this? Or does he, the way Pat Mahomes did a couple years ago with the Chiefs?
This dude called the whole offense up. He called the whole offense up. He cussed all of us out. And me and Pat, we go back and forth. Yeah. But that was a moment right there where, he stood on business, and it was like, bro, I really respect this because he really just called out all his weapons, individually pointed us out, looked us in the eyes, and said, bro, Reed, you think you so fast, but you can't catch the ball. You want to be the best receiver in the game. He was letting me have it. Then he went to Kelsey. Then he went to D-Rob. Then he went to Sammy. He went to all of us, calling us all out. And in that moment right there, I was like, yo, it's go time now. That put so much fuel in my heart, bro. That next game, that's when we begin to get things rolling.
Yeah.
So it had to be, Sammy is Sammy Watkins.
Yeah.
So it had to be in either 2019 or 2020 because that's when Sammy Watkins was a Chief. So it was a few years ago.
19
I bet it was too.
They did not look good midway through the season. The Ravens were trucking everybody. Looked like the Ravens would never lose again. And the Texans beat them. I think the Titans beat them, and maybe the Colts beat them all.
Yeah.
Like in a 4-week period, they lost to 3 AFC South opponents.
Yep.
And Mahomes himself was banged up. That might have been the turnaround for them when they kind of reached a doldrum, and Mahomes took it to that next level in terms of being the taskmaster and the guy that demanded greatness.
So the question is, does C.J. Stroud have that club in his bag to have to, if they reach a point where it's a rough patch? They had some rough patches this year, but again, rookie quarterback, they're still overachieving expectations as a team.
Yeah.
Look, with the schedule they've got coming up, and we don't know exactly how it lays out. We only know who's on the schedule. We don't know when they play them, primetime games. This does lay out as a schedule where the Texans could have some patches like that this year that will test C.J. Stroud's leadership abilities, his leadership style. I think he does have that club in his bag, CJ. I think he's very aware of leadership styles and very aware of leading. And he's talks all the time, Seth, about his position coach at Ohio State. And he was the one, I don't recall his name, but he was the one who really kind of dialed him into, you got to be good at throwing the football and placing the ball and delivering the football. You're there to lead, man. Like, you're there. Yeah. He brings that up all the time. I think he does have that club in his bag.
No, I think he totally does it. But the part of it, though, too, is that I think he knows that you can't be doing that as a rookie, that you have to establish yourself. And at that league for a few years, and he'd established himself. Frankly, this year, C.J. will have established himself as a guy that can lead in that way. And it doesn't have to, I'm not saying he has to be that way all the time or not, but it's hard to – I can't think of like a genuinely great quarterback who also didn't have that part of him where he just they've got extremely high expectations, and that at some point, if you're not leading up to him, like, he's going to show his frustration. If you think about Manning and Brady and just any of those guys, they all have that part of them.
Yep.
Yeah, CJ's so maniacally obsessed with it that it almost has there's almost no way that it won't bubble over at some point.
Yep. That's a funny story about Mahomes. That had to be, I'm guessing that was 2019, which would have been Mahomes' second year as a starter, so still fairly early in his career, but he'd won an MVP at that point.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes had. Anytime we get a chance to play a little bit of Mad Dog from over the weekend or from last week, we got to do it, Mad Dog Russo. And Seth, we know the Brazil game is something you really wanted the Texans to be able to play in. So you're probably Team Mad Dog on this thing, I would imagine. We're about to play.
Well, no, I'm not Team Mad Dog on this. Is the Mad Dog hating the whole concept of international play.
Oh, okay. I thought he was hating on the idea of Philly going there instead of other teams going there.
No, this is him being a grumpy old man that doesn't like anything new in the NFL. Just from a completely self-absorbed point of view, he can't understand why anybody would want to go play in Brazil. Here's Mad Dog Russo.
This international series. You think the Philadelphia sports fan is happy today, waiting 7 months to see their team play again, and they're going to play a Friday night on Labor Day weekend or Labor Day week in Brazil against the Carolina Panthers? Nobody cares about these stupid games. Fans in America don't care about this international series. And what is it my buddy Goodell run down Broad Street and say, hey guys, Philly fans, you're going to open up next year 7,000 miles away. Oh my God, that drives you crazy.
Seth, I swear I listened to that when you sent that, and I get so caught up in his delivery that I don't listen to what he's saying. Like, I'm just like, this man is screaming like a maniac right now.
Yeah, he was. There's one thing I've learned about Mad Dog Russo between this and, as he called it, the Nickeldonian podcast, the Nickeldonian broadcast, when he was talking about the Nickelodeon broadcast. He does not have any capacity to think about other audiences other than him and him himself. It has nothing to do with trying to broaden the audience for the NFL. Same with the Swifties. He wants it to be his little club, and only people who are already fans of the NFL are allowed to be fans of the NFL. There shall be no broadening of the fan base including children. He doesn't want children watching the Nickelodeon broadcast to actually like the NFL either.
This is where you want to shake him and be like, dude, you realize the reason you get paid so much money is because of the massive, explosive growth of all these sports.
Right, right. Or when they first brought television. Yeah. If everybody had said, like, I don't want to watch this Mad Dog character. I want the guys I'm comfortable with and the guys I know. Who's this Mad Dog character? I don't know how he does that. My voice is hurting.
I know. Mad Dog Russo, man, does not like that Brazil game. I like the Brazil game just because it's going to take place on a Friday. So we get Thursday, Friday that first weekend of the year.
I've liked all the international games because of their odd time slots.
Yeah.
That you get football on a Sunday morning. Yep. This is going to be football on a Friday.
Yep.
I do like all of that. Yeah, I wonder. I've never gotten the sense that NFL fans at large hate the international games, other than that in England they never seem to be good quality games. For whatever reason, it turns everybody into a field goal kicking machine.
Do we know? He made it sound like it's been decided that the Panthers are playing. I know the Eagles are hosting that game. That's the first I've heard that, and maybe he's just throwing Carolina in there.
This was a few weeks. This was during the Super Bowl. I had missed it during the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So I'm guessing he was just throwing that in there.
He was? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was going to say, man, like I haven't heard anything about any opponents. I know the teams we know that are hosting these international games. We know the Combine finished up last week. If you want to hear what it sounds like to have Chris Carter, a Hall of Famer, marveling, smitten at how handsome a prospect is for the NFL, this is Sam Hartman. Sam Hartman is the prospect he's looking at, the Notre Dame quarterback, who probably, if there was a category for hair, probably does have the best hair of any NFL prospect in this draft. Yeah. I mean, he has a flowing dark black mane. It's nice. Chris Carter talking about how nice it is.
He's definitely the best looking guy at the damn Combine. I sent my wife a picture of him. She's like, I thought you were working. I said, well, a male model. Look at that dude, man. Look at him. And the beard. Look at it. Look. That's not a commercial?
Yeah. I can tell you this. If you root for Sam Hartman, as I did this past season, the way he looks really bugs you when he's throwing a couple of interceptions.
There's nothing worse than a really good-looking bad quarterback. And Notre Dame seems to major in them. I don't know what
Brady Quinn.
Brady
was good in college. I'll give him that.
Yeah, okay. Good
he was a good college, but I could see where like Cleveland Browns fans and Kansas City fans, once he got to the NFL, I think those are the two teams he played for.
It almost feels like when you're watching a really good-looking bad actress. You're like, well, what the hell? Come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Yeah, Sam Hartman just got recruited and got the job based on his central casting looks.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Is that okay? So that's not a good reason. I was thinking of the non-football reasons that you should want various people.
Yeah.
Like Christian Wilkins, I kind of want just because he's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
I like his mic'd ups. I would like him for his personality, which shouldn't matter that much. But even then, I feel like that's more relevant than actually having a genuinely good-looking quarterback. There's something you need to be good-looking. Partly because you're a quarterback. It can't be based all on your looks. It's got to be that, like, oh, he's a good-looking guy, but it's added to the, it's bolstered by the fact that he's an awesome quarterback.
I would say football things that get people excited about acquiring guys is the WAG factor. Wife and girlfriend.
Yeah,
I mean, Justin Verlander's a Hall of Famer, but that Kate Upton came along with that package was, I think, exciting to a lot of Houston Astros fans.
Sam Hartman is good-looking enough that I almost expect him to have an unsightly wife. So he's that good-looking.
Now I'm intrigued. He has a type.
Yeah.
He found it too easy to get good-looking women.
I feel like, yeah. So that was a point of contention there for you domers. Were there points where you were like, oh, this stupid, this fancy lad
when they started losing,
pretty boy,
yeah. And then when he skipped out on the bowl game too, and I know everybody's doing that nowadays, but I was like, bro, you're like a 6th round pick, and they gave you this platform to he was all done with his eligibility at Wake Forest. Yeah. And so they're like, no, man, come here. We can mutually benefit from this. And then he skips out on the bowl game. Screw you, Sam Hartman.
I think there was a little bit of that with David Carr. I think that people started to feel he was a little too they were okay with him struggling as a young quarterback and maybe finding his footing for a couple of years, but then after a while it started to be like, all right, you look a little too Hollywood for being this mediocre.
Yeah.
And that worked against them.
They're very similar looking too, the two of them, Hartman and David Carr, the dark features and everything.
Yeah, David would have been a lot better if he had just started go get a bad haircut and maybe have a chew in half the time people see you. Just try to be a little bit more relatable,
Yeah, start some fights. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, you're listening and Kale on Odyssey Station. Let's get to the Ocho, the 8 at 8. We got a lot of stuff to get to get you guys up to speed on from over the weekend. Let's start with the Rockets. They beat the Sacramento Kings last night, 112-104. So that's good. So they win again. They've been winning a bunch lately, and on the road too. So that's been nice to see. The bad thing about this game, and I probably would have traded this win to keep this guy healthy, but Alperen Sengun left the game with about a minute to go in regulation in a game the Rockets pretty much had sewn up. Sengun goes up to contest a shot by Domantas Sabonis, comes down awkwardly on his right leg. Clearly an ankle injury because the ankle twisted sideways, maybe a knee injury as well. He's going to get an MRI done on that right leg today, on the knee and the ankle, but he left the game, Seth, in a wheelchair. He will not be back this season. The question that we will hopefully get answers to today is what are the chances that he's back in time for training camp in October for the Rockets?
Yeah, the Sports Injury Central, which does their best guess at what injuries are. They try to diagnose by video. It's the former pro orthopedists and whatnot. They have about a 95% success rate. They said by video suffered a significant right ankle sprain, likely a tibia fibula fracture dislocation, along with a right knee ligament injury, likely LCL with possible PCL damage. Will undergo MRIs. Out for rest of regular season, not ready for start of next season. Return mid to late next season would be good news. So that's their complete. But that's an ugly prognosis, which I hope is in that 5% of the time that they're dead wrong on some of these things. Return mid to late next season would be good news.
Yeah.
Like they're saying that a late next season return would be good news.
Yeah.
So the possibility is that he's potentially out for the entire year. My goodness.
Yeah, that sucks. And in the short term, they play the Spurs tomorrow, so we're deprived of Wemby v. Sengun Part 2 in a week. So we don't even. I would imagine even Victor Wembanyama is like, damn, I was looking forward to getting after this guy on Tuesday night.
If there was anything if there's any way I could somehow blame the opponent for this injury last night, I would. But if anything, it was maybe Sengun shouldn't have been trying
so hard. I've seen that from people.
With an 8-point lead with a minute left.
Minutes ago. Yeah. I know.
2.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if that Wembanyama pulled a Nancy Kerrigan on this. Or Tanya Harding, excuse me. Not a Nancy Kerrigan. And turned our poor Sengun into the Nancy Kerrigan in the deal.
Yep. All right, number 2, let's get to the Texans. A lot to get to. Free agency starts today at 11 o'clock. Teams can begin engaging free agents that are not their own. The Texans signed a few of their own on over the weekend, including Desmond King and Eric Murray. Chris Boyd also signed to a deal. Khalil Davis, number 94, who made some things happen when he got on the field this year. These guys are all filler guys. These are lower-level depth chart guys. But at least, certainly King and Khalil Davis did some good things for the Texans last year. They also signed, Seth, after a visit late last year of the formerly of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look, he was one of those free agents back in 2022 that everybody was giving the flowers to the Jags for winning free agency. Like many free agents, he didn't get to the end of his deal. He signed a 3-year, $30 million deal. He was a cap casualty last week. He signs a 1-year deal with the Texans over the weekend. So a little depth on the D-line.
The connection here is that he played with Robert Saleh for a year, so he has some familiarity with that same defensive line philosophy. Also, Matt Burke, the current Texans defensive coordinator, was with the Jets that year with Fadakasi. So some familiarity there on Matt Burke's side, too. Probably a guy they really like, and maybe you get some upside on a guy who's hasn't had the most gilded of the last 2 years that he thought he was going to. The remaining free agents for the Texans who haven't signed that are probably most of note, I mean, there's still like 25 free agents, but Jonathan Grenard, Blake Cashman, Steven Nelson, Devin Singletary, Sheldon Rankins, which I'd say 50-50 on whether he's back or not, as well as many, many more. Cam Johnston, I almost expected to hear something about Cam Johnston getting a new deal before the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe we will this morning, but I'll be surprised if he and it looks like he'll probably hit free agency. That surprises me a little bit.
Yep.
3.
The Cougs win the Big 12 outright. Iowa State losing on Saturday, about 6 minutes into the Cougs' thrashing of Kansas. Cougs beat Kansas. It was a Cougs win or an Iowa State loss for the Cougs to clinch the Big 12 on Saturday. It was kind of cool. Like, Iowa State ended up losing their game about 5-6 minutes into the Cougs game. The natural tendency you would think might be for the Cougs to lay back a little bit, and I'm thinking to myself, no, Kelvin Sampson feels like a coach who's now going to take that Iowa State win and go, look, you need to show all these people that it doesn't matter that Iowa State just clinched you the conference. You go do your thing, and they did, man. They destroyed Kansas 76-46. This game was never close. Here was Kelvin Sampson following the win on how awesome Houston is.
We're the University of Houston. This is a damn good school. We live in a damn good city, and we're a damn good basketball program. And we should never, ever, ever think that we should take a back seat to anybody. And we didn't get like that this year. We've been a damn good basketball program for a long, long time. Not the last couple of years either. You know, it's been since 2017.
So brackets next Sunday. We get the conference tournaments this week. Brackets next Sunday coming out. Cougs will be a 1 seed.
I almost feel like that game against Kansas was – they went through that stretch, you know, where they had Baylor, Iowa State, Texas, all within a few days of each other. And afterwards, Kelvin Sampson had mentioned just how they were tired out. They were kind of haggard at that point. And I feel like they've completely recovered from that.
Yeah.
And then you get the benefit of going through that really tough stretch, and now they come back with fresh legs and they can play defense exactly the way they needed to play and wanted to play in that moment. And shouts in, obviously, and your first year in the Big 12.
Yeah,
Big 12 was it was not too big for them, Sean. It was not too big for them, it turns out.
Not too big. Coach of the Year, Kelvin Sampson. Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year, Jamal Shedd.
4.
Astros make some moves. The most notable one, Spencer Arrighetti, who's one of their better prospects in the minor leagues. Really good pitcher. He gets sent to the minor league camp. Forrest Whitley as well sent to the minor league camp. So he's out of options. Like it's poop or get off the pot time for Forrest Whitley here, who's been in the Astros organization for damn near a decade now. This is his 9th year in the organization.
I saw somebody kind of making a case or arguing on X.com that people shouldn't be mean to Forrest Whitley because it's not his fault that he gets injured. And I disagree. It's not, because I don't think people are necessarily mean to Forrest Whitley. I don't see a lot of vitriol directed at him, but it just does get frustrating after a while when a guy continually is somebody that you have hopes for. And I don't think for the last couple of years, ever since he showed up out of shape in the COVID year, I think a lot of people have been out on Forrest Whitley. That's when it did it for me. So when you talk about how, like, well, you can't blame the players for getting injured and what have you. I don't know. I got Brent Strom openly wondering why Forrest Whitley didn't show up in shape to camp. One of the issues Forrest Whitley had before that was that he was taking a substance he shouldn't have been taking.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard for me to act like Forrest Whitley is just an innocent victim and everything bad that happened. Yeah, I'll get frustrated with his injuries, damn it, and I'll get frustrated with a track record of a guy that doesn't show that perhaps there's reason to believe that he's doing everything that he can to get himself healthy.
5.
All right, let's get over to some of the activity going on in the NFL over the weekend. Let's start with quarterbacks. This was shaping up as of Saturday, Friday maybe. I forget what day Baker Mayfield signed his deal. I think he signed it yesterday. This was shaping up to be one of the more interesting quarterback free agency classes here, with Baker Mayfield set to hit free agency. Kirk Cousins, I think, is the big domino that people are waiting to fall today. Russell Wilson was out there. Wilson and Mayfield, we wake up Monday morning, they're both off the market. Mayfield goes back to the Bucs, 3 years, $100 million, $50 million of that guaranteed. So Baker Mayfield finally gets paid. And Russell Wilson overnight signs a deal with the Steelers. He's there. The Steelers are paying him the minimum, which is just over $1 million. He's going to make $39 million this year, though, because the Denver Broncos are paying the rest of that $39. So this is a. I mean, honestly, Seth, like, Kenny Pickett is not looking like that dude for the Steelers. This is a zero-risk signing for the Steelers. I think it's a good move by the Steelers, and we'll see if they get anything out of Russell Wilson this season.
I think that if they have to do kind of what the Broncos did last year, which was protect Russell Wilson and make it as simple as possible for him to do what he can still do, maybe the Steelers are a better fit. Maybe Mike Tomlin's a better fit than Sean Payton, who Sean Payton wasn't actually able to run the same offense that he was running with Drew Brees and with the Saints. I think that Arthur Smith, the offense coordinator for the Steelers, can really focus in on play action, bootleg, stuff like that. The one big question is that Arthur Smith loves for his quarterbacks to really feast down the middle of the field. That's exactly the opposite of what Russell Wilson is as a quarterback. Russell Wilson likes to push it more towards the boundaries. He doesn't do well throwing over the middle of the field, or at least doesn't choose too much of the time. So there might be a little bit of a mismatch there, but I think Arthur Smith might be the best option for Russell Wilson at this point in terms of taking what he can still do and utilizing that.
6.
It was real quick. I was going to say he has rehabbed a quarterback who looked like he was on his last legs before in Ryan Tannehill. So so there is that. 6. I'm going to go to the defensive line. Justin Madubuike signs his deal with the Ravens over the weekend. 4 years, $98 million. Chris Jones gets his deal done with the Kansas City Chiefs. 5 years, nearly $160 million for Chris Jones. $95 million guaranteed. As far as the Texans, what's the ripple effect here? If you're a believer that the Texans would be interested in Christian Wilkins and that there might be mutual interest between the two sides, because we've heard rumblings of that, this will be the price of poker to get into the Christian Wilkins poker game. Will be about minimum $24 million a year probably to get in on Christian Wilkins. We should mention that Eric Armstead, lineman who played in San Francisco with DeMeco Ryans as the DC, San Fran is going to release him because he wouldn't agree to a pay cut from his $17 million salary this year. So Armstead, familiarity, he is somebody that's out there, probably almost assuredly a less expensive option than Christian. Well, older and a little more banged up too, but a less expensive option than Christian Wilkins. But confirmation, I would say, Seth, of what the Wilkins market is going to be starting at 11 o'clock today.
Yeah, and I don't know if the Texans are going to go after Christian Wilkins. If they do, then this is probably the price range they expected, so that wouldn't be a huge sticker shock to them or anything. I just know that, I think no matter how good the Texans get or bad they get or what have you, I don't think that Nick is ever going to be a guy that's really going after the huge stars unless there's a potential to get them at a bargain somehow. Christian Wilkins might be a guy that they break that rule for just because he's been so steady and consistent. And if you look at the way his play has gone, like he's followed the route you'd want where he got a little bit better every year. This is not just some flash in the pan in his fourth year or anything. And I think that, if anything, he might end up getting more production in the Texans system than he did in the previous defensive systems that he was playing under. The biggest thing really also is that Christian Wilkins has been incredibly durable.
Yeah.
He's only missed 2 games in his first 4 years, plays a lot of snaps. Like he's not just 40% of the snaps or anything, and seems to genuinely love football and have that kind of attitude. If the Texans were going to stretch a little bit and go after one of the marquee guys, I feel like Christian Wilkins he checks off a lot of the boxes for why they might do it.
Yep.
7.
Mac, a couple trades. Mac Jones, quarterback, formerly of the New England Patriots. These trades took place over the weekend. He goes to Jacksonville for a 6th-round pick. So he goes from I think he was Offensive Rookie of the Year his rookie year. He's the only one of those quarterbacks that got his team to the postseason that year, to backing up Trevor Lawrence. So of those 5 quarterbacks that went in the top 15 back in 2021, in all likelihood, 4 of the 5 are going to be playing for their second teams coming up this year because Justin Fields is expected to be traded. Trey Lance played for the Cowboys last year. He was drafted by the Niners. I think Zach Wilson is expected to be on a different team next year. And the 4th one is Trevor Lawrence, who knows what direction that's all going right now in Jacksonville. But Mac Jones for a 6th, and then Jerry Jeudy traded from the Broncos to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th and a 6th-round pick. If you're wondering what's the vibe on this trade in Denver, well, if you take Mark Schlereth as some sort of barometer, Mark Schlereth, former Bronco, current radio host up in Denver, as the barometer for how people might feel in Denver, the feeling seems to be good riddance, Jerry Jeudy.
Hey, guys, your boy Stink here, and I've been telling you for the last 2 years bust position. Today, he was traded to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th and 6th round pick. And, I got this from you guys all the time, but he's so quick, in and out of breaks. He's a great route runner. Yeah, he's open after the quarterback has already gone through the progression. And as far as a football player, he's just not a great football player. Doesn't run secondary routes well to attract coverage, drops the football, doesn't block. Good riddance. Listen, that's not the kind of player you need here in Denver to rebuild this thing. I, for one, am glad he's gone, but I tell you this, I'll never forget you, Jimmy Judy. All the best.
Yeah, I need to know. I'm with you. I need to know why they call him Jimmy Judy.
Yeah. There's enough Jimmy Judys out there that when I Googled it, it was coming up with I couldn't scroll that far to figure out what was going on there. And he also, Schlereth felt strong enough that you could tell he was either babysitting his granddaughter or at a kid's party or something there. There were children in the background. He had to get his one last shot in at Jerry Jeudy. I'm guessing there's been, open feuding between these two. Remember, too, and we can play this later, was that Steve Smith wasn't so happy about Jerry Jeudy either. Jerry Jeudy does not have a lot of fans. When you hear Schlereth talking about his route running there, I think Jeudy does a whole lot of – he's a little bit extra when he sells his moves in route running, to the point where I feel like people think he's a better route runner than he is, and he's not necessarily precise with it or on time with it. So he gets open eventually, but he's also, he's been in a bad situation for a couple years. I think that this might end up being, if you're going to get anything out of Jerry Jeudy, it'll be this year in Cleveland, capable of playing in an offense like that that requires a certain amount of precision. If he doesn't, then, he'll be a cautionary tale for first-rounders. Plus, Mac Jones was not Rookie of the Year that year. It was Jamar Chase.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Yeah, Jamar Chase was incredible. 8. All right, last one here real quick. Fletcher Cox retiring after 12 seasons, all with the Eagles. Man, Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce on either side of the ball, Seth, that's about as big a leadership exodus from a football team, especially one that looked like it needed some leadership down the stretch last year. So who knows? Maybe Kelce and Fletcher Cox were failing in their leadership roles. Who knows?
It feels like it feels like a Nick Saban retirement. It feels a little bit like both those guys were like, I don't want to be dealing with this crap.
Dude.
No, man, this is just too much dysfunction. We're not coming up for air anytime soon. I'm done, man. I'm done. I don't need to go out like this.
Yeah, all the extra that came with the Eagles was basically NIL to Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce.
Yeah.
I don't need this.
The three of those guys, Saban, Kelce, and Fletcher Cox, were all like, this wasn't the game I loved. I'm out. We're good. Good luck to everybody.
Yep. So Fletcher Cox, a very, very heartfelt goodbye on Twitter to the Philadelphia Eagles after 12 seasons. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Free agency Monday, man. 2.5 hours, a little over 2.5 hours away from the start of free agency. It's going to come down right smack dab during injury, and we'll be all over it today. So keep it tuned right here to Sports Radio 610. Speaking of which, we know what the approach has been for Nick Caserio over the last couple years in free agency. 1- and 2-year deals to prove-it guys and reasonably priced guys. The approach has probably been more successful than you think. We've got some numbers to back that up. But if that is the approach this year, if by Wednesday there's been no big splash for the Texans, will people come away disappointed in how the offseason is going? That is next.
The NFL offseason is in full swing.
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, going to be a fun day. Real quick text here. We just got done doing headlines. Number one headline we had for today, other than free agency, is starting today. Alperen Sengun out for the year. Good point by a couple people texting in. How big is the trade for Steven Adams looking now for next season? Boy, that's true. I mean, you didn't make that trade with the anticipation Sengun was going to be out, but boy, if he's out heading into next season, at least you've got a viable center. Obviously, very different player than Alperen Sengun. Sengun is among the most skilled offensive big men you're ever going to see. But at least you've got a big, capable NBA body to put in the middle there in Steven Adams next year. So that's a great point.
Because at the time, there was just people wondering exactly how long he was even for the Rockets, whether it was just going to be a quick trade piece or something. Then, it looks like he'll stick around for longer.
He was at practice the other day, so he's around the team. So that's cool to see. So free agency begins at 11 o'clock today. And there's even with all the franchise tags and some of the guys who've been signed back to their own teams, like Matabike and Chris Jones, Baker Mayfield, guys like that, there's still plenty of guys that are going to be viewed as high-end, I'll call them splurge-level spending guys. There's still plenty of those guys in this crop of free agents, and there's a few of them that are at positions of need, almost stated positions of need for the Texans, Seth, because D'Amico Ryans has said two of the things he said that lead directly to some of the marquee names on free agency, offensive line on that side of the ball, and he acknowledged the need to improve the running game after the season was over as well. They couldn't run the football as well as they wanted to, which part of that is going and getting better running backs. The offensive line needs to play better, but I don't think they're spending big money on offensive linemen. They've already done that, taking care of their own. If we get to Wednesday, hell, if we get to tomorrow, because a lot of the big names go off the board pretty quickly because there's that land rush for all the available cap space. What do you think the reaction is going to be if it's been the same approach to free agency where it's been 1 and 2 year guys that are more in that mid to, we'll say, slightly upper mid tier as opposed to the marquee guys?
I guess it depends. I mean, with the running backs right now, names tend to appease people more than anything, more so than like actually projecting what they're going to look like in this offense or anything. I think the running back position, there's so many actual names out there that even in getting one of the mid-tier guys, if you're going to go after Tony Pollard or DeAndre Swift, for instance, which are probably, those guys are about like fourth or fifth or so down on the power rankings of running backs available in free agency. I think there'll be people that are upset that they didn't go after Saquon Barkley, but they'll be satisfied with, okay, DeAndre Swift is in the building. I've seen DeAndre Swift. I can visualize exactly what that's going to look like, and I think people could get with that. You're still going to be left, though, unless it's like a Saquon Barkley or a Derrick Henry or a Josh Jacobs. I think most people aren't going to be happy until there's two viable. Should they be happy until there's two viable running backs? But that might not come until the draft or July or August. So I would handicap it as if the Texans go after one of those top three backs, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, or Josh Jacobs, people will be placated. If not, then people are going to be agitated, and they'll be cursing Nick's name that they only have a Tony Pollard and nobody else on the roster.
Yeah, we're going to hear if they don't make one of the big signings, if they don't go after one of the big name free agents.
Yeah.
Because nothing gets the vocal portion of the fan base more vocal, good or bad, than signing big name free agents or not signing big name free agents.
Yeah.
Living in the mid tier is something that people don't that people don't like doing. So I think there's a lot, and this is what we'll hear also. We will hear the words rookie quarterback contract. We're going to hear a lot of that over the next 2 or 3 days, good or bad. Like, this is why you can sign Christian Wilkins. You got a quarterback on a rookie contract, or Nick's going after a bunch of 1 year, $6-7 million guys, and people are going to be throwing their hands up going, you've got a quarterback on a rookie contract. What are you doing?
Well, and a lot of it, too, the criticism that I don't like hearing just because it's just so false is when people think that if your team isn't signing huge name free agents, then they're not serious about winning. Because so many of the very best teams in the NFL are very selective in signing big name free agents. They don't do it all that often. I think there's this belief that you either go big or go home in free agency, and that's just not the fact of the matter. Like, you can be frustrated with your team for not spending in free agency for whatever reason, but you just simply can't say that if a team isn't signing marquee free agents, then they don't care about winning. That couldn't be further from the truth, because there's just so many teams that win and build without huge splashes in free agency, and certainly not with a large number of splashes in free agency.
Yeah, look, if we can all agree that the main reason why the Texans took a big step up in the terms of the quality of the team this season was because DeMeco Ryans is the head coach and C.J. Stroud is the quarterback. Like, that's the big thing. Like, that's always the biggest thing. Like, free agency is not going to change the trajectory unless you're signing a quarterback. It's not going to change massively change the trajectory of your franchise. The reason I bring that up is because I'm about to bring up the approach that Nick has taken and some of the success they've experienced with it. And I know the reaction's going to be, well, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've only had one good year, and it's been this past season. How successful could it have been? But if you go by, we're going to use Pro Football Reference has that approximate value stat that it allows them to give a quantitative stat on guys like interior offensive linemen. Like, it's they've got a formula and it comes up with how good a guy has played football for a team. The Texans, with this approach to free agency of going and getting 1 and 2 year guys, in terms of the level of play of those guys, they're 5th in the league out of all 32 teams in terms of the approximate value per $1 million that they've spent in free agency the last few years. So the guys they've gotten, they haven't all been hits, obviously, but if you were to bring up names like, they've gotten their money's worth or more, especially this last year with Devin Singletary and Dalton Schultz and Sheldon Rankins. I think Steven Nelson was a good signing. I think Malik Collins has been what they expected. Hell, even Desmond King, who's, I don't know what contract he's on now, but he's heading into his 4th season with the Texans. They've been lower-level signings, but they've been players who've played at or above the level they've expected them to. Now, you go and get guys like that with a quarterback in the room now, and with an elite edge rusher in Will Anderson, an elite corner in Stingley, and, some wide receiver help. And that's where those complementary guys that you go sign become kind of glue pieces for a good team. So the approach has worked for the Texans in terms of just those guys.
Well, you know where this is telling, I think, is that of the amount of cash that the Texans have spent, or that teams have spent in free agency, the Texans in that time slot have spent $205 million in free agency. And you ask, like, okay, how much is that? There's maybe like 10 of the teams have spent more than $200 million in that time. The only team in the top 15 for efficiency there, of the teams that have spent $200 million or more in free agency are the Texans. My fear is always when you decide that you're going to throw money at them, into stupid money, it turns into dumb money real quick. And in terms of quality of play per $1 million spent, the bottom 9 teams here are all teams that have spent more money than the Texans in free agency, $229 million plus. Really going past, like, the worst 7 teams.
Holy crap!
Have all spent. Yeah, so it's dumb money. Like, it's just, it almost gets to a point where when you're bringing that, when you're buying, when you're going on a spending splurge like that at some point, you're going to be really, really inefficient about it. So, like, the Texans, to an extreme degree, are the only team that's actually spent that much cash in free agency and done a good job of it, like made genuine, like generally wise purchases, including the guys that don't work out.
These are the bottom 8 teams on this efficiency list that you're talking about. Again, the Texans are 5th on this list. Teams 25 through 32 who all spent well in excess of $200 million over the last 4 years in free agency, some over $300 million. The Jags and the Jets have spent over $300 million in free agency, but Patriots, Chargers, Raiders, Dolphins, Giants, Jags, Broncos, Jets, like none of those teams have accomplished really anything of substance, and half of them are still at the 11th hour here trying to get underneath the salary cap.
I mean, so please throw me all of your arguments for going big in free agency and why it's so vital if you really care about winning. If you want to be in that same category of the Patriots for the last few years, or the Giants, or the Jaguars, or the Broncos, or the Jets, by all means, Yes, did in free agency, and spend it stupidly, please.
And stupidly is the key word, because make no mistake, I think we're both super excited about today at 11 o'clock, because this is a real opportunity to improve the football team. These numbers, though, give me confidence that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans are going to improve the football team in a way that's not going to have us acting like the Dolphins or the Bills 2 or 3 years from now. Yeah. Where all these, I'll just take a very micro thing that happened in the last 24 hours. The Texans signed Foley Fatukasi, the defensive tackle from the Jags. Well, why was he available? Because he signed a 3-year, $30 million deal that was an overpay 2 years ago, and the Jags have salary cap issues. Jags or they had to make room to sign Mitch Morse today. They've got to, you reach a point where, I want to go make this move, but there's got to be a corresponding move to open up space. The Texans are lucky they're not in that spot right now, and I think the method that they use going about it is going to try to ensure that they don't ever have to be in that spot, that if they want to go improve the team, they don't have to do it as best you can. Look, once CJ gets his deal, all bets are off. You're paying a guy $60 million a year to be your quarterback, and you're going to live in that world a little bit more. But for right now, I won't be nearly as disappointed probably as the masses will if we come in tomorrow and there hasn't been some big, huge, splashy signing by the Texans. I do think they'll be active. I think they're going to be active today.
No, they have to be active.
Yes.
They've got so many players. They absolutely. Nick will always be active in free agency. When it comes to the actual names of, that's where I get intrigued because they've been so careful for these past few years. But at the same time, you could say, all right, well, that's what it called for. They didn't know they were in a tricky spot. They had to reset a lot of the salary cap to begin with when Nick first got here. I think that when they do swing big, it's going to be for a guy much like with Will Anderson in the draft. If they swing big, it's going to be a guy they feel really good about. Yep. It's going to be somebody that no, we feel that the downside of this guy is minimal at the very least, because free agency, just like the draft, is a bit of a crapshoot. You never know a guy's going to work in your system specifically. But I feel like if they do go big, it's going to be somebody that they feel extra strong about. And so I trust them with that so far.
For the Saquon truthers, we got some audio in the next segment. Are you going to do you feel the same way about Saquon once we have this bit of audio? Because it's nut cutting time for the Saquon truthers today. We will get to that. Top of the hour, we're going to get to the quarterback market. It has changed in the last 24 hours. What's the ripple effect on the Texans? Who's still looking for quarterbacks? What's the ripple effect on free agency today? We will get to all of that coming up next.
Check one name off the list.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents.
I am doing this totally unscientifically, but my assessment of the landscape in free agency of what Texan fans want based on social media, which I know represents merely a sliver of the market out there, but it's the only sliver that I interact with on a frequent basis outside of my friends and family, is that the two big names are that Texan fans are hoping to come away with today. And I think there are factions of Texan fans behind each, and I think there's some that hope for both. Christian Wilkins on the defensive side and Saquon Barkley on the offensive side of the football. I think that feels about right. There's other names that people want in on, but those feel like those are the two big ones. We talked plenty about Christian Wilkins, both in the past week or so since we knew he was going to be available, as well as today because the market was kind of confirmed over the weekend by Justin Madubuike. 4 years, $98 million. Baltimore Ravens defensive tackle signs that deal. That's the neighborhood Christian Wilkins is going to be living in. We'll see if the Texans choose to live in that neighborhood with him. As far as Saquon Barkley goes, this is a point that I know, Seth, you've been making for quite some time stylistically about Saquon as well as Derrick Henry. I'll let you set this up. This is Nate Tice and Robert Mays coming up.
Yeah, Nate Tice and Robert Mays from the Athletic podcast said something that I agree with wholeheartedly, and both these guys watch a lot of film. They're really bright guys. They're more writers than they are, on-air personalities, although their podcast does very, very well. Mm-hmm. But this is Nate Tice wondering exactly why people seem to be so enthusiastic about
Saquon is such a unique talent because it's not like I want to see him in a Shanahan offense because he's a little too wild for that. Mm-hmm. He's a boom bust running back. He's the ultimate version of it. They want plant and go. They want their guys to get upfield and stuff.
That's
so
why
it's
the
not
Texans thing doesn't necessarily make sense to me.
Nope.
The pairing that has been thrown out there the most, and they have a ton of money to spend. But I just don't know stylistically if that makes a ton of sense.
It doesn't to me either. Henry would make more sense.
Yes.
Derrick Henry is a zone runner. He's going to do on everything, but he's a traditional plant and go. That's what he is.
Yeah. So I like, because that's exactly how I felt about it. As I sit and I watch people gush and wet their panties over Saquon Barkley potentially coming to the Texans, I don't understand what they love about tackles for no gain, or like stalled out drives or whatever, but every now and then some highlight reel stuff mixed in, because that's what you get with Saquon Barkley. And people make excuses for him left and right, up and down all day long, and act like he's the only guy who's ever run behind a bad offensive line before, while averaging 3.9 yards per attempt last year. I don't get it. It's just he doesn't churn out yardage consistently whatsoever. He wants a home run, or he'll take nothing at all. As opposed to a lead pipe carrying dude like Josh Jacobs or Derrick Henry that's gonna fight and grind to get you 3 yards at least. And both those guys have their weaknesses too. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm skeptical of running backs in general. Just this lust for Saquon Barkley. I don't understand why it's a fit with this scheme, or why people are so enamored of it, or in general, why people are still convinced that somehow poor Saquon Barkley has only had one good season in the last 4 seasons because of everybody's fault but his own. It's never Saquon Barkley's fault, including that one good season that he had. The second half of it was trash as well. Mm-hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it.
That feels like a Cowboys signing. Saquon Barkley feels like a Cowboys signing. And the Cowboys are supposedly in on Saquon Barkley. So we'll see, or want to be in on Saquon Barkley. 11 o'clock today is when you can officially be in on these guys.
Michael Lombardi just tweeted out that the Eagles are going to be big players for Saquon Barkley as well.
Okay. So we'll see. They're going to lose DeAndre Swift in free agency. It is interesting, and this is where Texan fans who want Saquon so badly, if he goes to a team that's already paying a quarterback, top quarterback dollars, that's going to exacerbate it even more. If he goes to the Cowboys, who literally have a quarterback that has a $59 million cap hit as of today, because they haven't extended Dak to be able to spread some of that money out, or if he goes to the Eagles, where Jalen Hurts' contract is about to kick in, the Saquon people are going to be really angry about that.
Yeah, but it also is all right. like the amount of money, like the rookie quarterback's got nothing to do it when it comes to a running back, like a washed up running back, which they all are after their first contract. Like he might get $10 million per year. You know, I don't think that it's not having a rookie quarterback to buy a free agency running back. You've got that space. If you need it and if you think he's that important. It's just that people don't think that running backs are all that important anymore, so they're just not going to bother with paying an extra $5 million for one that got drafted high in the first round versus a guy like Devin Singletary.
I agree wholeheartly with you. I agree with everything you just said.
No,
I'm talking about the people
you're talking about
what
people's responses are going to be.
Yeah.
No, honestly, if your barometer or if your test for whether or not the Texans really are trying to improve the team in free agency is whether or not they make a go at Saquon Barkley, I cannot take you seriously as a football fan. I'm sorry, I just cannot. Of everything you've seen and watched in the NFL in the last 10 years, somehow going after Saquon Barkley is what indicates whether or not you care about winning football games. Let's get serious, everybody. You can't possibly believe that. I think that you're drunk when you're typing that on Twitter. I don't think you genuinely believe it in your heart.
I was a little surprised at the result of this poll that James Roy put up this poll. And he's James Roy, his bio, Texans, Astros, Rockets, Dynamo, host of The Bullpen. Occasional movie reviewer, Bobby Slowick's nephew. That's his bio. I don't think he's really Bobby Slowick's nephew. I'm pretty sure. But he put up a poll, which I thought was an interesting question, and I'm gonna do what I normally do, Seth, which is ask you what you think the results of the poll are.
Yeah.
You can guarantee the Texans sign one of the following two free agents, but they only get one: Christian Wilkins or Saquon Barkley.
Oh, they'll have gone with Christian Wilkins in a landslide. I'd predict 80%.
69.4% Christian Wilkins. You're surprised that wasn't a little more even, just given all the Saquon? Do you think the Saquon people are a small, very vocal group, or?
No. I think a lot of the Saquon people just really aren't thinking it through. And if when you sit down to think about it, all right, an interior defensive lineman who's been very healthy and productive versus a running back who's a running back, and I don't care what his name is, he's a running back. Then I feel like the defensive lineman wins every time, so no matter whether it's Saquon Barkley or not.
And he did
the 30%. Who said was 29% or 30%?
30% for Barkley.
The 30% that said Barkley. I advise you to carve out some time today to sit, reflect, pray, meditate, and think about why you're wrong.
There you go.
And then I want you to send me 200 words on the topic
as to why you're wrong.
Yes.
Fair question here, I think. Text page 8883. Do you all think that Dameon Pierce will be traded?
It's a really good question. I think there's a 55% chance he's traded.
I'm with you on that. I think I actually wrote a piece about this. It's going to go up on the Houston Press. Well, we did a segment about this last week where I kind of power ranked the various scenarios with Dameon Pierce, and I had traded at the top of the list. I think I love Dameon Pierce. He's awesome. Great dude. I think in the right system can be a productive running back. If you can get a fifth or a sixth for him, I think you just kind of blow up the running back.
You can't wait on finding out whether or not Dameon Pierce is going to grasp this system when he really looked uncomfortable in it. And he said he's dedicated to really learning it and fixing it this offseason. But I think there's just other places in the league where he might be more of a natural fit. And those teams, I think, are going to look at Dameon Pierce like, yeah, we can still – it's not like he changed as a person or anything. He's still an awesome guy. He still is going to run his butt off when given the opportunity. He just needs to be in the right fit. So somebody out there would be interested in taking a swing at him.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday, free agency Monday. So the 11 o'clock today is when teams can start reaching out to the representation of free agents that are not their own. If you got players who are representing themselves, they are allowed to talk to those players. I should point that out. Deals get signed officially that get agreed to the next 2 days. They get signed officially Wednesday afternoon starting at 3 o'clock. And it's very rare that the two sides agree to a deal verbally and one side backs out. I tried to find a list of times it's happened, Seth. The one that popped into my head was Anthony Barr a few years ago where he Minnesota outside linebacker, he agreed to a deal with the Jets and then just last minute said, I'm going back to Minnesota. Yeah. but it does not happen very often.
What about did Earl Thomas back out after the initial tampering period when he had agreed to go to he agreed to go to I don't know.
I don't remember the Earl Thomas situation. The Anthony Barr
when he went to Baltimore, he had agreed with Indianapolis or something.
Had he?
I think.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll look it up.
That was the first sign that maybe things were a little bit different or off with
a
Earl
tad
Thomas.
askew with Earl Thomas. Yeah. All right, quarterback situation. The biggest domino that people are waiting to fall today. Who is it? What does the QB situation look like around the NFL, especially after two signings that have taken place in the last 24 hours? We will get to that coming up next.
Kaimi Fairbairn is coming back.
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Diana Rossini of The Athletic says this about the quarterback market. She said that Kirk Cousins waiting to fall. Like, that's the thing that's going to kind of set the trajectory for free agency. Kirk Cousins, who, mind you, is coming off an Achilles tear. He's 36 years old, and he's won one playoff game. That's the desperation level for quarterback play. He informed, Seth, the Minnesota Vikings yesterday that he was going to test free agency. And it looks like Atlanta is rumored to be the biggest threat to sign Kirk Cousins. If you're a Minnesota fan and you want Kirk Cousins back, it looks like Atlanta is the place that feels like their owner, Arthur Blank, feels like if they get Kirk Cousins in there, they could certainly win that division and make a run in the playoffs.
According to, is it Florio that basically is saying that Kirk Cousins is already like on his way there and is moving there, and it's a foregone conclusion?
Looking at real estate, and had talked to Kyle Pitts about somehow procuring the jersey number 8 from him. Yeah. That's what Florio said. Kyle Pitts debunked that, but yeah.
Kyle Pitts says, well, all he said was you guys will make anything up. Yeah, that's debunking it. So it was a weird thing for Florio. Florio admitted that it was unverified as he was making a case for himself being a serious journalist while also openly floating out an unverified report. So I'm curious what he gets, like, because a free agent quarterback, like a viable free agent quarterback, a starting quarterback, is exceedingly rare. And when you see a guy like Deshaun, technically a free agent, but that was as close as you come to it, he gets $240 million guaranteed. I do think that the Falcons are probably going to pay, if they pay for Kirk Cousins, they're going to pay way more than almost anybody thinks is reasonable, including probably Kirk Cousins himself. But that's just them's the breaks these days. Remember, the Falcons are a franchise that was willing to take the biggest dead money cap hit ever for Matt Ryan just so they could have the chance to take a swing at Deshaun Watson. Like, that was like they were late entrants to that, but they said, well, hell, yeah, we got to get a quarterback somehow, some way, and if Deshaun's interested, then yeah, we'll do this. So it wouldn't surprise me if they end up paying $50 million a year for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that may be. God, he may get paid again. Kirk Cousins, I don't know if he's a great I know he's not a great quarterback. I don't even know if he's a good quarterback. But damn, he's good at playing the business game side of this thing, man. Really good.
Yeah, and it's not super complicated. It's hey, go to free agency. Like, what's your strategy? I'm just not going to accept a contract until I go to free agency.
Well, dude, in some ways, like him playing at that level, just below like the elite level quarterbacks, almost like facilitates his ability to hit the open market. You know what I mean? Like they were the Redskins back then. The Redskins were like, yeah, we'll give him the franchise tag. I mean, we're not sure about giving him a long-term deal. And then they go, okay, we'll give him the franchise tag again. We're not sure about giving him a long-term deal. And we're going to let him walk, I think, after the 2 franchise tags. We're going to let him walk. And he goes to many years fully guaranteed, 3 years, $87 million, back when that was tippy-top money for a quarterback. Every penny of it guaranteed. Gets another extension somewhere along the way because you got to open up some cap space, you know, if you're the Vikings.
He's in the sweet spot, isn't he?
Dude, yes. This is where
being really, really good is dumb.
This is where
be Kirk Cousins good.
Live in purgatory. Everybody talks about being in that mid-level, but man, if you want to be a quarterback who gets paid, don't go winning a bunch of playoff games, man. You want to go have control of your own situation and still get paid tens of millions of dollars and be among the highest paid guys?
You know who benefits? You know what this is in real life, Sean?
Yeah.
It's the guy who women don't consider marriage material, but that they're attracted to.
Yeah.
Bam. There's you go.
Yes.
You get the cream of the crop wherever you go, but nobody's ever looking for a commitment.
Right. Yeah.
Those guys live a dream life. Nobody's trying to the woman out there is like, I need to be sure this guy puts a bun in my oven. Hell no, they don't want that. But they want to, they want to go cooking.
They want the franchise tag. Yeah, 1 year, a little bit of commitment for 1 year. And that's it. Then it's on to the next.
Kirk Cousins is the bad boy somehow.
He is. Oh, God. Yeah. That's the ultimate irony right there. So Baker Mayfield signs over the weekend with Tampa Bay. He re-ups with Tampa Bay. 3 years, $100 million. So Tampa Bay's off the board. They've got their quarterback in place. I think Pittsburgh, I don't think they know who their starting quarterback is going to be, but they're out of the quarterback market. They signed yesterday to a 1-year veteran minimum deal for a little over $1 million. Russ is still, don't worry, everybody, Russ is still going to get $39 million this year. It's just that 38 of it is going to come from the Denver Broncos. 1 of it will come from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Steelers are off. I think we all think that, especially now with Baker Mayfield out of the mix, that he's back with Tampa, because we'd heard those rumors about New England might want to get in on Baker and then trade out of the 3rd pick overall.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good saying that Chicago picking 1, Washington picking 2, and New England picking 3 are going to take quarterbacks with those picks. I feel pretty confident in that.
Yeah.
So I think we can move those off the board. So this leaves us with Atlanta openly looking for a quarterback. Hell, their head coach said at the Combine that if we got better quarterback play last year, I wouldn't be the head coach here today, Raheem Morris.
Yeah, it's been weird for Desmond Ridder and Kenny Pickett, I think. On one hand, you might have a team official professing their undying love for Desmond Ridder or Kenny Pickett, and then on the other hand, you've got, like what you had mentioned, Raheem Morris saying that, or the Steelers just going out and signing Russell Wilson. The funniest meme I saw of the Kenny Pickett reaction to Russell Wilson was that Arthur shaking his fist, except it was a tiny little fist in the the cartoon of the Arthur shaking his fist. Kenny Pickett has notoriously small hands.
They made the hands smaller.
Yeah.
That's excellent. So I think Atlanta, Minnesota has to have its head on a swivel right now in case Kirk Cousins leaves. They're going to need a quarterback. I think the Giants are in the quarterback marketplace. We've heard that they're not all that hepped up about life with Daniel Jones, and I think Las Vegas, whose quarterback right now is Aiden O'Connell. I think they wanted to be in on the Russell Wilson stuff. So Wilson off the market. So those are the teams that are in the quarterback market right now.
The Giants claim that they're interested in having Saquon Barkley back as well. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're up a river without a paddle at this point because they committed all this money to Daniel Jones, and it looks like it was what I think like 97% of football fans thought it was at the time, which was dumb. That I don't know. Maybe there's that many more Daniel Jones lovers than I realized. The chances that Saquon Barkley goes out, tests the market, and ends up back in New York, I would say that's like less than 5%.
Yeah, I was going to generously say 10%.
I mean, just without any hurt feelings or anything aside, like why on earth would he want to go back to that situation as opposed to somewhere that it might actually block for him this year?
I think someone's going to pay Saquon, something in line with what he got last year, the $12 million. I think someone's going to give him $12 million a year.
The consensus in an article in The Athletic, I believe, from a bunch of unnamed scouts or executives and coaches was they were all saying that they thought he'd get $10 million per year, or maybe a little bit less, but I think that's when they're anonymously projecting what they think they would do. Like, oh, no, I'd be the one that was smart. Sorry, if the majority of people think that he's worth that, then the high bidder is going to be somebody that pays him like $12 million a year.
Yeah.
So he probably gets that.
I've had people ask me, like, okay, Sean, you say you don't unconditionally just don't want Saquon Barkley. There's a number that you would take him at. And I said, yeah, like $7 or $8 million a year I'd take Saquon Barkley. And then the reply to that is you're gonna miss out potentially on a game-changing running back over just $4 million, like $3 or $4 million a year. And my answer is yeah. That's like I'm not in the business of giving money away. You're asking me what I think his value is, given the injury history, given the position, given the glut of capable running backs out there. Like we can't ignore that. Like this is certainly in name power, but also in sheer quantity. The number of running backs that have had very good seasons in the last couple of years, at some point in the last couple of years. I mean, it's not just Saquon. It's Josh Jacobs. It's Derrick Henry. It's Tony Pollard. It's Austin Eckler. It's DeAndre Swift. Like, there are a lot of really capable running backs out there.
Well, and then Saquon Barkley, he's almost like a twisted version of what you had just talked about with Kirk Cousins, where Kirk Cousins keeps getting chances in free agency because he's good, but he's just not quite good enough for that team to lock him down. I mean, with Saquon Barkley, there's a reason the Giants don't want to keep him. And as haphazard as the Giants have been run over the last few years, he's a running back who's had one good year in the last 4 years.
Yep.
People are making a lot of excuses for Saquon Barkley based on him being on a bad team. And, I don't know, maybe I just come from a day and actually made the team look better because they were such good running backs. But maybe not. Maybe that's not the way people look at it anymore.
I look, if they signed Saquon Barkley, I would certainly by the time camp rolled around, I'd be really excited about it. Like I'm not gonna be somebody who goes into next year like rooting against the guy my team signed. You know what I mean? Like I can be right. You know?
I'll question why exactly they were going for Saquon Barkley though. I'll be excited about hopefully being wrong about it, but I'm gonna wonder exactly what if you're trying to get that system to work. Why did you go after a guy who seemingly in a lot of ways does not fit this system at all? And just that everything I know about the Kubiak Shanahan system is that they want to keep the chains moving by not taking negative yardage, like not having bad run plays. Saquon Barkley has a lot of bad run plays, getting tackled at the line of scrimmage or for minimal gain, whereas the Kubiak Shanahan system traditionally wants to, at the very least, falling forward to get 3 or 4 yards at least. Then they also want to lead the league in big runs. So the second part of it, Saquon Barkley is really good at, but the actual churning out consistently positive yardage, he's really bad at. He's really like amongst the free agent running backs, and certainly compared to Derrick Henry, he's awful at it compared to those guys.
Yep.
So that's the part I just don't get.
Okay, a couple things here. One, we've had a few people ask you, Seth, your thoughts on Eric Armstead, the San Francisco defensive tackle, becoming available. I don't know if it's official yet. He will not agree to a pay cut from his $17 million salary with the Niners next year. It's the last year of a deal he signed with them 4 years ago. He signed a 5-year, $85 million deal. So he's got a $17 million salary this year. He doesn't want a pay cut. Now, I don't know if this means he needs at least $17 million to sign wherever he's going. He just had surgery on his meniscus. He played hurt in the postseason. He played well, but he played hurt in the postseason, and he's north of 30 now. He's going to turn 31 during the season. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Eric Armstead to the Texans?
It's the tough thing about a meniscus injury is it's always scary to figure out exactly how a guy's going to recover from it. How bad was the meniscus tear, and where was it? You know, did they just snip a little bit off it, or does he have bone on bone now? I think that he'd be a very good fit in a lot of ways. And he can play inside, he can play outside. I'm sure D'Amico has a good relationship with him. It's just the fear of a guy with an injury at that age might prevent him from getting much on the open market. This guy, I could see the Texans maybe signing him to a 1-year deal after a few weeks out on the market. Maybe that's what I would forecast right now. That if they do like Eric Armstead, it's going to be with some protections from the injury standpoint.
I'm curious what exactly the pay cut was they were looking for too, because it may not be that he still wants or thinks he's worth $17 million, but if they so if they were asking him to take a 50% pay cut, $8.5 million, because they need to open up some cap space to keep some guys or to be active in free agency. Then much lower than 17 then for Eric Armstead in his mind.
Yeah.
In his mind.
Yeah. And he might just, sometimes it's tough. Asking for the pay cut is tricky because then feelings get involved and egos get involved, and he might have just felt like, no, I'm not going to do you solid by taking a pay cut for you.
Yeah.
I've seen guys refuse a pay cut even almost when they belligerently refuse a pay cut even though they realistically know that they're not going to get that same money. It just almost in that moment it just comes down to pride.
Yep. Texter makes a comparison of Kirk Cousins to Matt Schaub. I think that's exactly what he is. I think same system, same level of quarterback, same statistical productivity that feels like it's a function of the system and the weapons around him than it is any individual greatness on his part. And there's no disrespect to Matt Schaub.
If Schaub had stayed healthy, I think. Because he was, even though he had that good year after his Liz Frank, he still wasn't the same guy. And then certainly by the year that he was throwing the pick sixes, that he was physically just not the same guy. So yeah, a younger Matt Schaub. Where I encourage everybody to go back and watch some highlights from pre-2012 Matt Schaub, and he was actually he had a fair amount of athleticism to him.
Yep.
By quarterback standard. Well, by non-athletic quarterback
he moved
standards.
enough. He moved enough. Sean, you seriously text message. You seriously believe Dalton Schultz is worth more than Saquon Barkley? Yes, I do. I think he's
almost everybody does.
Yeah,
most of the league would. Like it's a that's like half the guards in Lombardi.
Right.
There's a boatload of people that are worth more than Saquon Barkley, strictly by like how much teams are willing to pay them.
No, yeah. I know. Look, Texter, and I'm putting words in your mouth here. I know Saquon has a spectacular sizzle reel. I know that his highlight YouTube looks amazing, and I know he's made a bunch of plays since he came into the league. I'm not the one who's saying Dalton Schultz is worth more than Saquon. I mean, I guess I am because I'm answering your question. Football is saying that Dalton Schultz is worth more than Saquon. Football is saying that above-average guards are worth more than Saquon. Some much more than Saquon Barkley. We've been doing this for 2 years now about this running back position. Where have you been? That's what football is saying about these guys. That's not me saying it about these guys.
Yeah, almost every Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl alternate caliber player who's a vested veteran in the league, almost all of them are worth more than Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And then a good deal of them who aren't Pro Bowl players like Dalton Schultz.
That's obviously. Right. That's right. Yeah, no, it's just, yeah. So seriously, you believe? Yeah, because I have two eyes and I can read numbers. I know how math works. The league says that they're worth more than Saquon Barkley. All right. So Payne and Pendergast with you here. Free agency Monday. So things we're less than 2 hours away from the start of this thing. In the Loop is going to be all over this stuff for you guys today, as will The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And the guys on Area 45 tonight as well, because this is a 24-hour deal, man, for these next couple of days on between free agents and these 32 teams. As far as another position I think we need to keep an eye on, one, because the Texans need players at this position. Two, because at the tippy top of this position, it's going to affect the Houston Texans dramatically over the next year or two. We will tell you what that is coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood.
Go 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so, hey, real quick from Adam Schefter. Bengals franchise tag wide receiver T. Higgins has requested a trade per sources. Higgins loves Cincinnati, and he hoped to be with the team long term, but is disappointed that the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since March of last year. He's ready to move on to a new home. So that's okay. So that's a bit of good news for the Texans. That one of the teams that, when they have a healthy quarterback, is considered one of the better teams in the AFC. Have a little bit of turmoil going on right now in the building because they're going to end up paying Jamar Chase, not T. Higgins.
Yeah.
The franchise tag is just a way for them to kind of keep this thing going for another year. A little bit.
Look, not to mention, we had seen that article from that. He's a Twitter doctor, orthopedist, who points out that maybe Joe Burrow's hand injury isn't. It's perhaps no small thing. That he was speculating that a lot of times in athletes this ends up, for throwing athletes, this ends up being a bigger deal than not. I don't know. That's all just speculation at this point from a guy that doesn't have the actual X-rays in front of him or anything. However, I'm all for it. If it takes down one of the great quarterbacks and competitors to C.J. Stroud a notch or two, then yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
by hook or by crook or by twisted hand, Sean. I don't give a damn.
Let me read what the guy. I'm not going to read the whole tweet because it's a pretty long tweet.
Yeah.
But this particular doctor that you're talking about, that was tweeting about Burrow's wrist surgery, ligament surgery, his season-ending right scapholunate ligament tear in his throwing wrist. He said, I asked an orthopedic hand surgeon colleague his thoughts on this injury as it pertains to Burrow, and here was his response. It's a bad injury to have. Invariably always leads to some instability over time and arthritis at an earlier age. 80% of normal strength and range of motion is common. Hard to do the dart thrower's motion, which is important for snapping the wrist in the follow-through when throwing. But these guys are superhuman, so I'm sure he'll be fine. End quote.
So based on his superhumanness,
yes,
he'll be all right.
He'll be okay, yeah.
That is okay. That is true. Like some injuries that the average person has a hard time coming back from with high school football or anything. Like the level of rehab and all of that goes into it makes it a little bit less of a concern for guys like Joe Burrow. But it's something to keep an eye on.
So he said, this doctor, the one tweeting, the orthopedic hand surgeon that he asked about Burrow, asked the question about Burrow again, said, but these guys are superhuman, so I'm sure he'll be fine. Follow-up question. Does this injury change his career forever? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So he says this. For context, he's the only pro quarterback I've heard with this, so it's hard to gauge. So he's kind of speaking in generalities about the injury, but we're kind of in uncharted territory as far as elite quarterbacks having this injury.
Well, I mean, Joe Burrow now, it's starting to mount up. I don't know where we put the appendicitis into all of this. I don't look at that as like something that obviously he's never going to have that issue again. But it's every year something is popping up with Joe Burrow. And for a guy that gets hit a good amount, like I'd be worried about that if I were a Bengals fan, that this is going to start to become a little too bit of a routine thing.
He's been healthy 2 out of 4 years. His rookie year, he got injured, hurt the knee, and he was out. He played 10 games, and then last year he was gone after that Texans game in week 10 or whatever it was, and he had the calf injury that he played kind of hobbled. Even in the games where he played, he was hobbled with a calf injury. It's a fair point. Now, the flip side is the 2 years where he's been fully healthy, they've made it 3 points from winning the Super Bowl, and they made it to an AFC title game. It's a quarterback who's only available 50% of the seasons fully. If in those seasons he's fully available, you're right there in the mix to win a Super Bowl in those seasons.
I would take that, except for the fact that I don't think that's something that continues on through his entire career. He's either gonna not get injured as often, or he'll. Okay, but going back to college, 2017 broke his hand/wrist. 2020 he had a chest rib fracture. 2020 ACL tear. 2021 finger dislocation. That happens. 2022 knee strain. Then 2022 MCL sprain, 2023 leg calf strain. Like, it's just a constant litany of stuff that does affect his play. But maybe I'd put him right now in maybe that Ben Roethlisberger category where he seems to be injured a lot, and yet he's still playing, and he's out there playing through the injuries. He's not built quite like Ben Roethlisberger, for better or for worse. So it's just something to monitor.
I think what's interesting about this T. Higgins trade request is that, and this leads right into what I wanted to talk about with Nico Collins in this segment, because I think we're keeping an eye on two things with the Texans over these next few days. At least I am. I know is obviously who they sign in free agency. We're all looking at that. But then I know I'm going to be keeping an eye, similar to how the Jalen Johnson signing last week makes me at least think about Derek Stingley Jr. down the road. We are in much more of a near-term situation with Nico Collins. Like he's extension eligible this week when the league year be to. I'm going to be keeping an eye, maybe not at the top of this free agent market, because I think like Calvin Ridley's the best wide receiver still left out there in free agency. But this is a time of year where we probably will start to see some extensions for guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's in Nico's class, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Jamar Chase, all eligible for extensions. So just keeping an eye on that. And what's interesting about this Higgins thing to me, Seth, is that, like, in a perfect world, this is a situation that the Texans could be staring at down the road in a couple of years, where their quarterback has progressed similar to Burrow, hopefully healthier, but to where he's gotten you into a couple deep playoff runs with C.J. Stroud. So now you're paying him. Nico Collins, if he has another big year like this and you want to hang on to him, got to pay him. And then Tank Dell, who I know when we played the little exercise last week, do you think this guy could be a top 5 guy paid at his position down the road? You were bullish on Tank Dell down the road. This could be, the Texans, if things progress the way we hope they do on the field, they could be faced with a similar situation in how they allocate resources down the road here, similar to how Cincinnati's trying like hell to keep Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Joe Burrow. Heavy artillery together. In a perfect world, the Texans will be facing similar decisions. It means that things went really, really well on the field with CJ, Nico, and Tank.
The thing that's interesting about the Bengals is that they're one of the teams that spent heavily in free agency a few years ago, and it paid off for them. It helped kind of elevate them to where they needed to be. Yeah. It was actually the year before they drafted Joe Burrow.
That's right.
So, like, they had the actual double benefit of not just a rookie on his quarterback contract, but they paid a huge chunk of some of those upgrades before their rookie even got there.
Yep.
Which is kudos to them because it's worked out. They are now, because it comes up on you fast, they're at that point where they got to figure out, okay, how do we work in this quarterback contract with these defensive guys that we had paid in free agency plus of all these other guys. The bill comes due a lot sooner than I think you ever want to really believe.
Yeah.
This whole notion of like, oh, we've got a rookie quarterback. Awesome. We can spend as much as we want. Like, that bill comes due very, very quickly. It's it's like these damn balloon notes that they had during the real estate boom. You got like a 3-year no interest loan with a balloon at 3 years. 3 years? Oh, my house will be worth 3 times as much by then, of course.
I'm told that the value of my home is going to quadruple. This will be no problem at all.
I was told that my house quadrupled in value from the time I entered the closing meeting until I left.
Dude.
Yeah. Because now the house has been lived in. See, it's been proven. Yeah.
That happened not all that long ago. Like, it's, oh, man. Hey.
Just tell me how much you think you should be making in income, and we'll put that down on the paper.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, that sounds right.
Dude,
yes.
It's just
You're
crazy.
approved.
Crazy. Okay, I'm going to confess something here. I didn't even know this Savannah Bananas game was going on at Minute Maid Park this weekend.
Okay.
I had no idea.
The Savannah Bananas game was going on to the 1,000 people attending.
I feel so dumb. Like, I had no idea.
I do too. I didn't know what was going on. I may have had an awareness that the Savannah Bananas were coming to Houston to play an exhibition game. I didn't realize that Roger Clemens and Roy Oswalt were going to be pitching, and I also didn't realize that 41,000 people were going to attend.
Yeah.
Like, where's the? I gotta say, the Savannah Bananas are very, very good at marketing. But how the hell did they sell 41,000 tickets in Houston? Like, largely under the radar, without it, at least I hadn't seen any advertisements or anything. If one of you went to the game, tell me how you found out about the Savannah Bananas game.
I want to hear from somebody who went to the game. I've only
did
seen
you know that Clemens and Oswalt were going to be pitching before you went?
Yeah, because this got a lot of
did
buzz.
Did you know that Clemens and Oswalt were not going to be in their prime condition?
No.
This was, you know what? This was really a kick in the nargs by the Savannah Bananas to me, because I had in my fantasy world, Roger Clemens was going to come in at age 61 and just smoke 3 straight batters and leave. And it was both he and Oswalt lasted a third of an inning apiece. It was, but they got out there and they threw. Okay, damn it.
Remember we had Roger on like a month ago, and remember he invited you and me over to his house to get into his batting cages to see if we could catch up to his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like 5% better after seeing the video of him with the Savannah Bananas that I might be able to, if I close my eyes and swing, that I might, I
don't feel a single inch hit Roger Clemens, but it does give you more respect for just like how good baseball players of any variety are, whether they're minor leaguers, independent minor leaguers or not. It's hard to play baseball.
Yeah. So I felt stupid when I saw those videos popping up this weekend. So the Savannah,
it was a pack. I thought when I saw the videos popping up and I saw how big the crowd was, I thought at first that it was a joke or something, that they were taking it from another one, because I know the Savannah Bananas are like very popular, and obviously because Josh Reddick's got an ownership interest in them, there's a Houston connection there. But they're on like a tour right now, and I don't know if all of the major league ballparks are going into are going to be as well attended, but that's impressive.
Yeah, barnstorming, man. That's where the money's at. Just go on the road like a concert act. That's fun.
That's what we should do with the show.
Yes, Payne and Pendergast.
Take it up to Indianapolis and fight everybody.
Yeah, we'll need security.
Fight everybody in that damn
We'll need
place.
security for sure. Nashville and Indianapolis, we will need security. All right, we're a little over an hour away, beginning of free agency. All right, so I've got a list of names here. If these names pop up in a Schefter bomb with the Houston Texans, what will the excitement level be? The final free agent name watch list, getting you ready. We got to keep an eye on Woj today too for some Sengun news. We
also have a lot of answers about the Savannah Bananas.
Oh, good. Okay, good. We'll get to those.
Rest easy, everybody. Rest easy. We'll take care of the important news first.
I'm actually excited to hear that. Excited as well as what soda weight loss has done for me.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, the Savannah Bananas are what we thought they were, which is they're the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. They barnstorm. Seth and I weren't totally dialed in. I'd seen the viral videos.
Wait a second. What? They are what we thought they were. 7 minutes ago, we're like, how the hell did the Savannah Bananas sell so many tickets in Houston?
No, but I knew No. But in terms of they don't play in a league, is what I'm saying. Like they go around the country. They're like in my mind, I'm thinking, they're like the Globetrotters, and that's kind of what they are. And they travel with a couple teams that play against them that are basically the equivalent of the Generals. That's in my mind what I thought they were. We've just got confirmation on it from several. Now I had zero clue about how they went about marketing themselves and the online presence and the social media usage that they have that led to them getting 300,000 entries into a lottery to buy tickets to a game. That's freaking incredible, dude.
And then the marketing mostly was through Astros newsletter and then just their own, like the people who already follow the Savannah Bananas. Yeah. So this is yet another things in America that are famous today that you don't have any clue about. That not you, Sean, but just anybody in general. There's so many people who are like wildly internet famous that I have zero clue who they are. Now, I understood that the Savannah Bananas were very popular. I didn't know they had this level of popularity.
Me neither, man.
That they could go on tours where they fill up Major League Baseball stadiums. And also everybody is saying that they did not know that Roger Clemens, Roy Oswalt, and Josh Reddick were all going to make appearances.
Yeah, those are surprises. So that was cool.
I would have expected Josh Reddick just because it seems like it might be Josh Reddick's full-time job now is helping promote the Savannah Bananas or what have you. Yeah. But the other two guys were complete surprises.
That's cool. That's really cool. All right.
That's a good way to keep baseball relevant with the youth. You know? Yeah. It's just I can remember as a young kid getting excited about going to watch the Harlem Globetrotters before I actually cared about real basketball.
Dude, when I was a kid, I'm like, why don't the Harlem Globetrotters play in the NBA? They would destroy everybody. I thought the Harlem Globetrotters were like the first ever super team. I'm like, look at Curly Neal can dribble while he's sliding around on his hip on the floor.
All those NBA players made it look like it was hard to score points. Right. Whereas the Globetrotters, this is the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Why isn't Geese Osby playing in the NBA right now? Meadowlark Lemon. We got this from a few people, and we're going to get to our free agency name watch list here in a second. As we head towards the top of the hour. We're an hour and 13 minutes away from the start of free agency. But a few people after we read Schefter's tweet reporting that T. Higgins is requesting a trade from the Cincinnati Bengals. It's logical the Texan fans would ask this. What would you guys trade, or would you all trade for T. Higgins, or would you draft a wide receiver? I don't know about you, Seth. I am not a huge believer in trading major draft capital for the right to pay almost anybody because it's a double whammy. I understand sometimes you have to do it if you want to get that player. I definitely don't think the Texans are at a stage where they should be doing that, trading a first-round pick to pay T. Higgins $30 million a year.
Right. Yeah, I think that looking for that third receiver at this point is best through the draft. If you're looking for somebody that can really break through, if you're looking for somebody to fill out or complement the team, then, yeah, find that guy in free agency or via trade if he's on a smaller or on a longer-term contract already. I'm with you there. And that some of that goes back to just in team building and where the Texans are right now. It's that you've got other areas where I need impact players. We have impact players at wide receiver. If I'm going to spend resources, I'm trying to round out the roster better and find impact players at other positions too. Because there's a very blue collar element to a lot of this team, which is awesome when you're a team that's been awful and you just want to attain credibility.
Yes.
But okay, I've had it with blue collar. It's time for me to, at the very least, go to trade school. I can't be a basic assembly line worker anymore. I need to go off and get my electrician's apprenticeship or something underway. Yeah.
That's right. I think the Texans are going to be one of the more popular destinations today. I think the conversations with upper-level free agents are going to be a lot more comfortable and easier than they've been in recent years, if they've even been shopping in that aisle in recent years. You know, it does.
Well, yeah, they won't have to convince anybody
Right,
of it.
right. Yeah, and they won't be paying a Texans tax. You know, when Jacksonville went on that splurge a few years ago after Trevor Lawrence's rookie year, I mean, the people are going, okay, I mean, I like Christian Kirk, but 4 years, $72 million for Christian Kirk? Okay, all right.
You know what the other one, too, Sean, is the state income tax. The state income tax, or lack thereof, hardly ever factors in as heavily as we all feel like it should. Like, because you're sitting there and you're looking at it, it's like, this is like a 10% difference in some states if there's no state income tax to go into New York or New Jersey or something. And yet it doesn't seem to factor in. I think it does likely factor in more often when it's a tiebreaker. Mm-hmm. And I think the Texans in the last couple of years, if they had wanted to go after some marquee free agent for some reason, they would have had to overcome more than just like state income tax or something like that wasn't going to tip the scales. They were going to have to fight like hell to be even with any of those other teams, and then maybe the state income tax would work. Now that they're I think considered an up-and-coming team, and that DeMeco Ryans is a coach that people would want to play for, that state income tax might be a tiebreaker.
Maybe, especially if you're talking about tippy-top guys, because the more expensive the free agent, the more impactful that no state income tax is.
$8 million over the course of a $100 million contract.
Dude, yeah.
Damn.
Yep. All right, so I've got Pro Football Focus has their list of free agents, Seth, with estimates on what their contract could be. I want to rapid fire a few of the guys that we could hear about with the Texans today. And you just tell me, at this price, are you in or out on this guy?
Okay.
Christian Wilkins, 4 years, $100 million.
I'm in. I'm skeptical. I'm in, but I'm nervous and scared. And I'd be super excited about it. I'm skeptical the Texans will go that route with the top of the market guy when he's not also a defensive player of the year type of dude. Like you'd be paying that money specifically because he's available and he's there. I like him a lot as a player, and I think he'd be a good fit. I'd get really nervous about paying that amount because I think it's almost like he's not all of a sudden going to turn into a defensive player of the year type of candidate. But I'd be happy with it if they did. If that was their splurge,
if that was their splurge, yeah. And obviously with some of these, I'm assuming like this is the splurge. Yeah. Like I'm about to read a name here. If I'm reading this name, it means they didn't sign Christian Wilkins. Danielle Hunter, 3 years, $67 million, so about $22 million a year.
I'd be really cool with that. Yeah. I think that a 3-year deal, especially if it's that pricey, and he's kind of a 3-4 outside linebacker type of physique and player, and I'm not sure that DeMeco wants, or does he want more of a conventional defensive end? But that's like, I'm honestly saying I don't know exactly how DeMeco wants to structure the defense or what's good for him. But yeah, I'd be cool with that.
Leonard Williams, 3 years, $51 million, $17 million a year for Leonard Williams.
$17 million a year for 3 years for Leonard Williams. The only thing I've always wondered about Leonard Williams is why exactly does he? Well, kind of like with Brandon Cooks being traded multiple times, Leonard Williams being traded at least once and then not being retained by the Seahawks. There is a part of me that's like, all right, well, he's a very good interior defensive lineman. People aren't quite so quick to get rid of those guys.
See the Brandon Cooks of defensive tackles.
Yeah. In DeMeco, I would trust, and I would say, yeah, that's a solid contract for a solid player.
DJ Reader, 3 years, $45 million total, $15 million a year for DJ Reader.
This one hurts. This one hurts because there's a sentimental attachment there, and I love the way DJ Reader plays. Yep. But he's also now in his 30s, and he's had 2 separate quad injuries, and that makes me nervous. So at that price, I'd prefer that they not spend that.
I'm out on that price. It's been a quad injury on each wheel. Like that's tough, man. That's tough. All right, here we go. Patrick Queen, 4 years, $72 million, $18 million a year for Patrick Queen.
Wow. I'm for it. I have my reservations about Christian Harris and Patrick Queen side by side. I'm not sure exactly which one's going to be the play caller, but I trust that DeMeco has a plan.
Right.
The other reservation I guess I'd have with Patrick Queen was it seemed like he never really took off until Roquan Smith was next to him, which I'm very optimistic about Christian Harris, but he's not quite yet a Roquan Smith type. So I have my reservations, but I think that's the price you pay to get athletes like that on the field, and I'm cool with it.
I think I know the answer to this one, but Chase Young, 1 year, $15 million.
No.
Okay.
Now, the fact that it's 1 year, though.
Yeah.
The fact that it's 1 year, it does make sense. I don't think the Texans have a strong enough culture yet to where you can absorb the Chase Youngs or the guys that, if there's questions about how hard a guy wants to play or how devoted he is, I think you got to have a really, really strong culture built in first to be able to have those few guys on your team that might not fit the mold. And I don't think the Texans are there yet.
I should have asked you this when we were doing Danielle Hunter. Would you rather have Danielle Hunter at 3 years, $22 million a year, or Jonathan Grenard at 3 years, $22 million a year?
Oh boy, I would go with Danielle.
Yeah, more
Just
proven.
Proven track record, yeah,
Yep.
despite being older, but proven track record and longer stretches of staying healthy. I get, with Grenard, it's not necessarily like the total number of injuries or anything. It's like, okay, can I point to a stretch where a guy's had a couple years without major injuries or not?
Yeah.
That's when I start to get nervous, when there's not even an unbroken stretch of healthy play.
Just give me 2 years.
Yeah,
give me 2 years. We beaten the Saquon thing to death, so I know 3 years, $12 million a year for Saquon. Not in that market. $1 million a year for Josh Jacobs.
Both of those guys scare me just because of the whole running back dynamic, not even their specific injuries specifically. But yeah, I'd feel better about that. I'm kind of turning my nose up in any kind of lucrative 3-year deal for a running back because in my mind, there's almost zero chance that a guy's going to complete that contract unless he's a guy like Derrick Henry, who actually successfully completed his
2 years. Here's Henry. 2 years, $18 million total for Derrick Henry.
Take that in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Yeah.
$9 million a year for Derrick Henry. Couple linebackers, then we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop here. Frankie Louvu, 3 years, $30 million. $10 million a year for Frankie Louvu of Carolina.
I'd be excited about it. I think Louvu is a different type of linebacker than maybe what D'Amico really wants. Like D'Amico, I think, wants a guy that is a dual threat in coverage and as a playmaker at and behind the line of scrimmage. I think Louvu does have that playmaking ability, but I don't know if he's as dynamic an athlete as a Fred Warner and a Dre Greenlaw there that he had in San Francisco. But I'd be excited to see what exactly D'Amico cooks up with him.
Last one, Jadeveon Clowney, 1 year, $9 million.
Oh, this is a tough one.
I'd do it in a second.
Oh.
It's a productive player.
No. The only thing, I'm trying to get into D'Amico's head too much. No. As a player, hell yeah. But again, I'm going back to that, okay, is the culture strong enough at this point to where that a guy, a free spirit like Clowney, can be absorbed into disrupting that very culture you're trying to establish? And I'm not quite sure about that. But yeah, what's that?
Do we want Clowney near Will Anderson?
Well, I think if anything, Will Anderson's not going to be corrupted by Clowney or anything.
No.
So 1 year, $9 million, hell yeah.
That's okay, good. That's what I was hoping for. What's up, fellas?
Howdy.
Dude, how excited are you guys for 11 o'clock
This
today?
is 11, the whole show.
The whole show,
Yeah,
but I mean, like, it's
but
gonna
11 is going to come fast and furious.
Yeah, man. There's going to be a lot of breaking news during y'all's show.
I actually set an over-under.
For how many breaking newses during your show?
Sounders, 5.5.
5.5 Sounders, okay. How many of them will be Houston Texans breaking news?
3.
Kind of all of them, but I'll go with 3.
Probably 3, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with 3.
Yeah.
It's be fun, man. I think the running back situation gets solved today.
For the Texans?
Yeah,
or just
I think the clear picture is there.
Okay.
For sure.
You got a prediction?
Do you think it's with one big name or two like mid-tier names?
I think Singletary's back no matter what.
Okay.
So I think whether they're paying Jacobs what y'all talked about, I think Singletary's back no matter what because I don't see him getting a better opportunity. And let's be honest, he was brought here to kind of be a second guy as well. So I think Singletary's back no matter what.
Yeah, that's a really good point. When he signed on here, he would have thought that, I'm on a committee with Dameon Pierce, or perhaps he had just the second. Hey, did you guys know that the Savannah Bananas were as big a deal as they are?
No, I don't know what. Like I saw my timeline was flooded with just banana praise, I was just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many fans of the Savannah Bananas.
It's
just
wild.
Because,
We had a texter saying that they had 300,000 lottery entries for tickets to the game.
Yeah, I had no idea. It was. I saw someone take a picture saying they were there, and they were in the upper deck, and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
They packed the place, man. They packed the place. All right. So, do you guys have one name that you're hoping you see a Shefty bomb about?
I hope Christian Wilkins, and I hope it's somewhere else. Okay, that's like I will be much more pleased if Christian Wilkins' name gets announced and it's like another team. That will be my satisfaction.
Okay, gotcha.
Why is that?
I just don't. That just maybe I'm being unfair. What it's going to cost for me. I'm just that looks like what you talk about a bad contract. That's what looks like to me a bad contract. I'm actually in on Armstead if he's good to go. Like.
Yeah, he's hurt right now.
He's hurt right now?
Yeah,
go ahead, Seth.
Oh, no. Yeah, I think with Christian Wilkins, the big concern is that he's going to get paid that money because he's the best in the market, but he's also like, I don't expect him to all of a sudden be a perennial all-pro when he shows up. Like, I guess the fact that he's been so healthy and consistent and played so many snaps makes me feel better about it. But, yeah, it's I feel like you're paying a really high premium for just solid, steady, and consistent.
High floor, low ceiling. What's your name?
I think only because it's going to be a butterfly effect. Blake Cashman, whether he stays here or somewhere else, it kind of tell you what the Texans.
He did
are
say that no matter what his offer is, he's giving the Texans a chance to.
Texans get to do best in Philadelphia.
He has said
it'll give you a hint of what they're doing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good tell right there. I like that.
He's giving them first right of refusal.
Yes. We have the audio. He said it.
He turned himself into a restricted free agent who doesn't have to go back to the team he's restricted to.
Yes.
That's great.
It's great.
All right, we are done. That was you're listening, I should say, to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies and happy free agency to you, my friend.
Antibodies is as many bananas as you can fit in your stadium to
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Metaphorically.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Keep it tuned here all day long. We've got you covered for NFL free agency. Starts at 11, but in the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they start now.
All right, so we're less than an hour away, and there's a couple of things that we'll be looking out for. And I think it's the defense and it's the running back position.
100%.
What are the Texans going to do at the running back position? What's going to happen on the defense? And I actually think that we get some clarity on those answers perhaps during our show. They're not going to pea-foot around when it comes to the running back position. And on defense, if they're going to swing big, those are the deals that get done early. I am not on the Christian Wilkins train at all.
Yeah, we've picked up on that. I think as I'm looking at this, what I just mentioned to Sean and Seth is kind of what I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Now, the big names, of course, Saquon, DeAndre Swift is coming on strong down the stretch here, it seems like, and the running back position and all that.
Yeah, I saw the random. I don't know who it was.
Yeah,
it got in my timeline somehow. I don't know who that. I don't know who said that.
I'm good. I mean,
I think he's a blogger for Bleacher Report. I don't even know what the guy does.
I don't either, but I think you're going to get some. By the way, and we're not trying to be, just total shills here, but if you're listening, start listening. If you have to step away, start listening at 11:01. Because it's going to be, this legal tampering goes pretty fast.
Yeah, it's been going on.
It goes pretty quickly.
If we be honest, too. They should just call this the public legal tampering.
Yes, the public legal tampering.
Because it's been going down.
But I'm interested in Blake Cashman because I think it's going to be, it's kind of in the weeds, but I think it's going to be a tell for whether it's Patrick Queen, Frankie Louvu, or Blake Cashman. Like a tell on what D'Amico's really looking at with his defense.
Let's hear Blake Cashman. This was him on KPR.
No, this is just him, right?
Yeah, this is just him.
Good.
This is him with Aaron Wilson.
It's just him, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
This is him with Aaron Wilson on KPRC, too. Here is Blake Cashman talking about his mindset.
I'm not going to lie, it's overwhelming. I like to think it's a good problem to have. It's the first time where I've had so many potential opportunities or offers, so it's going to come down to what my role is, how much of a priority I am for that team. I feel like I proved myself to be a 3-down linebacker, whether that's Mike, linebacker, or Will. Listen to what opportunities are out there for me, just since it's my first time being in this position. But, I've made it very clear with the team and my agent that Houston's always going to have the chance to, make an offer a counter because I do believe staying here is the best option. Great for both parties. They know me, I know them. What they do well is perfect for what I need. So I'm not going to make any decisions without going back to Houston first.
All right, there you go.
Good answer.
Yeah, so there it is. So they have a right to match.
The answer was real good.
The right to match.
And there's a lot to unpack.
There it is.
Because that part right there really kind of had
You didn't like the energy level on that, did
No,
you?
I thought the answer was great.
Oh, okay.
But because I believe him.
Yeah.
And I think if the Texans say, you know what, we're good with that, it's going to let us know how they feel about those other positions, other linebackers, and where they're going to go. And then the second part to that is what I've been saying since last week, and I don't know what kind of market's going to be out there. I think there will be one. But Blake Cashman also said in there, look, and I've been talking about it, like this is once in a lifetime. I mean, you got to get your money.
Yeah, you got to go out there and test the market, and I think they owe it to him, and he owes it to himself to at least see what the hell it's like, for sure. My thing is this, and it's interesting because really at the end of the day, F our thoughts and feelings, because I trust this organization. If they feel comfortable moving on from someone like Blake Cashman, I feel like they got a good plan. Yeah. They haven't given me any reason to not trust him at this point. As a matter of fact, with the D'Amico and Caserio pairing, they've actually given me the opposite, to where I can say I want this, but if they're evaluating a situation and they went a different direction, I have a trust with the organization as to what the hell they are and aren't going to do.
Yeah, we all have our personal favorites. But if they say, no, John, you're wrong, this is what we're going to do, I'm like, okay, I was wrong. I mean, you do have confidence in Nick Caserio as much as anyone, D'Amico, of course, that whatever their plan is going to be, and that's why I'm intrigued by the Cashman thing, and I'll have confidence in it.
Free agency begins in less than
That's me
an
rubbing
hour.
my hands together like Landry Locker.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
I can't rub mine. I hurt myself gardening this weekend.
that.
How about that?
Gloves are your friend.
Yeah, I know.
Gloves are
Try
your
to go
friend.
hard out, man. Try to go hard out. So we had the Texans sign some of their own guys. Desmond King, he's back. Chris Boyd, he's back. Khalil Davis, he's back. Eric Murray, surviving, he's back.
Yeah. And on those four guys, I'm good with it. Doesn't change a damn thing as far as...
No, it has no impact.
It doesn't change one damn thing.
And then they add Foley Fatukasi from the Jags, who signed a 3-year, $30 million deal a couple years ago. Jags are just making moves. So these have nothing to do with anything.
Correct.
Like, nothing to do. It's not going to stop them from, even players at that position, they're not out of that market. Matter of fact, these guys might not even be on the squad.
Yeah.
For all we know. But they made some... They made a few signings there, but no impact on free agency this weekend.
Yeah, and Fatukasi is a good player, but all impact on what you're going to end up doing. None. Him too.
Yeah, we'll
but good. I was talking last week. They only had 3 rotational cornerbacks on the roster. Now I know some of these guys are more special teams than anything, but they had to get some warm bodies in the secondary.
That's going to be an interesting thing, too. I would like to see them settle starting corner.
Yeah.
That would be my other thing. I think that's something that they're going to have to attack immediately. I don't think you piddle around. If it's a veteran, I don't think that prevents you from doing anything in the draft, but you got to figure out who you're going to start opposite of Derek Stingley.
Yeah, I think cornerback, this is just me. Again, they could say, no, you're wrong, and I'll be good with it. I think cornerback is going to be a focus in the draft, probably at 23. Because there's some wide receivers out there that can still help the 2 guys that you can count on in Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Linebackers, I'm kind of feeling, and I know Seth wasn't altogether down with this in the previous show before us, but I'm kind of getting down with Frankie Louvu. I think he's going to be – I looked at his numbers compared to Patrick Queen.
He had a good game against the Texans, too.
He had more tackles for losses, more sacks, and just 8 fewer tackles, 125, than Patrick Queen, who's going to be like double the price.
The Patrick Queen thing is interesting to me because I'm going to ask 2 questions. Number one, do you think the Ravens know what they're doing when it comes to making decisions? Do you think that they're pretty good at it?
They're pretty good.
You do?
You
think they're pretty good? at it. Yeah. Pick up with your option.
By the way, don't spoil Curb for me.
Yeah, I won't. I haven't watched it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they didn't pick up his fifth-year option. Okay?
Yeah.
And they're also, why are they willing to let him walk? I think that's all you really need to ask yourself.
I agree.
What would they, why would you want to make Patrick Queen one of the highest paid linebackers? Now, if D'Amico, again, it goes back to the F my thoughts and feelings.
Mm-hmm.
If D'Amico wants to get down and he thinks Patrick Queen's one of the foundational pieces of his defense, okay. But I just think if Baltimore's not going to pick up like fifth-year option, like Jerry Jeudy got his fifth-year option picked up.
There's something there.
Yeah, I mean they didn't pick it up, and then they brought in they traded for Roquan Smith, and he kind of revived him. So
he revived
Queen.
Yeah. So no, I'm with you, and I think the price Luvu versus Queen, starting to feel that a little more. And this is me kind of channeling Seth here. Like, you want value. Value is Luvu, that for what you're getting in return. I don't know how they feel him fitting in, et cetera. Again, it comes back to the Cashman thing. But I'm with you. I think Queen I'm going to pass on, and Wilkins I would accept and be happy about it, but right now I'm going to pass on.
So a couple of things when it comes to some stuff that happened this weekend that I just think, big picture, before free agency begins, I think it kind of gives maybe perspective on what the Texans are up against.
Mm-hmm.
One, the Jaguars traded for Mac Jones. And it's not a huge thing, but I do find it funny that even some respected people, like I saw Marcus Spears of ESPN say, good for them. Trevor Lawrence needs to be pushed. Then I saw other people saying, no, Trevor Lawrence is still the starting quarterback. Just the fact that needs to be said tells you where Trevor Lawrence is right now when it comes to being a franchise quarterback.
The fact that they're even having this conversation, like if Mac Jones got traded to the Texans, we'd be cool, backup. And they're not saying that in Jacksonville. That's the story in Jacksonville. Like, there's some people who think he might be able to push him a little bit.
Here's the thing, too, about Mac Jones, because there's a graphic going up where it puts, like, Trevor Lawrence's stats by Mac Jones's stats, and it has the win-loss record. And part of me wants to say, and part of me does say, well, you can't count that with Trevor Lawrence. He had Urban Meyer there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what the hell am I supposed to do with
Mac
2 out of 3
Jones.
Mac Jones this season when he had Matt Patricia as his offensive coordinator and then Bill O'Brien?
Yeah.
Like, the one year that he had a legit offensive coordinator, he was a Pro Bowler and he took his team to the playoffs. So if I'm going to do that with Trevor Lawrence, can I do the same with Mac Jones?
You should. You should absolutely do the same with Mac Jones.
Can I acknowledge something real quick?
Yeah.
Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
I want to acknowledge something, too, after you're done.
Okay, we can acknowledge this. Free agency, the countdown. I don't understand, like, when you hear people see, what are we basing that on? Jonathan Stickle on the YouTube, he says Frankie Luvu can't stay healthy. All right, buddy, let's go back to 2018. 14 games played. 2019, 13 games played. 2020, 13. 16, 15, 17. Played every game last year. What does can't stay healthy mean?
That is a normal NFL player.
17, 15, 16 the last 3 years. And then before that, 14, 13, 13. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah, no, that's what normal players miss. Like a normal NFL player.
Maybe you want a player to play all 17.
Okay.
But, like I said,
people just throw this around about these players. Like, there's a chance that at one point in your career you might have a season-ending injury or something like that. The Armstead thing's interesting. Eric Armstead cut yesterday. He's going to get cut. He's been missing some time, but he played in the playoffs last year. Had a sack in the Super Bowl. I think 6 tackles.
Yeah.
So then he decided, all right, I'm going to have the surgery. It's not like he missed he was out for the regular season. Said I'm going to gut it out in the playoffs. Then he had 6 tackles and a sack.
I'm excited about that. I was excited about that. Luvu, first of all, you acknowledge his health. How about this? His market value is $11 million. Patrick Queen versus that? Give me Luvu. Give me Luvu on that. Now I have to acknowledge something, and I think this is pretty important.
Okay.
I really really do. Does acknowledge me?
Yeah, they did it at 7:20.
Yeah. They need to acknowledge you.
They did.
They did.
They did.
Okay, I missed it.
Yeah, they did.
I was worried about you. I tweeted it. Like Figgy, had Landry lost the Boots for Troops game, I thought you were going to be fired.
Charity softball game. Sean's team won last year. I got the dub this.
I seriously, legitimately thought you'd be axed, but you came through.
Look, man. Let me just put it this way.
Mhm.
It's for fun. At the end of the day, it's for a good cause. Some managers show up just to get a free hat and shirt.
Oh wow!
Some show up, get a free hat and shirt, and manage. I'll let you decide.
You made a bold move in the second inning.
Yeah, I benched the team weasel. I'll just be honest. This guy sucked last year. He takes it way too serious. Everybody says that he's good at softball. He sucks. And he makes a fool of himself out there. It's drama. It's high school glory days. I was going to let bygones be bygones and just forget about it.
Just let him go.
But as soon as I got there, he started making up some story that he burned his hand and only had 2 fingers last year. And I was like, brother, you didn't say a thing about that last year. So what are we saying? So then we get to the second inning. It's a 5-run limit per inning. There's 4 runs. They'd already scored 4 runs, and they had a runner on third with no outs.
So it would have been no harm.
I could have just left him in there and then benched him before. I wanted people to see him benched. So I literally walked out there. I walked out there just like this, like a manager.
Yeah, left
going like this.
Yeah,
get off the field, and then after that, we took over. We went from being down 5-0 to winning 18-11.
You saved your job, man.
I just had to couldn't deal with it, man.
Yeah.
Couldn't deal with it.
And no guilt for beating veterans?
No.
No, I wouldn't have either.
Nah, not at all.
You get in between the lines. It's a game.
Just had to let them know what was up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. There are some amusing cats out there. Free agency, by the way, begins in less than an hour here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So the first time Sean's guy who was the MVP last year, when I tell you these guys are like hoop dreamers, this dude showed up with 6 bats.
6 bats?
6 bats. He has his hair colored now and up in a ponytail, at the top. And he was calling himself MVP in batting practice and taking, extra swings.
Brother, I'm glad you beat him.
Yeah. Just complete, foolishness there.
I saw the manager sucking up to the umpires.
Oh, next level. And then there was this other dude. So my guy, my country-ass dude, Mike, that talks just like a hardo. This is the perspective of what my squad was about. So Mike was talking about, man, I ain't going to make the same mistake I made last year. I damn sure ain't taking fireball shots before. And I'm like, okay, that probably sounds like a good idea.
Probably good.
But then listen to what he said. If I got some rumple mints, I can do that, but I ain't getting that fireball. And I'm
that's like water, like Gatorade.
Then my hardoing went wrong because I tried to do the lineup with numbers.
Oh no!
I put catcher 2. I went 6.
They didn't know what it was.
They were just kind of confused, so I had to erase it and get it right. That went wrong.
You had to mention their actual position.
Yeah. I predicted the score before. I said we were going to win by 7. I put it at -6.5. And I knew it was over. When I knew it was over, you have you know how you break it up in the middle?
Yeah.
You know what Sean had his team say in the 6th inning? And this is when I was like, it's over.
Yeah.
It's done.
What'd they say?
Just tell me what you would say. If you're putting it in and you're trying to make a rally. 1, 2, 3, give me something. What would you say?
I'll just say swarm.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because we were let's eat.
Yeah.
So they put the mic in and you can hear it in the whole stands. It's let's eat. You know what their 1, 2, 3 was? This was Sean Pendergast trying to motivate his squad.
What?
We were laughing at this. No lie. 1, 2, 3, focus.
Focus. Don't you just say have fun, boys? Have fun.
Focus. That was what they went with. Focus. But I took so much satisfaction in benching that dude in front of everybody.
You should have.
I mean, he was an he threw his bat in the game. And he kept insisting he's good. Dude, you're not good. You might be good in practice, you're not good. And you didn't have 3 fingers last year either. Get off the field.
Good crowd?
I don't even want him on my roster next year. Yeah, it was a good crowd. For sure. But yeah. Fun times. Coming up, passing thoughts when it comes to free agency. Plus, the Texans got an opportunity we didn't think they would have. And the two most prominent Texans free agents speak. Don't go anywhere. Free agent frenzy continues next.
Check one.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, free agency. Players can agree to deals in about half an hour. In the loop, Sports Radio 610. We have some wide receiver drama and we have some avoided wide receiver drama, both things impact the Houston Texans. So Michael Pittman of the Indianapolis Colts, he's going to get a 3-year deal worth $71.5 million with $46 million guaranteed. I would say he's in the same caliber player as Nico Collins at this moment. I would say it's fair. You look at the numbers, he's more durable. He's only missed 5 games in his entire career. Has it, but $71.5 million. And T. Higgins, who was franchise tagged with the Bengals, he has requested a trade. So the drama is picking up for sure. And John Lopez has some passing thoughts.
I do.
Before we get to those passing thoughts, could I interest you in hearing from the Texans' 2 most prominent free agents, courtesy of KPRC2?
Of course.
This was
the answers?
On one of them.
Okay.
The Aaron Wilson, we'll just play the answer. Shout out to Aaron Wilson. This is Blake Cashman talking about his mindset heading into free agency.
I'm not going to lie, it's overwhelming. I like to think it's a good problem to have. It's the first time where I've had so many potential opportunities or offers. So it's going to come down to what my role is, how much of a priority I am for that team. I feel like I proved myself to be a 3-down linebacker, whether that's Mike linebacker or Will. Listen to what opportunities are out there for me, just since it's my first time being in this position. But, I've made it very clear with the team and my agent that Houston's always going to have the chance to, make an offer, a counter offer to keep me here, because I do believe staying here is the best option. Great for both parties. They know me, I know them. What they do well is perfect for what I need. So I'm not going to make any decisions without going back to Houston first.
All right, there you go. So you're going to get a chance to match when it comes to Blake Cashman.
Yeah, that's the best part if you're a Texans fan. And because he's going to listen and he is going to get an offer. Good for him. Dude's only made $4.7 million in his career, and he's been in the league 5 years. It's about time.
Now let's hear from Jonathan Grenard. This was with Chancellor Johnson, KPRC2. Here's what Jonathan Grenard had to say before free agency approaches. We got the Lopez passing thoughts coming up next.
How much do you want to be wearing a Houston Texans jersey this time next year?
Man, 1,000%. I mean, they drafted me here. That's like the goal. Like, when I think about it all the time, I always thought like, this will be the end goal. I could retire, but as we all know, that's up in the air, man. That's not for me to decide. They know where I stand with it. I'm gonna continue to put this jersey on for the Houston Texans and for the fans that supported me all this whole time, and I think the city deserves it. So I'm gonna give them my all, and they know that. And no matter what happens, it's always still gonna be love here in Houston for sure.
All right, there you go. That's Jonathan Grenard. He's going to test the market as well. John Lopez, free agency passing thoughts. Less than a half hour away from players being allowed to agree to contracts.
Yeah, and let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs. Chris Jones signing news. And my initial reaction was...
He got broke off, didn't he?
Yeah, my initial reaction was good. Good for him. They may get a 3rd consecutive Super Bowl now. And... Terrific for the Chiefs. But I think things are going to start unwinding in the coming years, because that's a lot of money out there. And another passing thought that's related to that, and you're going to hear Ron and Clint say something similar to this later in the show. But all those Texans fans that are wringing their hands, and media, yes, you can spend that. Let me present to you the Kansas City Chiefs as they currently stand. Chris Jones, his cap hit, congratulations, is the lowest among all the stars this year, only $7.5 million. Now, next year it's going to be $30 million. So that's why I'm saying it might catch up to him here pretty soon. Charles Omenihu, these are cap hits for 2024, $10.9 million. Justin Reed, $14.2 million. Travis Kelce, $15.4 million. L'Jarius Sneed, $19.8 million. Jawan Taylor, $24.7 million. Joe Thuney, $26.9 million. And Patrick Mahomes, $58.6 million. You can miss me, as the kids like to say, with all this talk about the Texans can't do this and the Texans can't do that. They can. I say it all the time. There are people in that building whose entire job is to make sure the cap works. So we'll get into that a little bit more. Another passing thought. There's a bleep ton of safeties and cornerbacks still available. There has got to be value there. There has got to be value at safety and cornerback for this squad. There just is. Another passing thought. I'm feeling a little bit of a surprise signing at linebacker. Now, it all hinges on Blake Cashman, as we've talked about, but it's not.
What does that mean?
Well, because when they decide, are we going to match on Blake Cashman, that's going to tip their hand on whether they're good and they're going to maybe draft a linebacker, or they're going to go after a linebacker. I'm talking about Frankie Louvu. That dude had 125 tackles. That's just 8 fewer than Queen. 5.5 sacks more than Queen. 10 tackles for losses more than Queen. And I can't believe the Panthers didn't get a deal done with him. But that's where we are. Signing Eric Murray, Desmond King, Khalil Davis.
2 interesting journeys, by the way. Eric Murray, he makes a lot of people sick because of the contract he got with Jack and Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's about what he should be here now.
Yeah, now he is. But
a lot of people can't get past it, though, and I don't blame you.
Exactly, and this is the passing thought. Changes nothing. Changes absolutely nothing as far as what the Texans can target. Another passing thought, and we'll get into this a little more, I'm sure. Hello, Eric Armstead. I like that, man.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
Veteran. He loves D'Amico.
Value.
Loves D'Amico.
Loves D'Amico. He's a Walter Payton guy, for what it's worth. I think 3 years.
They wanted to bring him back. He just didn't want to. He didn't want to redo his deal. His cap hit was going to be like $28 million.
Yeah, that is something to keep an eye on.
And I keep hearing he's hurt. Well, he played hurt.
Yeah.
He was hurt in the regular season. He played hurt, and he had 6 tackles and a sack in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He's big as hell, man.
He is.
He would be a good mentor.
Really good.
I wouldn't mind having an old-ass D-line next year with Armstead and either Bosa or Khalil Mack. If either one of those guys get released.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that.
Some national stuff. Russell Wilson. And you're going to hear a confession by me about this. What are we doing? What do you mean? What are we doing here? The Steelers are in purgatory.
What do you mean?
They're in purgatory. They have a coach too good to lose big, a quarterback situation that is never going to get you there. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Another passing thought here nationally. No, it is. They're in purgatory.
I thought it was a good
signing.
It's a flyer.
It's $1 million, bro.
I know, it's a flyer.
They're paying him the same. They're paying him less than the Texans are paying Eric Murray.
What are they going to win?
I don't know. What's their other option?
Might make
Sometimes
the
it
playoffs.
happens.
Oh, get out of here.
I think they might.
Yeah.
But they're not going to win anything.
Okay.
Wait till you hear my confession.
Okay.
Wait till you hear my confession at 12:20. I looked up, and all of a sudden, the Bucs look like maybe one of the top 3 or 4 most stable franchises in the NFC.
Okay.
Yes. Outside of the Niners, Rams, Lions, and maybe the Packers, most NFC teams are a mess. The Bucs have their quarterback for what it's worth with Baker Mayfield. They got Mike Evans. They got the head coach in Todd Bowles. That's good to go. The Bucs all of a sudden are looking okay. I think they're looking okay. I really do. One more passing thought here. As far as like the Texans are concerned, which I was going to finish earlier, not only Eric Murray, Desmond King, Khalil Davis, Chris Boyd, that changes nothing, changes absolutely nothing as far as what the Texans are going to do and what they can do today, starting in about 25 minutes.
25 minutes, baby. Those passing thoughts. Coming up next, if the Texans make the biggest splash possible, how would that make you feel? I would be mad. I'll explain next.
Kaimi Fair.
Website for data management practices.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Justin Madubuike, the other prominent D lineman that was eligible for a payday. Christian Wilkins is the popular name right now when it comes to potentially the biggest splash. And I think that splash gets made during our show.
Oh, sure.
I think it gets made
Absolutely.
during our show. Madubuike got a 4-year deal worth $98 million. So close to $25 million per season. The details are obviously, the guarantee, but that's about the range that Christian Wilkins is going to be. So I'm going to ask you this question. How would you feel if the Texans signed Christian Wilkins? How would that make you feel? 28 years old, 9 sacks last year, available all the time, really good interior defensive lineman. We've heard DeMeco Ryans say that he wants to improve the D-line. How would that make you feel?
Confidence in DeMeco Ryans, because I feel like DeMeco would be the biggest influence on a Christian Wilkins signing, but not a lot of confidence that they're going to fill some other necessary holes. Now, I say that knowing that the Texans have spent a little more than they normally would have on signing their own players. But I think he would take a big bite out of it. He would take a big bite out of what they could spend on others.
See, I'm against it. But I am with you. My overall trust in this organization does trump my personal feel. So I do feel like they put enough thought, evaluation into it to where there's not going to be anything where I just completely lose my mind. But I look at this Christian Wilkins contract, and I would say that looks like what a bad contract looks like over the course of free agency, and I'm talking a quarter of a century. You can go all the way back to the early 2000s, given a defensive lineman max value on his second contract, even players that were better than him, like Javon Curse, when he went from Tennessee to Philadelphia, he was a better player than Christian Wilkins. And Ndamukong Suh, when he went from Detroit to Miami, and he only lasted 3 years, he was a better player than Christian Wilkins. The list could go on. Albert Haynesworth from Tennessee to Washington, he was a better player. So I just look at it and say that's what a bad contract looks like. I also factor in Eric Armstead being on the market and perhaps it being a cheap deal, right kind of guy, culture, all that. And I say that, and I also want to make this clear. I don't like speaking in absolutes and saying people say or people do or whatever. But I do want to just like acknowledge, and I think we can both acknowledge this. I would say perhaps 95% is the approval rating when an org name signed like Christian Wilkins. I very seriously doubt that anyone in Miami when Ndamukong Suh was signed said, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like recruiting in college. Hey, man, we signed that 3-star wide receiver.
Yes.
Hey, he's going to be good.
Yes.
Sleeper.
Yes.
All that kind of stuff. Everybody gets excited just naturally.
Yes.
Just naturally you do.
I don't want the Christian Wilkins thing.
I would be excited because of DeMeco.
I trust.
Yeah.
Again, I trust them.
But it's not my priority.
I would rather splurge for a safety, splurge for a running back, maybe bring in Armstead on a 2-year deal.
All of the above.
Let him get healthy. Look into what happens with Bosa and Khalil Mack. Look at Chase Young. Maybe go bargain shopping for linebackers. Let the receiver market speak, and then just fill in the holes in the draft. Get you a corner.
Yep.
And this is what I would rather do than just sign one guy for a ton of money.
Depending on what the compensation is, I'd rather trade for T. Higgins.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
It would. I mean, the compensation would be key. I mean, I don't want to give away everything, but he's a damn good player. I'm just using that as an example. I don't want to trade for T. Higgins. Don't get me wrong, but I think that would be a better longer term fit if you're going to make a bold move.
What about safety? Where are we at on this safety thing? The safety position is a polarizing position. The market is strong. Where are we at on safety? You think they get in on this safety safety market?
I still do, and I know that's more hope than anything. But the safeties, it's such a big pool of really good safeties, and I think the Texans need that. I'm very excited about safety. I'm intrigued by cornerback. I think cornerback could still be something out there. I mean, there's some players that we've talked about, some that we haven't, that are still, some of the highest ones, and there's no Steven Nelson sighting either. So I think cornerback and safety could be something that's going to happen in about 13 minutes.
13 minutes, and I think the running back situation is going to get solved sooner rather than later.
Within 3 minutes of 11 o'clock. That's my prediction. The Texans will announce, or somebody will report, a running back signing to the Texans within 3 minutes, 11:03. I mean, it's legal tampering, so we know they've been talking. Because that's a given. They're going to sign a running back. They will sign a running back. It's a weaker class in the draft. There's an enormous need. It's the biggest need. And then the market is saturated.
Let's go to Dom in Jersey. Let's go out to Jersey on the Odyssey app. Dom, what up?
Been a while, boys. Haven't called since the loss to the Ravens, quite honestly. Still not ready to discuss it. However, today's a new day. It's basically Christmas morning for us. I'll be feverishly watching the show, scrolling through Twitter, while John McClain is scrolling through Titans Twitter, begging players to go play for Amy Adams this year. Here. Nick Caserio, D'Amico, I trust the both of them. I'm not even worried. One guy I want, though, is Saquon Barkley. We discussed character, players who could take us to the next level. He is the epitome of a character guy. He's such a D'Amico guy. Blake Cashman's comments speaks volumes. He's given the Texans the last shot to negotiate something. Boys, I don't have a wish list. I just trust this team. I'm ready to ride. Let's effing go Texans, baby.
There you go.
That wish list thing is actually true. I'm more excited to see what they do than who they sign. Just because I want to see how they're working.
They need running back.
Well, running back is going to happen. 11:03. By 11:03, we will get a report from someone.
What's
and by
your
the way,
source for that?
Me. You keeping score still on the breaking news?
I am.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Wilson has taken the lead.
How about that?
He had a weekend. So Aaron Wilson right now he has 4 points on the scoreboard. And we just do it by first tweet, okay? We're not going to sit here and investigate. Aaron Wilson has 4. Jeremy Fowler has 1. DJ Bieniemy has 1. Ian Rappaport has 1. 4-1-1-1. 4-1-1-1. Aaron Wilson pulling away here.
Well, it's 4-3 altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of like local versus national.
Oh, I'm not doing that.
Oh, I thought that would be the way to do it.
No, because what is DJ? No, local or national?
He's local.
Is he?
Is he?
I consider him more national.
I'm questioning.
He's not. He's not in the sticks.
By the way, I have another confession. I'll go ahead and do it right now.
All right. You got a confession?
I got a confession that has to do with this.
These are my confessions.
John Alexander struck again.
What did he do?
Good thing Diana Rossini got it right. It was the Rossini. Who did Rossini break? That the Texans, was it? Might have been one of the safeties or cornerbacks. And I love Jonathan. I'm just giving him a hard time, but that's just a pet peeve of mine. The whole can confirm thing.
I mean, I don't mind rap or someone confirming.
Well, no, I don't think anybody should confirm. Once someone breaks a story, that's a story, and you know it's out there. So you can maybe add another level. That's what I would always do back when I was in that grind. Just add like, okay, this means this, and this, or now the Texans are set at this position or whatever. Yeah.
Foley Faticasi.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, so Diana Rossini broke that.
Yeah, Rossini broke that.
Oh, well, then Rossini's on the board. It wasn't Aaron.
Okay, so he's got 3.
Yeah, so he's got 3. Got to take that away.
Yeah.
Aaron. I got to keep my eye on you, man.
I got to watch you.
Diana Rossini, okay. I'm keeping my eye on you with this,
so we're
Aaron.
adjusting the scoreboard here.
Yeah, so a scoreboard has been adjusted. Diana Rossini gets a point. So, damn, Aaron.
So he was just a little late?
Yeah, but he's still in the lead.
Okay, good.
He's still in the lead.
Good,
so
good.
Put him with 3. Put Diana there. And we're going to have to keep a real close eye on.
Got to double check.
He almost got you, man.
He did get you.
And I almost got.
You did get got.
I almost got, man.
For a little.
So get you some popcorn. Get your game face on. Shout out to all the loopholes on the YouTube. Shout out to all the ones listening right now. The business is about to pick up, and it goes quickly. What will the Texans do? Will we get a solution at running back in the next segment? There's a good chance. Will they make a big splash? Do not go anywhere. Free agency begins next.
How can the Texans win free agency and the draft?
All right, it's about to begin. Report from Jonathan Jones, CBS Sports. As the legal tampering window begins to open, Saquon Barkley is being eyed by several NFL teams. The Eagles are expected to be in extremely hot pursuit of the running back, per his sources. Grew up an hour away from Philadelphia. So keep an eye on Saquon going to the Eagles. Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast, they've talked a lot of people out of Saquon Barkley. By the way, last year the Giants' offensive line ranked 31st in run block win rate. It's not too good.
That's very telling.
They were 0.01% ahead of Tampa Bay.
How did he do last year?
They got a rough QB situation. He had 962 yards, 6 touchdowns, but can't win them all. But Saquon Barkley, keep an eye on that as things pick up.
And Aaron Wilson reporting developing market for Colts running back Zach Moss includes Titans, Packers, Browns, and Texans.
Okay.
To keep an eye on that. So Zach Moss.
Who?
Zach Moss.
The Titans
running back, Colts running back.
Yeah, I know. But he said
Titans,
the Titans,
Packers, Browns, and Texans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zach Moss. He did pretty well against the Texans last year. He was able to hold it down for the Indianapolis Colts. By the way, there's also more running back news. Chicago's primary target, and the way that they're throwing money around, I would sense that they're going to get their primary target. DeAndre Swift is expected to be Chicago's primary target. The way they throw bread around, you got to think that's where he ends up.
Yeah, and Swift, that's according to Adam Schefter, and Swift got a little bit of Texans run, and
I don't know how.
I'm not against it.
I saw the quote tweets, and I was like, how did this end up in my timeline? I think Sean quote tweeted it, and then there was like some other stuff, and I was like, who is this guy that's saying this?
Yeah.
That the Texans like him. I honestly don't even know if he graduated high school yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw that, and I was like, why are you quote tweeting this? You're kind of adding it some credit. I don't know where that guy came from.
Yes, exactly.
Never heard of him.
Where would you think the most attention is going to go?
I think the most attention is going to go to, like, as far as big attention, perhaps defense.
No. Around the league.
The most attention?
Like the players that are going to be getting the most attention, the most deals to sift through.
Offers. I think Christian Wilkins is probably negotiating right now.
Yeah.
As we speak.
And they, probably Wilkins, but definitely for me, it's the running back Saquon and Josh Jacobs. But we'll see about this.
So DeAndre Swift in Chicago. They are apparently in the mix. Who knows what happens with the Texans? Maybe that high school kid ends up being right. Who knows? I don't think he was really a high school kid. On Saquon Barkley, the Eagles are a very, very, very hot name. So the running back market already getting intense. Bears, DeAndre Swift. Eagles, Saquon Barkley.
At least heavy discussions. And the Zach Moss thing that Aaron just tweeted a little while ago. We'll see how that plays out.
Zach Moss. How would that make you feel?
Not bad. It was good.
RB1.
Zach Moss?
Him and Singletary?
You good on that? You're really okay with that?
No, I'm not. No, that is not my preferred.
183 carries last year, 794 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, no, that is.
He was killing it with the Colts.
Figgy, I feel like you're trying to be funny right now. He did have 18 carries for 88 yards and a touchdown when they beat the Texans. But, it would be hard for me to be pumped about Zach Moss.
Let me ask you.
What are you laughing at so much,
man?
I
feel like it's going to be true, man.
Well, here's my question.
I feel like they're going to sign Zach Moss.
And bring back Motor?
Yes.
This is our committee?
Let me ask you this, though. Could Zach Moss be instead of Motor?
Well, I don't know if I like that.
His market value is 2 years, a little over $9 million. That's what you would pay him.
All right, here we go. Diana Rossini, thank you very much for saving the day. The Eagles and Texans are expected to have strong interest in signing running back Saquon Barkley per sources.
Okay.
So it's not just the Eagles. According to Diana, the Texans will be in the mix. Get in that mix.
That is, the best news would be that you sign him. But Rossini is.
She also says Christian Wilkins will be on the Vikings, Browns, Texans, and Lions list.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Oh, wow. that speaks to what another little sort of theme that you're picking up on a lot of social media, a lot of reports, et cetera. Don't set yourself up for disappointment. The Texans probably won't spend as much money as you think they will. I could not disagree more. I mean, I don't know how many different ways, how many weeks it's going to take for me to say this. No, set yourself up for disappointment because this is the year when they can do it.
I would think, like, if you're talking about two things that the Texans could do that would just break Houston, if they sign Wilkins and Barkley today, then there's going to be like victory parades.
That's going to be
right,
big time. And it's going to put them in an altogether different place. See, that's the other part about free agency today. It's not like any other year we've had recently where you're like, well, maybe they can sign this guy or they sign this guy for a 1 year. No, man. What's happening today, just to kind of reiterate, is you're taking another step. You're reaching another level. This is not the 2020, 2021, 2022 free agency. This is the free agency that's going to get you to another level.
My favorite people on during this whole process. By the way, Rossini is killing it right now.
She's all over the place.
Xavier McKinney believed to be Packers and Eagles. Eagles are spending that bread. But my favorite person is the person that basically, it's legal tampering. It's not illegal. Like in the mix, like before, okay, but we're in the mix now. Let's get it.
I mean, it's in the first 5 minutes we've already had not signing reportings, but reporting on a bunch of other stuff that's happening. These deals are going to be happening.
So Saquon Barkley, Texans in the mix per Diana Rossini, also going to be in the mix for Christian Wilkins. Aaron Wilson says keep an eye on Zach Moss.
What if it's Zach Moss instead of he's the number 2?
No. I would rather keep Singletary.
I mean, I would too, but everybody, if you're thinking Zach Moss and Devin Singletary, it might be Zach Moss and Saquon.
Okay, that's fine. I guess. I guess that would work because Saquon can catch the ball, all that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just Zach Moss wouldn't do it for me, man.
Really?
Nah.
I mean, he's a good number 2.
I'm good on that, man.
He would be a great number 2, to be honest.
I'm good on that.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Josh Jacobs, apparently the Raiders were trying to get a deal done with him up to the last minute per Jeremy Fowler, but has not happened yet. So we'll keep an eye on this. Free agency has begun. A surprising name in the mix that we perhaps didn't think was going to be in the mix, Eric Armstead, coming off a year in which he missed some time. He's played 54 games the last 4 years, 14.5 sacks, 19 tackles. You can throw in 9 playoff games, but the problem was his cap hit was going to be $28 million. And they have too many high-priced guys in San Francisco. He is a guy who loves DeMeco Ryans. He's familiar with the system. He would be a good mentor. Did have surgery on his knee after the season, but that didn't prevent him from getting a sack and 6 tackles in the Super Bowl. I would be down with Armstead. I would be very down with that.
Absolutely. The all the pieces, all the little puzzle pieces are would fall together with him and the Texans. He's a monster, and all the production that he's had. Played with DeMeco Ryans, perfect personality, culture guy. I think he was their Walter Payton nominee 3 years out of the last 4 or something like that. No, he would be absolutely perfect. He would change the entire dynamic on this defensive front. I mean, in front 7, entire dynamic.
Free agency upon us. Still no signings. We are keeping an eye on it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. They're going to sign someone, a few people during the show. So we'll see how this goes when it comes to the open market. Lopez, we heard about the Matabike 4-year deal. I was actually listening to the drive when it happened, and I got to tell you, man, Show cannot let the notion that the Texans signing a big name would prevent them from filling a roster. He's not letting this go. is he?
This is I mentioned it with the Chiefs, but he even mentioned it in a better example.
So this was Show sarcastically responding pretty much to people who act like the Texans won't be able to fill a roster if they make a big move.
How the hell? Wow, how does that happen? Huh? How does that happen, folks?
Let me put that a little more context. They just handed out that contract right there, whether you think it's a good idea or not. Right? This is a top 3 team in the AFC. Lamar Jackson, average salary, $52 million a year. Roquan Smith, linebacker, $20 million a year average salary. Left tackle, $20 million a year salary. $24.5 million, Justin Matabike. A corner, Marlon Humphreys, $19.5 million. Marcus Williams, a safety, making $14 million.
What?
How about a tight end making $14 million per?
They did not. No, they did not do that. They were not able to fit that in.
They got it in, man.
No, how?
They got it in.
How
boys.
did they do that? How about that? Somehow, folks, it reduced his salary of $22 million. He signed.
Am I picking up on some sarcasm?
No. Again, everything he read.
How do you think they were able to fill out a roster?
How? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Somehow they're able to pull that off.
C.J. Stroud's $9 million per on average.
9 big ones.
52 for Baltimore. And that's the advantage that the Texans have ultimately is an extra $43 million a year as it pertains to the quarterback.
And the other advantage is not just the quarterback. Hell, they just don't have many high-priced guys. Can't take on the 25 to get Mike Evans.
Dude, keep telling me how it can't be done. Keep telling me how it can't be done. Because it can. And that's a good example. No, they can't do that. How'd they do that?
You do got to be smart, though.
Of course.
But do you really have to be that smart when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal?
Not as.
I mean, you got to be smart.
Not as smart.
Not overly smart.
Well, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. Those two teams are signing big money players. So they're making it happen. Texans have a guy on a rookie contract. They can make it happen. It goes back to what I said just a second ago. Like, I have very high expectations. My disappointment is that like people are saying you're going to end up being disappointed if you think the Texans are going to spend a lot of money. No, they can and they should because this is the time to do it.
I expect them to spend money, but big money, I don't need a big name. There's big names,
yeah,
but I don't need the most expensive name. I don't need Christian Wilkins. I don't need Patrick Queen.
Yeah.
I'm good on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe the market speaks to them and they end up demanding less than what's being projected, but I don't need like the most expensive name.
No, and
spread it out.
And that's the other part of it. There's a lot of value at various positions. Value at running back, value at cornerback, value at defensive tackle, value at linebacker. That's why I was talking about Luvu earlier. That is still big money, but it's not going to be over the top money like we're talking about.
The Christian Wilkins thing will be really in first. Okay, what now? Or it's going to be the internet's breaking. Christian Wilkins is coming to the Texans.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here you go. So the running back market has been set. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
You sure?
A little breaking news.
I'm ready.
Yeah, break it.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, so DeAndre Swift is off the market. He gets a 3-year deal. This is about what the projections were. He gets a 3-year deal worth $24 million.
All right. All right.
So 3 years, $24 million for DeAndre Swift. He goes to the Chicago Bears. So the running back market, as we know it, is shaping up. DeAndre Swift, he's going to be a Chicago Bear.
That is good news on the Texans for the Texans on a couple of fronts. The market, first of all, at least is being set for now, and the Saquon thing is still alive.
So there you go. So the Texans have a starting point. So if Nick Caserio is negotiating with, say, Saquon Barkley, which Diana Rossini says that the Texans will be interested, there's a starting point right there.
Yeah, yeah. And it's a good one.
24.
And it's a good starting
point.
Yeah.
Saquon says, I want 3 years, 30.
Mm-hmm.
Nick decides whether he wants to do it or not.
Yeah.
And then maybe Saquon says, hold on a sec, and then he tells the Eagles.
Yeah.
3 years.
Which he should.
But who knows? But that's the first domino to fall. DeAndre Swift, 3 years, $24 million. So as expected, that's where we're at.
Bears are making some moves, man. Big time. Bears.
Yeah, they're throwing around a lot of money. You know why? You know why?
They're going to draft a quarterback.
They're going to draft a rookie quarterback, and they're going to have a quarterback on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that works.
And that's a good example.
Throw around the bread
that we can talk about here. Exactly.
So there you go. They've had Justin Fields the last few years on the rookie deal, and now they're just going to keep it going, and they're going to have perhaps Caleb Williams on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
So they're throwing the bread around. But the running back market has been set. There you go. Josh Jacobs, what's up? Saquon, what's up? Your guy, Zach Moss?
How is he my guy all of a sudden? All I said is, what if he's the number 2? The number 2 running back.
I'm good on that.
You're in love with Devin Singletary.
No, I'm in love with Devin Singletary as the backup.
Well, Zach Moss as the backup. What about that?
No. I'm good on that. Thank you very much. Christian Wilkins, Cleveland, Minnesota. Keep an eye on that. I don't know that he wants to go to Minnesota.
I don't know that he doesn't. I mean, they have a lot to figure out, but I think Wilkins is just going to get, what do they say, broke off.
Saquon.
It's the one we keep an eye on, and the Texans apparently are in the mix. They're definitely in the mix.
I really kind of just want to I want to hear Sean and Seth having to talk about it.
We're cheering for us.
Well, I think it would help the football team. That's most important, but
of course,
I want to hear them have to talk about it if it happens.
Yes. And if they spend big money on 2 players, which was apparently off the board.
Well,
when it came
massive
to
bread.
When it came to Mike Evans.
The Mike Evans situation.
Yeah.
We'll get show started on that. Where are we at on wide receiver? We good on that?
No, I think there's some players out there, but I'm convinced that the cornerback is going to be the first round pick, but could be wrong on that. I'm not down with a T. Higgins trade. By the way, he's asked for a trade, but there's some free agents out there at the cornerback position. I mean, at the wide receiver position.
But you got to let the market speak, right? You don't want to be in that.
That's not going to be the first one that breaks unless they really, really love a guy.
Yeah, you got to let that set up.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
So the running back market has been set. What's going to be the next move? Are the Texans going to sign a running back? DeAndre Swift already off the market. 3 years, $24 million with the Chicago Bears. Texans apparently in on Christian Wilkins, and they're going to be making moves. Business is about to pick up. The ball is rolling as free agency has begun. Don't go anywhere. And speaking of free agents, though, let's hear from the Texans' 2 most prominent guys and how they're feeling as they test the market. In the Loop continues as free agency.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, so there's a little bit more to this running back market that has been set. The $24 million deal that DeAndre Swift signed with the Chicago Bears as the running back market has been set. Just $15 million guaranteed. So
that's even better. I mean, he's one of the top tier running backs, and $15 million guaranteed. That's like I said, the Texans are going to sign one.
Of all the things that the Texans could not do, if they don't sign Saquon Barkley because he's been such a polarizing name and because the market is such to where it's not like a massive, relatively speaking, financial hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Saquon Barkley goes to the Philadelphia Eagles and ends up just mashing, and absolutely thriving, that's going to probably be the first.
It's going to hurt
during the Caserio D'Amico era, depending on what the Texans do at running back. But if he is just by far all-world, all-pro, Christian McCaffrey type impact, and he doesn't end up signing here, hindsight's 20/20 in a lot of situations. But that is something that we've been talking about, and it's been the most obvious, big splash that makes the most sense. That would be perhaps the. I don't want to say the end of the honeymoon
one that got
phase.
away.
Yeah, and that would be the first like questioning of what the hell were they doing?
Why did you not get in on that kind of thing? And it had a lot of legs over the weekend, which you have referenced recently. You know, he could be the McCaffrey. You know, Saquon could be the McCaffrey for whichever team ends up getting him. By the way, I'm interested in what's going on in Buffalo. Why do you say that, you ask? Because Deion Dawkins himself tweeted it was good while it lasted, Buffalo, with a peace sign, as in peace out. Excited for the next chapter. Wonder if it's okay to eat ranch now, which is right up your alley.
You can't eat ranch on buffalo wings there? That's trash.
That is the corniest thing.
That's as corny. That's as salt on my steak. My ribs, you don't need sauce on my ribs. That's taking it too far.
So I was talking to you during the break. I was like,
Let's go eat some wings.
I saw that he was going to be on the market. And Deion Dawkins has made the Pro Bowl the last 3 years. I mean, he's good. But then Adam Schefter, after Deion Dawkins tweets "peace out," says that the Bills are going to sign him to a 3-year, $60 million extension.
We just tweeted, y'all are cray. Why would I ever leave Buffalo?
Okay.
I'm never
So
leaving,
he was
guy.
trolling.
I'm Buffalo for life.
Yeah, he was trolling.
And he put the snow on
But he
there.
definitely wants ranch dressing.
Yeah.
He definitely wants that.
So DeAndre Swift has handled that. You're telling me you can't have ranch on wings? Like, what are we doing?
Deion had jokes. He had jokes.
Yeah, he trolled. Blake Cashman. We don't know what the market's going to be like for Blake Cashman. He was on KPRC too. This is interesting. I think this says a lot about just how much he enjoys things here. They're letting him test the market.
Mm-hmm.
And once Blake Cashman tests that market, the Texans are going to have an opportunity. Here was Blake Cashman on KPRC too. He was with Aaron Wilson. Here is Blake Cashman.
I'm not going to lie, it's overwhelming. I like to think it's a good problem to have. It's the first time where I've had so many potential opportunities or offers. So it's going to come down to what my role is, how much of a priority I am for that team. I feel like I proved myself to be a 3-down linebacker, whether that's Mike linebacker or Will. Listen to since it's my first time being in this position, but I've made it very clear with the team and my agent that Houston's always going to have the chance to make an offer, a counter offer to keep me here, because I do believe staying here is the best option. Great for both parties. They know me, I know them. What they do well is perfect for what I need, so I'm not going to make any decisions without going back to Houston first.
And I think that sometimes it's you almost earn the right to go test the market.
He did. No, he's the example.
Earn the right, and in a Cashman situation, I think he understands, and I'm sure that the dialogue between Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans is such to where they understand you deserve this, man.
They're pulling for him.
You deserve this.
Like,
come back with us for the offer, and we will figure it out.
Knowing this organization now, as long as it's not something stupid, they're pulling for him to get paid, and they want a chance to. We'll find out if they want a chance to be able to match if it's reasonable enough for him. The guy has busted his ass. He's been in the NFL for 5 years. And just made over $4.7 million. They want him to get paid. They want to pay him. They want him to be a Texan. We'll find out if that's absolutely true, at what price. But the interesting thing is he came in at like a 200-pound linebacker. He was like just over 200 in college, and then bulked up and earned the happy for him. I hope he remains a Texan. The market value, at least according to KPRC2, I don't know if this was Aaron or someone else on their story, They said that he might be searching for a market value between $5 and $7 million.
That's cool.
That's not that much. It's higher than he's ever made by a long stretch. By a long stretch. But I hope they bring him back. But I also hope he gets paid. He's earned it.
He's earned it.
Yeah.
And he wants to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that goes. Blake Cashman. Jonathan Grenard, I'm not going to lie. I like Jonathan Grenard. I don't know what the market's going to be, but my guys on the edge this year, I want Chase Young in a use the Texans to show that you belong in the league, unrealized potential.
1 year.
Number 2 overall pick a few years ago. Can D'Amico get the most of you? Can Matt Burt get the most of you? Or Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack? Khalil Mack hasn't missed a game the last 2 years. Joey Bosa has missed a lot.
Yeah.
But either one of those guys, and if you look at what the Chargers are going to have to do, they're going to have to – if they keep both of those guys, there's going to be some serious shuffling going around. But I gotta believe that they part with at least one of those guys. We know Nick Bosa loves D'Amico Ryans. Could Joey Bosa fit into what they want to do? And Khalil Mack, I mean, my God, he's coming off a career high in sacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfect mentor for Will Anderson. And talk about full circle. Jadeveon Clowney over Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack goes to a few teams. You got to think he's going to want to win. Khalil Mack, scary for D'Amico's defense.
You know what? We haven't even really mentioned Jonathan Grenard as a possibility. I kind of feel like that ship has sailed here, right? Grenard?
Depending on what happens with the market.
Yeah. Well, you mean for him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess maybe they had discussions. I don't know. But he's one that I'm already kind of moved on from. Hopefully I'll be wrong because and he continues to play like he did last year.
Yeah. That would be a good thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing for him. Go get you some money, Jonathan. Get your thing. They like you.
Yeah.
You swarmed.
He did swarm.
Now go do your thing.
He definitely swarmed.
The Chase Young thing is going to be I think I don't see him getting a long-term deal.
I think it's going to be a 1-year deal. The guys in the morning were talking about almost preferring Jadeveon Clowney over Chase Young.
That's cool.
I don't care about that. All I know is that Chase Young, I think, is going to be a 1-year deal, $12 million, something like that. That's more than worth it to me.
Yeah, that's cool. If they want Clowney. I mean, I don't know if D'Amico would want Clowney. I don't know if Nick Caserio would want Clowney, but that's cool. Michael Pittman Jr., he started off the day. He got a 3-year deal with the Indianapolis Colts. I do wonder if perhaps that could be the starting point for Nico Collins. Could we see that being the type of deal he gets 3 years, $70 million, 46 guaranteed?
I think that's what he's looking at.
I think that would be fine.
Yeah.
I think that's more realistic than Monroe, St. Brown, and some of these numbers. Other guys. Yeah, I would say that's a decent number right there. 3 years, $70 million, 46 guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Pittman's been more available. I think he's only missed 5 games. Hasn't had a quarterback. I would say that could be perhaps a starting point. Don't know what they're going to do with that. Don't know what they're going to do at the receiver. And then you have T. Higgins. He's requested a trade from the Cincinnati Bengals. They franchise tagged him. I don't know where he fits in, where he's going to end up going.
What is it? What is his trade value?
I don't know. I mean, he didn't want to make $21 million for 1 year.
Yeah.
So I don't know what – I mean, what is T. Higgins? Is he much better than Michael Pittman Jr.? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's better than Michael Pittman Jr., but not by a lot. I mean, it's a conversation. My thing with him is I don't want to give up those draft picks.
No, draft picks and bread.
Yeah, that's what I mean. For him, when you can maybe even get a receiver at 23 that could be one of the top level receivers.
And there's the Chargers are listening to trade offers for both Bosa and Khalil Mack. So keep an eye on that. Maybe the Texans want to make a little trade for one of those guys on the edge. Still no move from Nick Caserio. There's some fire Caserio. No, I'm just kidding.
It's happening already. Come on, get off your couch.
Come on, Nick. Spend that money. He will. I can assure you. Coming up, the hits are lit. Free agency is upon us, and one of the most polarizing names is off the market. John, I absolutely love it. We'll get into that next.
How can the Texans win free agency and the draft?
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so running back market has been set. DeAndre Swift, he signs a 3-year, $24 million deal with the Bears, $15 million guaranteed. Diana Rossini, she has a couple of nugs as free agency begins here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So she says the Texans are in the mix for Saquon. She also says they're expected to be in with Christian Wilkins. And she said the Titans, they're out of the running back market. Derrick Henry will not be back. They've moved on.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
According to simultaneous Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport, the Vikings are signing edge rusher Jonathan Grenard to the Minnesota Vikings. I was just talking about I hadn't even really mentioned him. I felt like the ship has sailed on that. So Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero within 3 seconds of each other, so I'll give them both credit.
Yeah.
Signing Jonathan Grenard to the Minnesota Vikings. So that says a couple things, Landry. You got to look elsewhere, first and foremost, for the Texans. I'll be very interested to see.
As expected.
But I'll be very interested to see what his contract is and where the Texans go from here.
So Jonathan Grenard is gone. So you start looking at that DN market, and you start asking yourself, okay, are they going to be in for with Chase Young? Are they going to be in on either Bosa or Khalil Mack? What are they going to do? Because my thing is this. I don't think this caught them by surprise. I think if you were in that building and you were able to be a fly on the wall, I would anticipate that what they were going to do on that D-line, replacing what Jonathan Grenard was to this football team last year, which was freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have gotten where they got without him. I understand letting him go. I'm intrigued to see what the money is. But this is not a
contract year, something of a one-off year, etc. for him.
By the way,
breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, Tony Pollard is going to sign with the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
So Diana, she said they were going to be out on Derrick Henry. Tony Pollard, by the way, he's from Memphis, I think.
Yeah.
Country as hell.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He played at Memphis. I don't know if he's from there. He damn sure sounds like he could have been on Adventures in Hollywood with 3 6 Mafia. Same accent.
Sound like he could have been in 3 6 Mafia.
Same damn accent. So Tony Pollard. So you know what that means, though?
What does that mean?
That means that perhaps the Dallas Cowboys are going to be in on Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry because that was their guy, Tony Pollard, last year. They don't have anyone capable of toting that rock right now, and we got to keep an eye on this running back market. We've already seen Swift gone. We got Tony Pollard gone now, so the running back market is intensifying. Saquon Barkley, could he end up being a Houston Texan? If that doesn't happen, where are we going?
I'm glad you
Where are we going?
I mean, come on. We're all grown-ass adults here, but I'm starting to get a little nervous here. I mean, it's the kid in us,
Any
right?
update on Zach Moss?
Yeah, it's the kid in us. I'm like, I saw one report, well, there's several, but I was looking at one report about, the Eagles really Saquon Barkley, and I'm like, man, the Eagles are going to end up with Saquon, aren't they? Well, no reports yet on that, but Pollard gone.
Jonathan Grenard, if you're just tuning in, he gone.
Yeah. Are you the same way? I'm starting to get a little nervous about Saquon, even though there's other very good options out there.
I think Philadelphia it makes sense for him. He's an hour away, man. I mean, he's an hour away from where he grew up. He went to Penn State and all that. So there's the ties. Just like when we talk about, why it would make sense for certain guys to come here. Yeah, it makes sense. So Tony Pollard, totally by the way, a Tennessee Titan.
Yeah, totally get it. But I mean, the Eagles are in win now mode, and they were kind of a bleep show at the end of the year. Not kind of, they were, and apparently they're in on a safety as well. All I'm saying is that's where the Texans are. Let's go. Let's get it going here. Let's pick up the pace.
So Jonathan Grenard, he gets paid. How much do you think he got paid? If you had to guess, how much? I mean, because surely not $20 million a year. I mean, we're not talking like elite
I think
D-line.
so, man.
Come on.
I think
really?
So. I think so.
Come on.
I think so.
He signed too quick.
Yeah,
that was a quick of a signing, man.
Come on, man.
I think so.
Boy, he's going to freeze his ass off.
I mean, he got 12 sacks.
He is going to freeze his ass off.
What does sacks get, Figgy?
Money.
Stacks, man. Sacks get stacks. Jonathan Grenard gone. And I can't wait to see this spread.
Yeah.
This spread's going to be wild. Tony Pollard and Swift off the market. We got to see what happens with Saquon. But the Texans have not made a move, and the hits, they are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Speaking of getting broke off, Chris Jones, he got broke off. The Chiefs' 5-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle reached an agreement on a record 5-year deal that includes $95 million guaranteed in the first 3 years.
That is enormous. That is enormous. And I'll still say it, as I've often said it, the Chiefs are getting it done. It's going to catch up to the Chiefs. It will. We're looking at everything going on in Buffalo and fire sales and all that. But they're in a position where who cares? We might have 3 Super Bowls in a row and 4 in however many years.
All right, we have the money for Jonathan Grenard. Are you ready for this?
I am.
4 years, $76 million, $42 million guaranteed.
Oh, wow. That's good value.
Is it?
Such as it is. Yeah, such as it is. In today's market, maybe is what I should say. That's good value.
Yeah, good for him, man.
Yeah.
Good for Jonathan Grenard. He definitely wasn't going to get that here. So there that is. Russell Wilson. The Pittsburgh Steelers will pay him about $1 million this season to play football. Here was the details of that per Tom Pelissaro of NFL Network.
There were a couple of strong advocates for Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh throughout the process. One of them was the veteran defensive lineman Cameron Hayward, who, like Russell Wilson, is a former Walter Payton NFL. The other was head coach Mike Tomlin, who spent a lot of time with Wilson during a visit to the team facility on Friday. He is headed to Pittsburgh, where my understanding is the plan is for Russell Wilson to compete with Kenny Pickett.
Okay. let's Are we doing that?
I guess.
Are they going to do a quarterback competition with Russell Wilson and Kenny Pickett?
They're going to do a faux quarterback competition.
They splitting reps.
A fake quarterback country.
They both running with the first team.
Yeah, sure they are. Sure they are. The thing about Russell Wilson to the Steelers, it's not the deal. The deal is a no-brainer. You're paying him $1 million, kick the tires, see what happens. The thing with me is the Steelers. Like, I don't see how the Steelers are going to be any big threat in the AFC, whether it's Russell Wilson or this Kenny Pickett nonsense or whatever. They have too good a coach. They're too good otherwise. They're going to win 9-10 games and then get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. They're in purgatory. And we've been there. You know, the Texans have been there. So that's my big deal. The $1 million, who cares? That's good value.
That's unbelievable, man.
Mm-hmm. How about the Broncos? They're on the hook for 38, 39.
Speaking of the Broncos, they made a trade with the Cleveland Browns. Jerry Jeudy, 5th and 6th round pick for Jerry Jeudy. There were some people asking, should the Texans have made this move? I have a very simple answer for that. He's on his 5th-year option. He's already kind of been a little bit of a pain in the butt. Abso-freaking-lutely not. The Texans should not have made a deal like that.
Yeah, and good thing they didn't. I'm with you all the way.
Other trade this weekend, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they acquire Mac Jones for a 6th-round pick. He's obviously going to back up Trevor Lawrence, but I do find it interesting that, first of all, Marcus Spears said he's going to push Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying that that's even, true, but also the side-by-side graphic of their stats is actually pretty astonishing because Mac Jones pretty much has the upper hand. Now, some people say, well, Trevor Lawrence played for Urban Meyer his first year. I would counter that by saying, well, the last 2 years, Mac Jones had Matt Patricia as his offensive coordinator, and then he had Bill O'Brien as his offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So maybe we can balance that out. The best way I can put this when it comes to Trevor Lawrence is he's closer to Mac Jones than he is to being elite. Is that fair?
No, that's absolutely fair. Just the simple fact that there are some respected people out there saying maybe it's going to be the kick in the pants that Trevor Lawrence needs. Maybe it's going to be the competition that he needs, or maybe it will be even a competition. That's all you need to hear right there. Trevor Lawrence, that you're even considering that, is bizarre.
So you're going to sense a theme here. We have the money with Tony Pollard and the Titans.
Okay.
DeAndre Swift got a 3-year, $24 million deal, $15 million guaranteed. Tony Pollard's deal with the Titans. You want to guess?
I'm going to say, same ballpark.
Well, you would be right. 3 years, $24 million.
The exact same ballpark. All right, let's go.
So there's the market.
Yeah, this is good.
There's the market for the backs right there.
What's the deal then that would tip the scales for the Texans?
Saquon's got to be asking for what?
22.
330?
222.
I say 30.
330? We good?
330. 330.
We down with that?
I'm going to say Texans get Saquon for 3 years, $33 million. $11 million a year with a big guarantee. They have to out guarantee the Eagles.
What's the guarantee?
What would the guarantee be, Landry? 3 years, $33 million. I think they're going to go to $11 million a year. I'm going to say 24.
We'll give you 24.
Yeah, 24.
But this is a pro Saquon show. There's a lot of anti Saquoners out there. This is a pro Quan show. We want to hit the Quan. By the way, Josh Jacobs. I don't know what's up with him. He's supposed to be in the mix, but this morning he seemed a little bit sad, man.
Jacobs did?
A little bit sad.
I missed that.
He said, "Spread some love today. You never know what someone's going through." This was an hour ago.
Oh no, that's a common one. He's just being inspiring. He just wanted to say something on Twitter. You never know.
Go get some money, man.
Well, he's gonna get some money.
And we know that.
He'll get some money.
Get out there, man.
Mm-hmm. 3 year, 24, man.
I want a running back who wears visor, man.
Why not?
Josh Jacobs, visor.
Yeah.
I need the visor.
I like him a lot, man. I do.
But do they like him?
Yeah, we'll find out.
Running back market has been set. Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, one of them should get released this week. Joey Bosa has a $7 million roster bonus that is due on Friday and a $15 million base salary. Neither are guaranteed. That's important to note. Mm-hmm. Mack has a $5.5 million roster bonus. His base salary is $17.5 million. His payments are also not guaranteed. So with Jonathan Grenard signing with the Vikings, keep an eye on the D-end market and what the Texans choose to do. Grenard signed the 4-year, $76 million deal as we started this segment. $42 million of that guaranteed. He's going to be in Minnesota, freezing his ass off.
He will be doing that. So does D-end become they're going to sign a D-end? It has to, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they're not surprised by this. They already have a plan.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about from our perspective, like they're going to sign a running back and they're going to sign a D-end. So as far as I'm concerned, because you can't count on the draft. The running back class is weak. The edge rusher class is okay, but that's not going to get you.
So we're almost an hour into free agency. Nick Caserio hadn't done a damn thing.
Come on, Nick.
Nick,
do something, bro.
Where are you at?
Do something, bro.
Where are you at?
Where's Blake?
Can you do something, bro?
Please
Thank you.
do something, bro. Give us something.
God.
Give us something, Nick.
God.
I think he will for lunch. I think lunchtime. As a matter of fact, I think
if he don't.
Oh my God, you're so
I'm sure that's
terrible.
going to be on Twitter.
Save that.
Hey.
Save that.
Hey, I think he does something during this commercial break.
All right.
It's my prediction.
I approve.
I just want good teammates.
In the Loop continues. Quiet start for the Texans in free agency, but not quiet around the league.
Let's go. Do something, bro.
Free agency continues next.
All right. Let's.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so we're an hour into free agency. Things that have happened that impact the Texans. Jonathan Grenard, he is gone. Jonathan Grenard, Texans last year, 4 years, $76 million, $42 million guaranteed. He goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Running back market also. We anticipate the Texans being in this in some way, shape, or form. That market's kind of getting set right now. DeAndre Swift, he set the market with a 3-year, $24 million deal with the Bears. Tony Pollard, he signed with the Titans, so he's going to be in the division. The former Dallas Cowboy, 3 years, $24 million. So we have a starting point now. Do Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley kind of fall above that tier? Perhaps, but that's where the running back market is. And now the Texans, we anticipated it, but now it's reality. We really got to wonder who's going to start opposite of Will Anderson, because it's not going to be Jonathan Grenard, which we already knew.
Yeah, so let's interpret this for a second. As we get breaking news and expect it to be continuing hot and heavy here, highly recommend you stay plugged in. So let's interpret this a little bit. First, the running back market itself. This is only good news for the Texans. The $8 million per $24 million for 3 years on those two guys that you mentioned, that's good news because the Texans, the market that we anticipated of $10, $11 million for Jacobs and Saquon, that's still out there. You might just have to make a bigger guarantee for Barkley because it looks, by all accounts, especially some guys that, and Diana Rossini, I shouldn't say guys and girls that cover this very closely. I'm glad I caught that. She's been busting her ass. You might have to make a bigger guarantee. It looks like it's the Eagles and the Texans with Saquon. Here's the other thing with interpreting what's happened so far. Pollard to the Titans. We knew this was the case. He said as much. But Derrick Henry, that's he's out there. Like it's
and the
official.
Cowboys are in the market now too.
Yeah, it's
so
yes.
you have competition in the running back market now because the Cowboys they're going to be in this running back market. You would anticipate as well.
Yeah.
So you have
and Derrick Henry officially official. You can go get him. I mean we knew you could, but now it's there. Interested. Another aspect, another layer to the running back thing news that we've had so far. Does Devin Singletary become more of an option for a team like Dallas looking for a second running? But why not?
No way.
Why not?
No way.
Zach Moss is out there. I think he's a number 2. I think Devin Singletary is a number 2.
Can you stop with the Zach Moss, please?
I'm just reporting
what is happening, isn't it?
I'm just talking about what has been reported. So there's that. And then there's the Grenard. Let's interpret that for Texans fans if it hasn't come together for you. I would bet a lot that the Texans will either end the day or end free agency for sure with a first-tier running back and a first-tier edge rusher.
All right, we have an update on the Saquon Barkley sweepstakes, which appears to be between the Texans and the Eagles. You ready for this? This is from Connor Hughes, who's all over things, covers the Jets, but he also has some Giants Connect. Pre-rumblings that the Eagles are willing to go north of $12 million annually for Saquon Barkley, per sources. That's higher than the Texans, which is believed to be near $11 million. Just make the move. Just make
throw in $2 more million.
Make a bigger guarantee.
Just make the damn move.
Make a bigger guarantee.
Okay, let's not penny pinch. If you're willing to go 11, that obviously means you think he can have a big impact.
Huge.
Just make the damn move.
13,
just 14, cut the crap.
This is happening.
Cut the crap.
Man, boy, you talk about wishing you could be a fly on the wall. You know it is going hot and heavy right now over at NRG. I mean, they are like, okay, what can we do? Cal and Hannah are in on it. Like, this is what we're thinking we need to pay. This is what we want to do for the bonus.
Just do it.
Saquon people are probably going back and forth.
Yep.
Like
it's cheap.
Well, they just went to $12 million.
Yep. You got 13?
Yeah.
13? All right, now 14?
Yeah.
And he also says the sentiment was always that Barkley would give the Giants a chance to match. No way. I mean, at this point, the Giants have disrespected you, and they've told you what to do.
It's Philadelphia and Houston. It's Philadelphia and Houston. Make the guarantee. Just for posterity's sake, I want to say this one more time. If not now, when? because you got the money.
I mean, it would.
Come on, Nick.
Come on, Nick.
It would be kind of a damn shame if they missed out.
Can
on
you
Saquon
do
'cause of
something, bro?
Yes, Nick. Yes.
So Saquon Barkley, Texans willing to go 11 mil though.
That's huge. That's their guy.
I just really don't understand the thing is this penny pinching mindset of running backs when the market has changed so much. Like it's not the same as we've been used to, but who knows?
Glad Nick ain't got that mindset clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean he was willing to go 11 million.
Yeah, we're getting signs they're spending. They now may not lead to Saquon Barkley, but they are spending.
But I will say this, and again, I'll go back to how I started this. It is free agency here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Jonathan Grenard, he's gone. I will say this: if you're willing to give Saquon $11 million, and then you end up with Zach Moss, I'm not. I can't get down with that.
No, it's not going to happen.
That means no. I'm just saying, like that. That is not where I'm trying to go. I'm not trying to go from, hey, we're willing to give Saquon Barkley $11 million, but hey, here's Zach Moss. Welcome to the committee of running backs. No, thank you.
I don't even think he's in the equation unless he's a number 2. I think if it's not Saquon, might damn well be Derrick Henry on a shorter term deal.
Okay.
Yeah. You'd be good with that, wouldn't you?
Sure, I guess. I mean, that's fine.
You seem excited.
They need to up the price on Saquon, man.
Yes.
Stop playing around.
Yes.
Just get Quan. You got extra money?
If not now, when?
You're good.
Yeah. You realize what he would do for this squad?
It's insane. It would be the best off. The sad thing is, as much as we bitch and moan about the Texans' offensive line, this would be the best offensive line perhaps he's ever run behind.
They're awful in New York.
They were the worst. They were 0.01 away from being the worst in the league at run block win rate or whatever the hell it is.
Mm-hmm.
And their quarterback situation was trash. Just make it happen.
Yeah.
Just make it happen. 11 million. Man,
there's a lot of apprehension and tension going on.
But now you got Saquon. Just he's got you. He's got people by the conads.
Good for him. Seriously, I was going to take at this point. I don't see. They said that the Eagles are at 12, the Texans are at 11. I don't think either one is at more than 3 years. So it's really just going to come down to the bonus that you can offer, the guarantee, that you can offer, and you've got the money to do that. 3 years, and then worry about C.J. Stroud.
So the Eagles willing to go 12 mil. Texans currently at 11. That's from Connor Orr. That's the first tangible update we've gotten on Saquon Barkley and what the heck
can you do something
they're thinking
bro?
about there. Still have nothing from
Nick
from there.
Yeah, come on, Nick. We're all behind you. We're all pulling for you.
Just make the splash. Do the Quan.
Yeah.
Do the Quan.
Let's
not.
And the reason is, Landry, at this point, Saquon is their guy. That's their number.
You.
That's their number one.
I mean, if Connor Orr's right,
Well, yeah, but it's others also saying the Saquon. So if it's being reported by multiple people, Eagles, Texans fighting it out for Saquon. Clearly, that's their number one guy. I haven't seen any other running back officially reported with the Texans.
As long as it's not Zach Moss, I'm all right, man.
Get Zach Moss out of your head.
If you miss on Saquon, then okay, I can fall back into Josh Jacobs. I can fall back into Derrick Henry. We can bring back Devin Singletary.
Yeah,
and we can figure something out. But you can't do that and then give me that. You can't tell me
it's a womp womp.
You can't tell me that you're going to Steak 48 or Fleming's and then bring me the McRib.
Yeah.
You can bring me like some Saltgrass or some Roadhouse.
Did I say Steak 48? I meant Golden Corral.
Yeah. Hey, I would rather have Golden Corral than Zach Moss. I mean, at least I can get some rolls out of that.
Yeah, this is true.
I don't want to fall back on Zach Moss because clearly, what if these reports are true, and I don't have any reason to not believe Diana Rossini, and quite frankly, Connor Orr, he's not one of these guys that just makes stuff up, and he's very connected up there in New York. If the reports are true, it appears at least with the effort, the Texans are showing that they're taking the running back position serious.
Yeah, how about the Nick Caserio's not going to spend any money in free agency? I went off on that from the very start. Like, and he is. That's the underlying story here. They're willing to spend, recognizing this is the year. They understand that they're not going to have this opportunity again. Now, maybe it won't be Saquon Barkley, but they are willing to spend, and that's really good news.
Just tell me it won't be Zach Moss.
That's about get Zach Moss out of your head.
I saw Aaron Wilson say that the Texans could be in on Zach Moss.
But maybe Saquon and Zach Moss. His market value is like $9 million for 2 years. That's basically what Devin Singletary's is. You know?
Why you hate Zach Moss so much,
What
man?
do you mean, why do I hate Zach Moss so much?
He's not bad.
Talking about Saquon and Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs.
I know he's talking about
Moss?
I know he's talking about Alfred Blue.
What the hell is this? I mean, that's pretty much what it would feel like.
Yes. What is all of Texans Twitter telling Nick right now, Figgy?
Do something, man.
Yes.
Can you do something, bro?
Do something. DeAndre Swift gone. All that. So the Texans are going to we joke about it, but they're letting this play out. The one thing I think that is a really high priority is the end.
I think it's going to get done. I think it's a must.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if we hear about them trading perhaps for Bosa or Mack or something like that.
Or signing, somebody else, somewhere along the lines. But no, they're
giving Chase Young a 2-year deal, something like that.
Something like that. They're going to get a running back. They're going to get a defensive end that's an upper tier guy. It's just a matter of is it going to be Saquon? See, the other thing about this that I hate, even though maybe it would have reasons. Don't lose to Philadelphia. Don't. If it comes down to
if you lose to Philadelphia, think about what you're losing.
No. I understand, but don't lose a bidding war.
Okay,
don't lose a bidding war.
But
unless it gets outrageous.
He is from there.
No, I know.
Like he's an hour. Saquon Barkley was born an hour away from where the Eagles play football, and he played football at Penn State.
Yeah, no, that's a huge factor. I'm saying it's not what I want. I mean, if you're going to be in a bidding war with all the money you have, and you look at the cap space of the respective teams, don't lose it.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a grasp of the safety market. So the Broncos are signing former Dolphins safety Brandon Jones to a 3-year deal worth $20 million. So that's not quite the caliber player of Xavier McKinney, but that's layout right there of where the safety market could be heading as we try to get a grasp of perhaps the Texans doing that. I think that could be something that speaks to them later.
Yeah.
The more pressing thing is running back and D-end.
D-end. Yes. Totally agree.
I would love if D'Amico showed the confidence in Chase Young. I think that would say a lot.
That's my preference is Chase Young. But there are other guys now that are available.
So have Christian Wilkins on the market too.
No, I want edge guys. I think that's where you can go.
Christian Wilkins. We thought he would be one of the first names off. He is not. So the two big names that we've been talking about, Christian Wilkins, Patrick Queen, we really haven't seen much news on them.
No, well, they're the higher priced guys.
Those might be more afternoon show. Biggie, you're good on if the Texans sign Zach Moss, are you good on that?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Why are you giving me a hard time, man?
Yeah, because I don't think he's just trash. But
he's not?
No, I don't want him RB1.
No, me neither.
I don't want him RB1.
Me neither. I'm just wondering if I see him working here, if it's going to be, thank you for your service, Devin Singletary. We're going to go with Saquon and Zach Moss. That's what I'm wondering.
Wouldn't you rather have Singletary than Zach Moss?
Personally, yes, absolutely. No, he's been here,
especially from their point of view.
Yes, but maybe that's not their point of view.
What about Austin Eckler? What's he up to?
What is he up to? Haven't mentioned him
at all. Is he alive?
Yeah, haven't mentioned him at all.
He might be peanuts. Might not be a system fit though.
Yeah,
who knows? Maybe they go up to.
Isn't it crazy how this illegal tampering goes so fast? Huh? Really wild, man. They make the call, they do the deal, they negotiate, all in a span of less than an hour or two.
That's how it happens.
It's crazy how that works out.
That's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Legal tampering. Although the Texans might have just followed the rules.
Yeah, they're like, wait, we could have called?
Wait, what? I thought it was illegal.
hey, Saquon's agent. Who's Saquon's agent? Since legal tampering has started, we thought we'd give you a call.
Nick and D'Amico are such good guys. They decided to wait till 11.
Wait, you already have an offer from Philadelphia?
10 seconds after 11. Wow, that was fast.
Dang, they're fast.
Yeah, what if Nick and D'Amico were just like, oh, well, it's illegal to do.
We're rules abiders. That should account for something.
Hey, couldn't wait to talk to you.
Yeah. That's right. I was
right kind of guy.
Yes.
And then they call Saquon and they're like, oh, he's a cheater. We don't want him. He's already been talking to other guys. He doesn't follow the rules.
Oh, you mean he's been talking?
He can't fit in here
but
with
that's
us.
That's illegal.
He can't fit in here with us, with the choir boys.
That's illegal. Oh, boy.
Man, if I had to move to Minnesota, I would be miserable.
Well, according to at least one texter, it's really not cold because they play indoors.
Okay.
How you getting to the stadium, bro? You got to shovel that driveway.
Jonathan Alexander has lived in 3 areas his whole life: Florida, Louisville, and Houston, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to be miserable in Minnesota.
Yep.
There is going to be a miserable adjustment. Yeah, what did I say?
Alexander.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Jonathan Grenard. Yeah, not Jonathan Alexander. But, yeah, he is going to be.
He's talking about DJ being the man.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Come on. Now you're just trying to be cruel, Figgy. Coming up, lunchtime confessions, and we'll give you the latest. Nick, you going to do something or what? What are we doing here? Come on, man. Let's get something. DN, running back, something, please. Next.
Can you do something, bro?
How can the Texans Fitness Energy.
All right, big move in the AFC South. Every team in the AFC South except the Texans has made a move today. Michael Pittman Jr., he signed a 3-year extension with the Indianapolis Colts. $70 million, $46 million guaranteed. Tony Pollard signed with the Titans, 3 years, $24 million. And now John Lopez, his guy, his strange crush. Don't know why.
Because he's good. He would have been a great fit here. That's why.
Gabe Davis.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Gabe Davis. 3-year deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Money's still not there, but Gabe Davis. Which means Calvin Ridley's gone.
Yeah.
But Gabe Davis, the guy that you wanted, he is going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for that. I thought he'd be a great fit here. Clearly, they have other options, other ideas. But Jacksonville, I mean, Trevor Lawrence has got some weapons. You know, Christian Kirk, Zay Flowers, Gabe Davis. So they've got some weapons.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans. Breaking
confess, since it is lunchtime confessions, let me go ahead and confess something as I break this news.
These are my confessions.
Christian Wilkins is signing with the Raiders. 4-year deal worth $110 million, $84.75 million guaranteed. He's not coming to the Texans. Thank God, especially at that price.
I know I just scared everybody in Houston because I hit the Texans breaking news. So they probably thought it was his.
Thank goodness, man.
I'm good with it. I am totally. There's my
4
confession
years,
too.
$110 million. Hey, shout out to David Mulligetta for doing David Mulligetta things.
Mm-hmm.
You get your guys paid.
He out here robbing people, man.
Good job, man.
Robbing people.
So Christian Wilkins, he is not
biggest, if not one of the biggest names on
Thank
the board.
God. Now we can have some fun.
So now
we can have some fun. Now is the time.
Get me Saquon. Get me.
Let's go get a safety now.
Look who you're talking to. Get me Simmons. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's get real creative here. Let's get crazy and greedy. Get me Saquon. Get me Simmons. Who's the edge rusher?
Chase Young or Bosa / Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
Let's get Khalil Mack.
Let's get greedy. There's another confession. I want to get greedy. I want to hear something.
It's shaping up now. This is good. I am so glad this did not happen, man.
Yeah, it is shaping up.
I am so glad this did not happen. That I would have been.
That's a lot of money,
That's
man.
too much.
A lot of money, man. For DT.
Yeah. Sign him in 2 or 3 years after he gets cut because it's such a bad contract. Let's get Christian Wilkins on the cheap after it becomes a bad contract.
And here's kind of just an add-on to the Gabe Davis thing from.
Thank you.
From the Athletics' Jeff Howe. The Jaguars agreed to terms with Gabe Davis, but they're still hoping to retain Calvin Ridley per source. So
okay,
hey, I'm just saying what he's reporting.
Okay, so they're trying to send Gabe Davis and Calvin Ridley and have Christian Kirk.
Yes.
All right.
And Zay Flowers.
All right.
Trevor Lawrence is going to get some weapons.
Okay.
Hey man, whose receiving room would you rather have? That one. Come on. That one. 100%.
Can I get back to you on that?
That one. All right, so it's happening, man. Let's do a couple of confessions here real quick.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a non-football one that I just feel embarrassed to admit, but even if you're embarrassed, you got to admit it. Dude. I didn't even know Poor Things was a movie. I
still don't.
And Emma Stone won Best Actress last night.
I don't. I didn't even
Figgy,
know.
did you know
who
Poor
won the
Things was a
awards or
movie?
anything
Nah,
like
I didn't.
that.
Like I
Was
didn't
this
even
in the movie theater?
Yes, she won Best Actress. Emma Stone, her second one. And I didn't watch it, so I was going through all the awards, and Oppenheimer won a bunch of awards, Best Picture, Best Director, all that stuff. And then I saw Emma Stone, Poor Things. I didn't even know that was a movie, dude. How far have we fallen? How washed am I when it comes to watching movies in a theater?
Hollywood's washed, right? I don't think that's a you thing.
Well, I mean, they're still creating stuff. Obviously, Barbie I saw, Oppenheimer I saw, but I was like, Poor Things was a movie? I didn't even know it was.
I don't think you're washed. Okay. Thank God Christian Wilkins is off the market. Oh my God!
Yeah.
If they would have given him that, I would have been terrified. Whew.
That would have been a lot.
Whew.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man.
Mm-hmm.
I was proud of me.
I was proud of you.
I was proud of me.
I
Friday.
was legitimately thinking they're going to fire your ass.
With Sean Pendergast managing the veteran squad. Your boy managed the civilians, and I outmanaged him. I'm not going to lie. I outmanaged him. There was a key move. I benched somebody who deserved to be benched. One of the worst softball players I've ever seen. Who
made a pitching move in the second inning?
Second inning, and I did so despite the fact there were no outs and a runner on third that would have ended the inning anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted people to see him benched, and it completely turned things around.
Yeah, I was proud.
Absolute clinic by me.
Yeah. So Sean Pendergast just tweeted regarding the Christian Wilkins signing, all caps, expensive. Yeah, very expensive.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of need to get over this can confirm thing, but I can't. So all this news is happened over the weekend, etc. When somebody reports a story, like Diana Rossini reported a story, and you're the local beat writer, just take it on the chin and give me something more.
You don't want to confirm?
I don't want Diana Rossini doesn't need anybody confirming. She's really good. She's really accurate, and she has more sources than any local writer. So I get it. You don't want to be embarrassed that she got the story. That I'm talking about the defensive tackle the Texans signed. She reported it first, and then local writers were saying can confirm. Just stop with the can confirm. That's when I see can confirm, what I read is I got beat. And that's fine. You got beat. Just give me another layer. Add something else. Diana Rossini can confirm. Okay, good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Free agency upon us. I got to confess, when I see this Gabe Davis situation, I see him ending up in Jacksonville. I kind of fear Saquon Barkley is going to do something similar. Gabe Davis grew up an hour away from where the Jags play ball. He's been free the last 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Florida guy goes back to Jacksonville. Same situation for Saquon. Grew up an hour away from Philadelphia. Now, Kay Adams is messing with people. And Kay Adams does know some folks. They asked where Saquon Barkley was going to go about 40 minutes ago, just randomly. This was a tweet that she'd gotten an hour ago. She said NFC East.
Okay.
Then 2 minutes ago, she said or. ...
That is absolutely messing with someone.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, there is a chance.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm not going to go full Mike Florio here, but I always say this. People tend to underestimate the influence of a wife when it comes to finding a new home, a new destination. I know it's not.
Okay,
it's not.
You're going to do it?
I said I'm not going to go Mike Florio. Like, she's not the reason.
You're talking about Mike Evans saying that he talked to his wife about free agency.
Dude, it's a factor.
But it's the way that Mike Evans, he wasn't like.
It was the way that Mike Florio worded it that was wrong. Like, she said, no, you're not. Like, it's like, I'm going to go out with the boys tonight, all right? No, you're not. I'm going to go ahead and sign in Tampa. No, you're not.
Yeah, Florio made it seem like Mike Evans' wife basically tied him up.
Yeah, no. But they're a big influence, and they should be, obviously. But I think
that money tied him up.
That money tied him up too. But he could have gotten money.
Speaking of money, I want to see what this
3 years is good though. That's not a big time long-term contract. We'll see what the money is.
Yeah, it's not a big commitment, but I would be intrigued. I know you're taking it hard, man. Props to you for being able to do this segment. Because he loved gay butt sex. Gabe Davis. I said Gabe. I did the Simpsons joke. That is dumped. You loved Gabe Davis.
I'm not going to apologize. Slime ball. Hit it, Figgy.
It's from The Simpsons.
I know.
This sounds
but you said it.
You gotta move past that.
Nomination.
Slime me.
You gotta move past
All
that.
right, we'll get to that later. But
Yeah, move past that.
No, I'm not going to apologize. I loved Gabe Davis as a fit for the Texans.
Remember when Bart used to call him Mo? Yeah. I just did the Mo.
Extends the field, scores touchdowns. What am I going to apologize for wanting him here? And just 3 years, man. I liked him, but they have something up their sleeve.
They definitely have something up their sleeve,
Yeah.
but you're upset about this.
No, I'm not upset. I just wished the Texans were in on it.
They're not.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye
Officially.
on that money. Texans still. Hour and a half. We're 90+ minutes into this, and they haven't made a move. We had the over/under at 3.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
That's what we had.
At 3 minutes.
And we haven't even gotten a single move.
No, they're hot and heavy in negotiations.
Can you do something, bro?
Coming up, we'll keep you updated on what's going on with free numbers of this Gabe Davis contract next.
The NFL offseason.
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
All right,
Locker.
how you feeling, man? Like, I know we're trying to be patient. I know we trust the regime, but there's a lot going on. Like, the division is active, all that. How are you feeling right now?
All right.
Nearly 2 hours into free agency, and the Texans haven't done anything, and you've seen Gabe Davis go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3 years, $39 million, can be up to $50 million. Gabe Davis.
Okay.
You have Michael Pittman Jr. getting re-signed by the Colts, and you have the Titans signing Tony Pollard.
All right, so let's reset kind of everything. You just reset some of it. But for those who are just joining us.
And Christian Wilkins, by the way, off the market.
Yes.
4 years, $110 million, $84.75 million guaranteed.
I want to be sitting here tomorrow, and we're talking about, can you believe we got a little antsy? Hell, Ron Hughley just walked in with a look on his face like somebody kicked his dog. I mean, he came in like just blank look like, are they going to do anything? I get it. I feel much the same way, you know. So I hope we're here tomorrow like, man, can you believe we were actually nervous? And they do sign Saquon or Derrick Henry or Josh Jacobs, and they do sign or trade for, well, we won't know the trade necessarily, but, they make a deal at defensive end. But right now, we're pushing an hour and 45 in, man. We're pushing an hour and 45 in. Every other team in the division has reportedly done some stuff. Big names, yes, Figgy, big names have been signing all over, and Texans have not made the board yet. So I hope it's about time to get some news here.
Can you do something,
So
bro?
you're that upset about this?
No, it's a little antsy is the word I would use. Little antsy. But I hope we're wrong. And
I mean, is there any move that has happened where you're like, man, I wish they would have done that? That hasn't happened to me yet.
No, that's the good
Matter
news.
of fact, I'm glad that they're not in on the Christian Wilkins thing. So for me, until I see, Saquon or Chase Young or the edge guys go away, I'm not panicking about it.
Only two moves have directly affected the Texans. Well, I should say indirectly affected the Texans. The first move is Christian Wilkins signing with the Raiders. That was a target. The Texans reportedly were in the mix. The cost was prohibitive, and so the Texans are out. So that one kind of indirectly affected what we were looking at here today. And the other one, all kidding aside from you who give me a hard time about this, Gabe Davis is indirectly affecting the Texans. They need a wide receiver. He was one that could have been had. So, but really, that's it. All the running backs that the Texans are presumably in on, they're still in on. In fact, reportedly, still in negotiations, kind of a bidding war, if you will.
Yeah, the report is the Texans are willing to go $11 million. This is from Connor Orr up there in New York. They're willing to go $11 million for Saquon. Apparently, the Eagles are willing to go 12.
Yeah, just make a better deal. Make a better deal. Yeah.
How much is too much?
I think if you can't go more than 3 years. The years more than anything else. We've seen the Chiefs, bust the cap and make it work. We've seen the Ravens bust the cap and make it work. The money doesn't bother me. The money, you pay him or guarantee him what he needs to be paid or guaranteed to make sure he comes here. Just don't go over 3 years is my only thing with Saquon.
Yeah, I think the 3-year market is set.
Yeah.
I think you're good there.
And by the way, the compensation for Gabe Davis, 3 years, $39 million, $11 million signing bonus. That was about his market value. I think his market value was 13 plus a year. So
yeah, and he has incentives. Yeah. So they got him on incentives to where the better he performs, the more they pay. And if not, you $13 million for Gabe Davis. This is my thing. You can't convince me that on a football team that Gabe Davis has a better impact than Saquon Barkley.
No, I didn't even think that.
No, I'm just saying, if you're not willing to go, and that seems like the appropriate market value for a wide receiver. And I actually wonder, when you talk about Curtis Samuel and some of these other guys, if maybe that kind of becomes a market that just kind of falls into the Texans' lap. But you can't convince me. I don't care what the the market is and what you say running backs are, you'll never be able to convince me in any world that if we're and at this point you're going playground style where you're picking the guy first. This isn't talking about, well, should they sign defensive lineman or linebacker? It's going to be expensive. You're literally not convince me that Gabe Davis is a better football player or has more of an impact on a football team, especially this football team, than Saquon Barkley. I just can't get down with that. Just the fact that discussion is being had, that's a no-brainer for me.
He's going to get paid more, but that's the market for wide receivers. Clint Stoerner says that you, me, and Figgy should relax.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, I'm great.
I'm a little antsy.
I'm glad Christian Wilkins is gone.
I'm a little antsy to see it happen, not that it's going to happen. And I think that's where I am. I'm more happy. I'm happier now than ever that we've seen the Texans in this kind of bidding war for Saquon Barkley. We've seen the Texans out on Wilkins, which means maybe they're going to focus more on the end position. So I'm not nervous that it's going to happen. I'm antsy because I want to see what happens.
There is some uneasiness, though. You do see some fans that are upset with the way that the Texans are handling this. I don't know how an hour and 45 in you could be disgruntled with what the Texans are doing.
No.
I think that's silly.
And by the way, the chips are falling in a good place for them.
Yeah, I think that's silly. And I understand we've been looking forward to this, but I think that's absolute silliness.
Yeah.
When it comes to what the Texans are or not. So we'll see what goes down. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. But it is funny that the Jags have, I don't know if they're saying that they might still bring back Calvin Ridley. Okay, we'll see. But the aggressively go and fill one of their positions of need. Titans do the same thing. The Texans are kind of in the same situation with Jonathan Grenard getting that Vikings deal where you got to think that they're going to do something, and that's going to be one of the first things they do is at the edge, because the Jags anticipated losing Ridley, so they signed Davis. The Titans anticipated letting Derrick Henry go, so they signed Pollard. Losing Jonathan Grenard was probably not a surprise. So you got to think that the Texans, much like the other two teams in their division, whether it's the first 2 hours, whether it's as time goes on, they've got to figure something out and make a move of their own to overcome that. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and they do. I mean, look, we understand they're following their plan. They've got their guys. They're in the negotiations. They're trying to find the running back and whomever else. All it is like you see it happening elsewhere. It kind of makes you a little antsy here.
So if the Texans had paid Christian Wilkins what the Raiders paid him, 4 years, $110 million with $84.75 million guaranteed, what would your reaction have been?
I'd be really disappointed. I don't know if I'd be sick about it because we wouldn't know what kind of player he could be, here. But I wouldn't be comfortable with it.
You better be looking like Aaron Donald.
Yes,
man.
Exactly.
The fan base would be excited. There's never been, I said this at the start of the show, there's never been a situation where one of those deals gets thrown out. Base is not at least overwhelmingly excited, but I would have really just wondered, what are we doing?
Yeah. I would have wondered that too, just because of the money. But he wasn't going to get less than that. That offer was out there. So.
Eric Armstead is the name right now, although he's not going to be – he's kind of healing from his
yeah, but you pointed it out. The dude played.
He played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Hurt. Figured it out. You can panic whenever you want. On the text line 214, how about 2 o'clock? Can we panic then? I mean, you're going to have to tell me who's gone and who's not. If you tell me the running back market's been depleted, then, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
I want them at the top of that running back market.
Well, and I think, if I am concerned about something, it's this. You lose out to the Eagles for Saquon. Don't really know what the situation is from their perspective for Derrick Henry or Josh Jacobs. You mentioned it earlier. I haven't seen anything on Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacobs is just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
Talking about going through stuff or whatever. Like, is he off the market or what?
He's going to put it off until tomorrow.
He said reach out to your loved ones as free agency started.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, what am I supposed to read into that? Are you all right?
It's just it's kind of an inspirational little little tweet, little message. That's all.
So the one splash, there's really one more splash that the Texans can make, right? Outside of Saquon, but like an expensive splash.
Edge.
Is it Patrick Queen?
I'd rather have.
No, but who's going to get a lot of money? I'm talking about like max safety.
You're talking language. Dream scenario right now, as we sit after all these signings, would be Saquon, Simmons, and then you pick the edge. You pick the edge there, and I'll be happy.
What do you mean you pick the edge? What the hell does that mean?
Like D'Amico, like any of those guys, because it could end up being a trade too.
Come on.
Could. It
Come on,
could.
Derek.
It could. Absolutely, it could.
I'm seeing something, but this can't be real.
Oh, that don't sound good.
This can't be real. Nah, surely not.
Look at Chris Santiago brought his Barkley jersey. Let me see that sucker. Look at turn around, Landry. This is how excited Texans fans are.
Oh, he's got his Saquon.
He's got his Saquon jersey, man.
Okay. I do wonder if the Texans are going to get the safety situation straight. Figure that out. Please.
I would be really excited if they did.
I'd be pumped, man.
I want to know what you saw.
I'm seeing it now again.
What is it?
Come on, you got to share with the class.
Texans are signing a safety, man.
Seriously? I haven't seen that
That's
yet.
what the word on the internet is. And now Storm Report just said per source. I don't think this is right.
Mm-hmm.
This can't be right. This is where you might have me rock bottom. I actually want to see what Ron Hughley does if this is true.
Mm-hmm.
There's whispers on the streets that the Texans could be bringing back Lonnie Johnson.
What? That's not true.
There's whispers on the streets.
It's not true. Not true.
That can't be true.
Fake
right?
news.
It got to be coming from him.
That's fake.
It got to be coming from Lonnie Johnson.
Yeah, coming from him.
I'm sure Lonnie Johnson like, hey, I would love to come back to Houston.
Wow. Hold on. I just saw another one.
That can't be right.
That's got to be.
They got to be messing with us.
That's got to be
right?
trolling.
Yeah, they're messing with us, right?
Yeah.
They're just kidding, right?
They got to be. Come on, man.
That's a joke, right?
It doesn't change anything, does it?
I mean, they're kidding, right?
It got to be.
Lonnie did say goodbye to the Saints, though, on his Twitter just now at 12:36. Nola gonna have love for y'all forever. I tried, I promise I tried. We just couldn't get it done.
I didn't even know he was on the damn Saints.
Dude, it's all over now. It's all
hit the breaking news.
No. I'm hoping I'm hoping we can hit the fake news.
No.
All right, I got to gather myself.
Yeah.
Okay? If the Texans 2
This
hours
is
into
fake.
free
This is
agency,
fake.
if
I'm
one
on that
move
fake.
they've made,
in my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now.
Hold on. That's the move.
I feel like this is a dream you have where you wake up and say, man, I had the weirdest dream. I dreamed the Texans didn't do anything in free agency, and 2 hours in, they only signed Lonnie Johnson. We're going to try to get to the
Remember I
bottom
started
of
this segment saying, hopefully tomorrow we'll be laughing about this?
We're going to try to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
Figgy's tickled over there.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get to the bottom of this. In the Loop continues on a very interesting, could be even more interesting than we think, start to free agency for your Houston Texans.
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, so
really, Figgy?
Look, it's not the end of the world.
He's bad.
But I would almost rather them not do anything. If you would have told me that 2 hours into free agency, every team in the division would have made a relatively big move. Michael Pittman Jr., 3-year deal. Gabe Davis goes from Buffalo to Jacksonville, 3-year deal. The Titans say goodbye to Derrick Henry. They bring in Tony Pollard. And the only move that the Texans had made was signing Lonnie Johnson and bringing him back.
Oh, so that's the breaking news.
Just better hope he on the same page as his trainer.
I would have told you. I would have told you that
you might get there late.
I would have told you that you were nuts, and I actually would have laughed my ass off and given you credit for being creative for even coming up with that.
Mm-hmm.
But Lonnie Johnson is returning, and this is what Lonnie Johnson had to say on Twitter.
Yeah, don't even read it. What's Sean doing too? This is a sign of maturity. Look at Sean's tweet. He read this, and then he tweeted, maybe this is a sign of maturity. No more Life of Lotto.
Here's what Lonnie Johnson said, Life of Lotto. Quote, I seen what Akins did his second time around. I seen what Des King did his second time around. God gave me a second chance. I'm going to take the humble route with it this time around. Close quote.
Yeah. Sure. This is the womp of signing day so far. And why
this is a cruel joke.
And why do you lead with that? Like, why is that the first one? By the way, Sean's tweet, I just called it up. I like Lonnie's thought process here. Shows me Life of Lotto on YouTube, though. And then a frowny face. So I'm guessing Sean was just being sarcastic here. But this is it, man. This is it. Lonnie Johnson so far. I think they're just messing with us.
What do you mean?
They're just Texans. They're going to drop something big here in a few minutes. They got to be just messing. Dude has 20 tackles in 2 years.
Yeah, he's a special. You wanted a safety.
Not this one. Not this one. Did they sign Jack Easterby too? Is that what's going on? I mean, what's going on?
This is crazy, man.
Yeah. You remember that Life of Lotto stuff.
Announce Rex Burkhead or I'm done.
Oh, God.
Lonnie Johnson back, man. Goodness gracious. Jonathan Grenard, biggest name that the Texans had on their own roster. Jonathan Grenard gets paid by the Minnesota Vikings. He gets a 4-year, $76 million deal that includes $42 million. Good for him. You got to think they have a plan here.
Heck yeah. No, they do. We're having fun with the Lonnie Johnson
stuff. It is hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Because I have no problem with the quiet, but Lonnie Johnson, really?
Yeah. No, I think they're just messing with us. But they cannot end free agency without a front-line, big-time running back and a front-line edge rusher. Money was about actually a little less than I thought it would be, but the Texans clearly have a plan to move on from him. So there is another plan. If you have a plan to move on from him, you obviously have you're going to make a run at someone else. Now, here's where it gets interesting, and this is where I get a little antsy, and that's the term I use. I'm not disgruntled that it hadn't happened yet. I mean, it's just 2 hours in, 2 hours and 4 minutes. I'm not necessarily anxious in a bad way. I'm a little antsy because the Philadelphia Eagles are all in on Saquon Barkley. And I don't know about any other running back, but the Texans are absolutely in on him too. And reportedly offering $11 million or so. So we'll see how it plays, and hopefully something happens here pretty soon because I don't want to go home thinking Lonnie Johnson.
That's going to be a long car ride home.
Ride home, man.
Might have to ride in silence, man.
Hey, we got Lonnie.
Do we have Lonnie Johnson's Life a Lotto where he basically told on himself for not communicating with the trainer?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, no. This was a low point. This was Lonnie Johnson with his own reality show. He edited this and put this. First of all, it was weird that he had the reality, the low level reality show.
It was a YouTube
disaster.
Yeah.
Here was Lonnie Johnson. I'll just let y'all hear. And by the way, let's just interrupt this for breaking news real quick.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Ian Rappaport reports that another running back is off the market. So, and this could actually open possibilities for the Texans. The Packers are going to sign Josh Jacobs.
Damn.
So the Packers are going to sign Josh Jacobs, which leads me to wonder, is Aaron Jones going to be on the market? Are they going to let Aaron Jones walk? You would think yes, but Josh Jacobs is signing with Green Bay.
The other thing that it does make you a little more antsy because Jacobs and Saquon were, and obviously.
What if Aaron Jones is in the mix, though?
And obviously,
I like Aaron Jones.
Maybe Aaron Jones, but obviously Derrick Henry. Who knows what's there? But the pool is getting a little thinner. The pool is getting a little thinner here.
Or you get Aaron Jones. I like Aaron Jones, man.
No, I get it.
Playing this offense.
We don't know about that yet.
He's had some success.
We don't know
Zach
about
Moss. That yet. No, I'm waiting for David Johnson to get announced with this Lonnie Johnson news.
Lonnie Johnson, David Johnson. Who's going to be the edge rusher?
Perhaps this could impact the Texans. So, the DN from the Jets, he's signing with the Eagles. 3 years, $51 million. So maybe they're not going to have that Saquon money.
Oh, wow.
Well, also could set the defensive end market for the Texans. So maybe the Eagles are looking elsewhere, and we're going to get a Saquon announcement coming up shortly.
Maybe. Or maybe.
Oh, no.
No, or maybe they're doing what I've been saying from the very start. They understand that they can make it happen with two big signings, with two big free agent signings.
Oh, so you think that the Eagles might do what
I've been saying the Texans can absolutely do. And that is, let's not get one big ticket item. Let's get two as long as it's smart money.
Unbelievable. Josh Jacobs, man.
Yeah.
So you got to think Aaron Jones. Wait, what?
Oh, no. What if they do sign those? What if John McClain is right? They're not going to spend big money. That's not what Nick Caserio does.
So it says Green Bay has worked. Ian Rappaport says Green Bay has worked with Aaron Jones on a new deal, and they were in the market for a running back. Now they get one of the best out there in Josh Jacobs. So
and reworked the deal.
They've worked with him on a new deal. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Has worked with him on a new deal, like they're trying to get there.
Yeah.
Or what? Who knows?
Boy, isn't it funny how all these teams are finding money to get these big free agents signed? Huh. That's curious. Everybody else doing it so far. I'm not out. Look, it's going to happen.
If you're just tuning in, the Texans have addressed the safety position. Lonnie Johnson is coming back home. The Texans' prodigal son, Lonnie Johnson, returns.
Mm-hmm.
He is – get your number 1 jerseys out. By the way, they better not let him have a single-digit number.
No.
I'm serious. That if they want to bring Lonnie Johnson back, that's fine. He needs to be wearing something in the 40s or high 30s because there is no – they do not need to waste – they do not need to waste a single-digit number on him. He ain't getting one back. Why are you so tickled by this, Figgy? No moves for the Texans.
Hold on a second. Is this true? Lonnie Johnson is going to be signed at safety along with Ed Reed?
Uh-oh, breaking news. Whitney Merciless.
Whitney Merciless.
Don't put Whitney in that.
You gotta still address running back. Is that Amon Green I see?
All right, so Lonnie Johnson coming through. Let's hear this. Let's hear this. So apparently he walked into a workout, not just he was late, but he was also a day late, maybe 2 days late. This is Lonnie Johnson from Life of Lotto. We're laughing to keep from crying.
Yes,
okay?
we are.
One. You said 10-15. You said 10-15. Check your phone. Check your phone. Check your phone. We not about to check your phone. You're lying. No, Billy, come on, bro. We not about to do this every day. Yeah, put this on there, bro. We not about to
deleted the text.
Never. What is Billy name?
Everybody's like, where's Lonnie? I said, I have no idea.
You not about to do that. What I say? He canceled on me, right? Did I say that? I said, look.
9 a.m. tomorrow. You said bet.
Hold up, where we at? Where we at?
That's yesterday. That's our last
Hold on.
This is his editing.
We work.
Yeah,
this is Tuesday. We working tomorrow. You said Thursday. I'm not in tomorrow.
Right. And then what I send you after that? 9 a.m. tomorrow. You literally said bet. Shut out on the camera. You literally said bet.
Bet. I'm thinking it's Thursday. He said Thursday right here.
You thought it was Thursday.
Yeah, because
I said 9 a.m. tomorrow.
But it says Thursday right here, though.
But right here it says Tuesday.
I'm not in tomorrow.
This is what
so
he's
how you
bragging
gonna say
about.
9 a.m. tomorrow
This
and
is
then
on
say
his.
I'm not in tomorrow. That's confusing.
He said he's taking a new route, though.
You did not text all of them the same thing you text me. Did you say I'm not in tomorrow?
I won't be in tomorrow, right? I said you're trying to lift tomorrow, 9 a.m.
The plan was to do it. You said you trying to live tomorrow.
I changed it.
You just said, if you just said you trying to live tomorrow, I would have been like, yeah, let's go.
So what's 9 a.m. tomorrow mean? Just answer that for me.
I don't know. We working, bro. We here.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
We working.
There you go.
Yeah, he is.
Lonnie Johnson coming
Working on
back.
his 12th tackle in the last 2 years.
It's all good. They still got their running back and edge guy out there. We're fine.
They'll get him.
We're fine. I would just rather there be nothing than Lonnie. Can we announce this like 2 weeks?
That's the thing.
It's a safe depth is there. You got Lonnie Johnson and Eric Murray. What is this?
That's right. You take out Larry Murray, too.
Running back from 2020.
Yeah.
You said you wanted safety. They re-signed Eric Murray and they got Lonnie Johnson.
Yeah, not those. Not those guys.
This is...
It's getting a little crazy. Getting a little crazy.
Y'all getting a little antsy?
Oh, yeah. I said I was getting antsy.
No, I'm okay. I'm
confident, but antsy because it's like I want to see it. All right, let's drop it already. Drop the big news.
So the running back market, you have DeAndre Swift and Tony Pollard. Swift with the Bears, Pollard with the Titans. 3 years, $24 million. Josh Jacobs to the Packers. We don't know what that is. Diana Rossini reported that the Texans will be in the mix for Saquon Barkley. They'll be competing with the Eagles, who just dropped $51 million on an edge guy. So, boom.
Yeah. What if?
Don't do this.
No, I'm asking. What if it is a slow play value Nick Caserio today?
That's cool.
No, it's not. No, flat out, it's not. No, This is not the year to be value guy. Yes, value in terms of the ultimate contract, but not let everybody sign and we'll get these value players for much less. No. That's when everything changes. For the record, I still don't expect that to be the case, but it's fine to be a little antsy now.
Now, would y'all get a little worried if Saquon?
Yes. Like if all of a sudden we
because
get
that Saquon, no
Jacobs,
no Swift.
Yep.
So the organizations that like Green Bay, they value a running back, right?
Mm-hmm. 2.
Yeah. So they well, what are they going to do with Aaron Jones? But Green Bay, they value the running back.
Yes.
Texans do too. According to Connor Orr, $11 million they were willing to go.
Mm-hmm.
For Saquon.
By the way, if they can work a deal with Aaron Jones, that's a squad. Green Bay.
Well, they damn near beat the 49ers
Yeah,
last
that's
year.
a squad up there, man.
Damn near beat the 49ers.
Funny how that works out. let's make it work out here. Why don't we?
We got to be getting the Saquon announcement, right?
Yeah, we will. We will. One way or the other. And then all hell will break loose. If he signs
don't
with
you think the Eagles paying all that for an edge guy kind of?
No, I don't. I think
Bryce Huff got a 3-year, $51 million deal.
Yeah, and so especially now, if they can also swing Saquon, that's when I will be more than antsy. I'll be starting to get a little bit worried or angry, whatever you want to call it. Because if they make both work, and you're sitting here with all this money, say, no, I'm going to wait for it all to play out and get some value. See, now you got in my head.
Got in your head about what?
About that.
It's just a cruel joke.
It's got to be.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, if there were nothing, I don't think people would have panicked. Like, I was fine with the slow play, but when you bring back the guy who was perhaps – Lonnie Johnson was perhaps the most annoying guy during the downfall that there was.
He's one of them. He's definitely one of them.
And that's basically another Steven Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
Hell,
would you rather ask Steven Nelson?
No, I would not.
I know Titus Howard probably happy.
No.
Oh yeah, him and Lonnie Johnson were Twitter buddies, right?
That was his man.
Yeah, they were talking all kinds of crap when the Texans were doing their thing.
Man, starting to get a little interesting in here.
Are you okay with this Gabe Davis 3-year deal with the Jags?
I think the Jags fans should be happy with it. That's at or slightly below even what his market value was, and they've got good receivers already. Trevor Lawrence is getting weapons. They're surrounding Trevor Lawrence with weapons. They're even talking about bringing Ridley back. I mean, that would be problematic for the Texans for him to have the weapons. Even though he's not the quarterback that C.J. Stroud is, he's getting Zay Flowers, Christian Kirk, obviously now Gabriel Davis, maybe Calvin Ridley. I mean, we can talk about what they don't have and what Trevor Lawrence is not all we want. But that's the formula. If you're going to help a quarterback, get him all the help he can get.
Coming up, the internet going the craziest days on the internet. We'll let you know what broke the internet the most next.
The NFL. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on
Lonnie
Sports
Johnson.
Radio 610. Lonnie Johnson, the one signing the Texans have made 2.5 hours into free agency.
And if you're just tuning us, no, really.
Stop laughing, y'all. This is serious.
I decided to look at what some of the tweets in the past just to see like what I've said about him. And let's see. Here is one of my tweets.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you would have told me 2 hours into free agency that Lonnie Johnson would be the only move, I would think you were serious. We're crazy. This was from May 2nd, 2022. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I said Lonnie Johnson asking for a release. Because remember he said he asked for his release from the Texans?
Yeah.
Said Lonnie Johnson asking for a release would be the latest of a buffet of strange things he's done since being here. Not really asking for it, but saying he did would be more on brand, though. Should happen no matter what. Don't want him around the young core. Well,
yeah,
he's going to be around a young core.
He is going to be that.
Let's see. I guess this was on this was on Halloween of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
On a day when many people were wearing costumes at NRG, my vote for best costume goes to Lonnie Johnson, who dressed as a starting NFL safety.
Oh, man.
Well, he back.
Yeah, he is.
He back. So we'll see how it goes. Internet going nuts.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, the Texans have the internet going nuts. Lonnie Johnson has the internet going nuts. Here's where I'm starting to get more than antsy, a word that I've used far too much today. Starting to get a little worried, even in my hearts, that the Texans are going to make some moves that are going to be significant and help them get to another level. The Jaguars are making some noise, man. Like, you're in division, probably most competitive team in your division for next year's division title. They've signed Gabe Davis. They've signed the center Mitch Morse. They signed Darnell Savage, the safety. They just signed the kicker Will Lutz. And they're talking about re-signing Calvin Ridley. Landry, the Jaguars are making some moves. Now, I don't know how that necessarily affects what the Texans are doing, but they're not messing around. I mean, Mitch Morse is a really good center. Gabriel Davis, whatever you think, they still got more help at the wide receiver position, and they're helping their franchise quarterback. What a concept.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, this was anticipated. One of the biggest names in free agency has a new home. Kirk Cousins signing with the Atlanta Falcons. He's agreed to terms. This is according to his agent, Mike McCartney. Kirk Cousins going to be the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. He joins a division with Baker Mayfield, Bryce Young, and Derek Carr.
Yeah, that's a good spot for him. They've got some offensive weaponry for sure, but I wouldn't. I mean, it's going to be a big contract. I saw 4 years. I don't exactly know the numbers yet. We will get those, but we'll see on that.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, and this has had the internet going nuts big time today all day, and that's Saquon Barkley. No breaking news on him just yet, but one of the Eagles beat writer says that it remains a heavily involved and interesting bidding process, so to speak, for Saquon Barkley between the Eagles and Houston. Is this going to be the tipping point for you if they don't get him into maybe a little bit of a panic mode? It would be, wouldn't it? With Jacobs gone, and the only other one big time on the market would be Eckler, and Swift is gone already, and Derrick Henry.
I guess, man.
Yeah.
I'm just
Are you disappointed?
No, because Saquon's still out there.
Yeah.
Saquon's still out there, and the Eagles are spending money. So I'm hoping something gets done, but yeah.
I got the internet going.
Russell Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers. John, you're a little more upset about this than I thought that you would be. What's wrong with you?
Look, I'm not upset at the Steelers making the move because he's cheap, and they're throwing a dart at the board and see if it sticks. What I'm bothered by, if I'm a Steelers fan, is you are firmly entrenched in purgatory. You're not going to be good enough to win anything of note. And you go get your franchise quarterback. They are in purgatory. I was going to use this during confessions. I'll say it right now. No, and I'm dead serious. I think the best, career move that Mike Tomlin could make, and he's not going to do it. I mean, the season's upon us. As of today, we're in the new year, But the best move would have been for him to retire.
What?
The best move for Mike Tomlin would have been for him to retire.
Why?
Because he could step away for the game. He's been in the game how many years in a row? How many years as head coach? How many winning seasons, etc. Had he retired, he could have just taken a deep breath, recharged, come back in a year, and maybe be the Dallas Cowboys head coach or someone like that. Because they're not going anywhere in Pittsburgh. He's too good. He's too good a coach.
But this is a good move, though.
It's okay. It's not a good move. I mean, it's okay. They're not going to win. They're not going to win.
I got the internet going nuts.
A little non-football internet going nuts here because it was last night, much to my surprise, by the way, and that was the Oscars. And I used this during confessions, and I'm kind of embarrassed about it. But the Oscars were last night. I watched Oppenheimer and Barbie, so I wasn't totally ignorant. But when I saw Emma Stone won Best Actress for a movie called Poor Things, I didn't know the movie Poor Things existed. This is how weird it's getting, and how far away, detached I am from the Oscars these days. Oppenheimer, you saw that, didn't you?
No, I don't want to see that.
I thought you saw it out of
zero interest.
Curiosity.
No, zero interest in that.
It won 5.
Good for it.
I couldn't even pay Landry to watch that movie.
I'm good on that. I don't need to see some bomb history movie. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I got the internet going nuts.
Christian Wilkins, 4 years, $110 million, $84.75 million guaranteed. He goes to the Raiders. So Max Crosby's going to have a little bit of help. That's Antonio Pierce. They're throwing the money in there. I said at the start of the show, the one thing that would have perhaps disappointed me would have been if the Texans would have made a deal like this. They did not anticipate that Lonnie Johnson would be the only move they did make 2 hours in. They did, though, so there you go. By the way, Kirk Cousins got a 4-year contract. 36 coming off an Achilles.
Yeah.
What is going on here in this? I'm so glad to not be in the quarterback market anymore.
They are paying quarterbacks. On the Wilkins thing, I'm not going to say I'm happy, but I would have been disappointed if they would have given him that kind of money at that position because I think it might have worked and he's really good, but I would have been disappointed if they'd have spent that much.
I got the internet going nuts.
Johnson, man.
As of my last refresh, it's officially happening. Nick Caserio is trending. Nick Caserio is trending. So people are starting to get a
God, you're so fucking terrible.
Yeah, what would Blake Snell tell Nick Caserio right now?
Oh my God, you're so fucking terrible. Can you do something, bro?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, we'll see what he's doing. He's doing something. They've got a plan. We'll see if they're spending money.
Yeah, Nick Caserio not too popular right now.
No.
People feel that he's messing with them.
Yeah.
Lonnie Johnson, huh?
Lonnie Johnson. There's your headliner. What's the tease going to be? What's the promo going to be?
Man, are they going to give him a single digit? Are we getting...
No, I mean like when the Texans were in free agency. In the Loop had it first. Lonnie Johnson. Back.
Oh, you're saying they're going to make that a station promo?
Yeah, promo.
Free agency began and Nick Caserio did not sit on his hands. Lonnie Johnson coming back to the H.
Yes.
Redeem team. One of the faces.
The Redeem team.
Remember when they kept moving him from corner to safety to corner to safety?
To special teams.
Yeah, to special teams.
Yeah.
He used to talk so much crap about him.
The new era is here.
Like he crapped on the Texans.
He did.
Publicly.
He did.
Did 4 episodes of Life of Lotto.
Yeah.
Now he's back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that's the internet going nuts. Kinda. Everywhere except here.
It's going nuts everywhere else.
Coming up next, hey, at and where should you be? Free agency continues next.
How can the Texans...
$1095.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we are pushing 3 hours of free agency. I got to keep looking at the clock. Hadn't been much going on here. The Texans have signed Lonnie Johnson. That's their only move.
How would you describe the day so far?
Funny.
Figgy?
It's kind of funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's funny. It's funny.
Come on, let's be honest.
No, it's funny. I mean,
it's a letdown.
Saquon's still out there.
No, I'm not saying anything's going to change in terms of big splashes.
Edge guys are still out there.
Yeah. Safeties.
Jonathan Grenard has been signed. Safety market hadn't really been dipped into.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
They're just bleeping with us. That's all they're doing.
The Lonnie Johnson thing is funny.
That's what kind of put the exclamation point on the comedy of it all, so to speak. Like,
y'all could have signed him next week.
Refresh. Yes,
y'all
exactly.
could have waited to next week to sign him.
Refresh. Who else was it?
We got to sign him.
Who are you in
prime
competition
time.
with? Like, who are you in competition with? Like, we got to get Lonnie signed. We got to get Lonnie signed, man. Like you know, we got to get this. Let's leak it. Let's get it done. Like, who, you know, because it's going to happen. Lonnie Johnson, we don't get him now.
Oh, no.
If we don't get him now.
Hit the breaking news.
When are we going to get him?
Now I'll say sucks. Go ahead.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, Saquon Barkley is not going to be a Texan. He is signed with the Philadelphia Eagles, 3 years, $37.75 million guaranteed, worth up to 46 depending on what happens. 26 mil, fully guaranteed at signing. So there you go. Bye.
Well, enjoy your lunch as it comes back up. No, I'm serious. Look, Jacobs is off the table. Swift is off the table. Saquon's off the table. What are you doing? Like this is the move that's going to send you from I'm a little antsy to what the hell are you doing? Keep in mind what the Jaguars are doing with receivers and even kickers and the center and maybe re-signing Calvin Ridley and all that stuff. What the other teams in your division, for what it's worth, are doing. What you need for C.J. Stroud. And we're transitioning to a place where it's no longer in Nick we trust. I'm not trying to be dramatic. Like he's been having such a great offseason, such great moves. All the smart things seem to be going his way. So I mean, like, legitimate question: what are they going to do?
Austin Eckler, let's go, baby.
I mean, I'll take it.
It's all good, man.
No, it's not. It's really not. No, you can put any spin you want on that. I'm not talking about just you. I'm just saying anybody. It's not. I mean, where was your alternative plan? Did you have any other things in place?
I mean, I guess they had a line in the sand with.
But damn it, we got Lonnie Johnson. We didn't get Saquon, but we got Lonnie Johnson.
At this point, we get Singletary back.
We don't have Singletary, but we got Lonnie Johnson. Oh, we didn't get Christian Wilkins either. We got Lonnie Johnson. We didn't get Josh Jacobs, but we did get Lonnie Johnson. We didn't get Gabriel Davis, but we did get Lonnie Johnson. But like in that moment,
this is penny pinchy. Like I get that it looks like a lot. The problem that I have with this situation with the Texans, the Christian Wilkins thing is one thing. Okay, the freaking Raiders. Like, who takes the Raiders serious? What have they done good? But I'm hearing all these jamokes around town, whether it's on the text line, whatever it is. I'm hearing all these jamokes say, "Oh, you don't take the running back position serious. You know, don't take the running back position serious. You don't need to do that." Well, Green Bay does. They signed Josh Jacobs, and I feel like the Eagles are like the ultimate example of acquiring players. Mm-hmm. I know that things fell apart last year, but when it comes to knowing what the hell they're doing, when it's time to trade for A.J. Brown, they trade for A.J. Brown. When it's time to find a bargain in Jalen Hurts, they find a bargain and Jalen Hurts players. They've been arguably one of the most well-run organizations in the last few years. They seem to value the running back in Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
The Texans
Can you
don't.
do something, bro?
This sucks.
Well, here's the other part of it. Do you even recognize that you can be great here? That's somewhat rhetorical, facetious, because I know they do with C.J. Stroud at quarterback. What are the Packers doing? Hey, let's get Josh Jacobs and keep Aaron Jones. What's your own division doing? Hey, let's get Gabriel Davis and keep Calvin Ridley. What are the Eagles doing? It was kind of a bleep show at the end of the year, but you know what really, really put us over the top? Because we're really good and we have a great quarterback? How about Saquon Barkley? Like, you don't recognize what other teams are recognized, or you're not putting your money there. And you have as much money or more than just about every team in the NFL. Like, it officially became a disappointment until further notice 5 minutes ago.
Well, the rest of the league isn't as stupid as we thought they were with running backs.
Yes.
I mean, you're giving them 3-year, whatever, $24 million deals, and you're giving Saquon this. And I think the people that sit on their hands and don't do anything are going to be the ones that end up looking like fools here. Now you're in a situation where maybe Aaron Jones enters this market. You have Derrick Henry. And then where the hell else are we looking?
Here's the other thing. I don't want to hear any spin when this is all done.
No, you were willing to go up to 11.
Yeah. I don't want to hear any spin. We're cutting in our guys that are blah, 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 blah.
So
I don't want to hear
So you wouldn't go an extra $4 million for Saquon Barkley?
I would.
No, I'm saying they wouldn't. Because apparently their line in the sand was $11 million.
Yeah. You know, we feel real confident about the guys here in this locker room, all that other stuff. Now, this was a singular opportunity, and it's not over yet. I mean, I'm going to reserve the right to say, okay, I see what they did there. But right now, with who's gone, especially at the running back position.
So it's 3 years, $37 million. It could go up to $47 with incentives.
Yeah.
DJ Bieniemy is saying that the Texans apparently offered $333. So they were
3 years for 33.
Yeah, so they were $4.75 million
again
off of Saquon.
I'll say both these things again just to reiterate that I'm not like just completely jumping ship, but I'm upset because they might sign Derrick Henry and we'll be like, okay,
I won't.
You know, okay, I'll be good with that.
Zach Moss, baby.
Oh God. Maybe they sign Henry and Moss. Maybe they sign Singletary and Henry or Singletary and Eckler, and we're kind of okay. We see what they're doing here. But right now, as we sit here, I really feel like they're not going the extra step to get to the next level, and they have the means to do it. They have the attraction in C.J. Stroud. They have the leadership in D'Amico Ryans. So get off your hands. Get off your hands and go the extra step.
Is it too late?
No, it's not too late. Let's say that one more time. Like it could be.
Well, what can they do here?
Too late for what? What?
To make the splash?
Hey,
you want?
They come in with Simmons at safety, Eckler, and bring back Devin Singletary. I'd be happy. All I'm saying is, like right now, it's looking like you're taking some swings and you're missing.
DJ Bieniemy again reporting that the Texans are in the mix for former Ravens linebacker Patrick Queen, but he says he's hearing folks around Queen aren't sure the Texans can come up with the money to nail him. Pause. Just say bring him in.
Well, he really said nail him.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean the Texans can't come? They're not sure the Texans can come up with the money
to nail it.
They on the budget, man.
Dude, this is driving me nuts.
They on that Payne and Pendergast budget.
What's going on? If it's money, well, it was money with Saquon.
Yeah.
Because you could have gone 5. Done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Now, maybe they would have raised it again, but whatever. You could have gone higher. And
this is how free agency is, though. I will say this, a team has never lost free agency in the eyes of their fan base when they immediately make the splashes. But the running back, like this market, it sucks now. It's not good anymore.
It's okay.
It's average.
Henry, Eckler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Henry or Eckler.
But let's talk about
the big names that we were talking about. It's thin.
Jacobs and Saquon were our top 2.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Done.
Yeah.
The morning show, Christian Wilkins. Boy, that would be a big hit. Gone. I mentioned Gabriel Davis. I thought he'd be a big hit. Gone.
I mean, this summarizes it. Jeremy Tunsil put up a sad emoji.
Mm-hmm. And one more thing on what was that DJ Bieniemy talking about nailing him?
Yeah.
Why are you telling me about you don't have the money? Why are you telling me about that? If he because he's getting that from someone.
Yeah.
So someone told him, we're not sure we can get the money there. Why? Why?
I mean, maybe it's not a smart move to pay Patrick Queen what the market may
maybe
leave him desired.
But here's the thing: if there is a number of people that you are targeting, money is not an issue. Money is not the reason you don't get him. Shouldn't be the reason. Like if you say we want Saquon, money shouldn't have been the issue. We want Patrick Queen.
Damn.
Tunsil's
upset.
Tunsil's upset. Like I'm not necessarily down with Patrick Queen, but if you decide you want Patrick Queen, money should not be the issue.
Do y'all feel like they still being cheap?
I mean,
it's
like same old Texans.
I think not willing to overpay the running back position is moronic. I think it's lunacy. And I mean, Saquon's getting about what. I mean that's if he makes the impact 3 years, $37 million, that's a steal.
Mm-hmm.
And I go back to the Philadelphia Eagles. Say what you want about the Philadelphia Eagles. You can say that the Philadelphia Eagles fell apart last year. We can talk about all this stuff, but the Philadelphia Eagles have been one of the model organizations when it comes to acquiring talent in recent years.
Yeah.
So if they look at Saquon Barkley and they say, okay, we value them, and the San Francisco 49ers say, we want to trade half a draft for Christian McCaffrey and then we want to bring him in, then I tend to side with those two teams, regardless of this honeymoon phase that we're on with the Texans. They don't take the running back position serious. They haven't done it. And now I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for them to announce that they're signing Zach Moss or something like that at this point. I mean, I'm you know what? Let's just sign Zach Moss and let's just ask CJ Stroud to save all butts.
Here's the other part of what you just mentioned about the Eagles.
Because that's what's going to happen.
They look like a team that knows.
Running back with motor.
The Eagles look like a team that knows that they have a window to go for it, and they're going for it. The Texans do not. It's as simple as that. That's simple. Again, they might surprise us, but this has been a bad day for the Texans so far. I'll emphasize so far. Bad day. Very disappointing day for the Texans so far. And Diana Rossini is tweeting, the Eagles are not done yet. Because they know what they have.
What the hell does that mean?
That means they know they can win, and they're going to make every move possible to try to win. The Texans thus far have not. That's the difference between a winning championship, run and one that you think, well, maybe.
Sorry, Mo Texans.
I mean, we do have CJ. No, it's a well maybe versus, yeah, we're going to do everything we can.
Brother, this is 3 hours into this.
Yes.
You think you might be a little bit overreacting?
No.
I'm upset about this. I'm focused on the running back position. You're pissed off at the whole organization. You think you might
said so far twice. I said so far twice. I'm not kidding. I'm not putting on, you know me. I'm not putting on an act.
No, I don't think you are. I just think you might be overreacting. I'm not saying you're faking. I'm saying
I'm ready to tell you take a drink of water, man.
Yeah. I think my guy Kevin Cooper is listening to us. He goes, I love listening to Sports Talk Radio on day one of NFL free agency. It entertains like no other. They are freaking out. I'm not freaking out. They're going to sign players. They're going to bring in big time.
Who's they?
The Texans. They're going to bring.
I'm not freaking out. The running back. It's a specific thing for me.
Yeah.
I don't just want something. I wanted Saquon Barkley. I wanted a running back. That's what I want. I want to be able to run the ball.
Yeah.
I don't want to have some guy that is ideally a change of pace guy being sold as like the right kind of guy. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't care. I would rather, I don't care what the move is going to be. I want to be able to run the effing ball. I want to be able to have the wherewithal and the fortitude to be able to take advantage of the market right now. And the other thing is this. It's not like Saquon Barkley got signed by the freaking, I don't know, what's a joke of an organization right now?
Like Titans.
Some goofy organization.
Commanders. Yeah.
Yeah, the Commanders. He got signed by the organization that is perhaps one of the three best in the league at acquiring talent.
Mm-hmm.
That's what hurts. If the Eagles, who know when to trade for A.J. Brown, They know that on their lap. They know when to sign guys. They know how to develop guys. They were, a penalty away from a Super Bowl. If the Eagles like Saquon Barkley and they thought he was worth the money in their situation, then how in the F do the Texans not feel that way? They had DeAndre Swift last year.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia.
Let me ask you one more thing.
They had DeAndre Swift.
Let me ask you one more thing.
They wanted to upgrade.
All you people that are thinking like we're freaking out, it's day one, it's too early, there's more free agents, maybe Austin Eckler this, maybe Derrick Henry that, maybe a receiver in the draft. Let me ask you this. Are we upset as C.J. Stroud is right now?
I don't know if he's upset or not. Laramie Tunsil is.
He should be.
Laramie Tunsil, as soon as Saquon signed, Laramie Tunsil had a
Laramie just sad.
Yeah, Laramie had a sad face. I just don't. It's not a matter of do something. I don't care. It's you sign Lonnie Johnson. That's. Can we wait a week?
We'd have done something before that.
Who were they in competition with?
The guy who was one of the faces and one of the most obnoxious faces during the worst time. We have waited a week.
Yeah.
Maybe. How much would the Lonnie maximum deal added on to what the offer would have been for Saquon? Because I heard
they were Lonnie Johnson short of Saquon Barkley.
Wait, what do you mean?
That was $3 million, $2.25 million.
The difference in what the Texans reportedly offered was $3 million.
Reports was they offered, was
33 years, 3-year 33, and he got 3-year 37.5.
Yeah, so Johnson kept him getting. Let me ask the quarterback here.
They paid that kicker.
Like people, we've had some friends text like, "Come on, it's early, all that stuff." I'm C.J. Stroud. I ain't happy.
No, look, I said
ain't happy.
I said this last week, Lopez. It will be
field goal in the playoff.
It will be criminal if D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio don't add weapons offensively and surround C.J. Stroud with more weapons than he had in 2023 this year and moving forward, especially for the next 4 years. To run this thing back with Dalton Schultz and Devin Singletary and expect the same thing out of Nico, which may happen, but that was a hell of a year. It's going to be hard to duplicate no matter who you are. And think Tank's going to stay healthy and add no weapons and that'd be borderline criminal, man.
Yeah.
How are the Eagles going to field the team?
Yeah.
How are they? I mean, they just gave the guard $84 million.
Quarterback's got a nice deal too.
How the Ravens do it?
How
the Chiefs do it?
Some people around here in Houston their heads got to be spinning. How the hell did the Chiefs manage to sign one of the highest contracts for a non-quarterback to go along with Patrick Mahomes' deal? Got to be spinning your head.
Yeah,
guys.
We got Lonnie Johnson though.
This is exactly why. And look, we don't know what's going to happen. It is still early, but this is the last 2 years. Not to get in the rearview mirror too much here, but the last 2 years of just spinning your wheels and passing up on opportunities when running backs and back then quarterbacks are bouncing around the league and receivers are bouncing around the league. I mean, the biggest names in one out for you to just go through David Culley, Lovie Smith, set steady, and then hope when the timing's right.
Yeah, that you can do it.
Yeah. This is why the last 2 years it scared the hell out of me, because you get here and all of a sudden you need it. It's available. Saquon Barkley's the guy, and you miss out on him over. It's business. It happens, right?
Yeah.
But you put all your eggs in one basket in 2024 on Saquon Barkley, and you ended up missing out apparently.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, here we go. This ought to be fun. As we got the next 4 hours to see what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, because they're right in here together.
Hey, one of the more Houston Oilers is still out there now. Derrick Henry's still out there.
Yeah. We'll get you caught up, but Tyler is out. He'll be back hopefully tomorrow. Chris Santiago is I think he's sick. Chris Santiago is in the building. Chris, we talked about it before the show. We will be on it. We will make sure we get you updated as soon as we possibly can. We have our eyes all over the place. We got so many people here at Sports Radio 610 trying to be up to date and get any information as soon as possible as it gets to you for the Texans or anything that could affect the Texans. But if you're rolling in late, Clint, to me, there are a couple of stories, top stories for the Texans, and at the moment, none of them to me, would look as positive signs. And the number one, they've lost Jonathan Grenard. He signed a big deal with the Minnesota Vikings. Congratulations to him. He signed a 4-year deal, $76 million. Christian Wilkins is gone. He signed a 4-year, $110 million. Another guy up front in the front seven that we thought the Texans could be in on, as well as I think the big one here. This was like in the draft where you just see a position just start going, and running backs started going. Swift, the guy you talked about that you liked, he goes to the Bears, 3 years, $24 million. Pollard, he bounces. He goes. Tony Pollard, he goes to the Titans, 3 years, $24 million. Josh Jacobs, who to me was 1-2 with him and Saquon Barkley, he goes to the Packers. Don't have those numbers yet. And then Saquon Barkley, that is the big one. There were reports all through the day that the Texans and the Eagles were the two teams that were really aggressively going after Saquon Barkley. Our guy Chris said, Saquon Barkley just tweeted, thanks to everybody and everybody that has helped me along the way, and excited for the next chapter. And at that point, we said, hold on, we're going to see where he's next. Before I could get that out, Chris goes, he's an Eagle. And he is a Philadelphia Eagle. He signs a 3-year, $37 million deal. He is at $12.6 million a year, ranks him fourth among running backs. His 26 guaranteed. It looks like the Texans were just under that at 3 years, $33 million. That is something that is reported. Now, that is not definite, but it has been reported that was where he was. Clint, I came into this thing today. I was really coming in feeling my inner Clint Stoerner. I came in, I got up, and I said, you know what, I'm positive today, damn it. I'm positive. Clint Friday said, I'm 100% sure they're going to do something on offense. You know what, I came in, I said, you know what? They understand. They understand what time it is. They understand they got a rookie quarterback. They understand they're going to go after it. And I was going to feel positive. I'm positive. They've just taken it from me.
All the wins out of yourselves, huh?
Just about. Now, there are still some moves out there, and we'll be patient and watch out there. There's Derrick Henry is still out there. Austin Eckler, if that is something that turns you on. Eric Armstead, there's a blessing there where he could be available with the Niners. A 30-year-old will be 31 when the season starts. Defensive tackle that is coming off of meniscus surgery. There is out there. Danielle Hunter is out there, but Clint, the Saquon Barkley one, that one was a punch in the nuts. I really thought he was going to be a Texan.
Yeah, that one hurts. And then you realize this morning or today that the Texans are in the mix for Saquon Barkley, and this is just one at this point in time where the Texans are, whether you're looking at it from the C.J. Stroud effect and guys just wanting to be in Houston. Hell, I heard the guys this morning talking about the tax situation here in Texas. It's different. I mean, the Saquon Barkley, report that he had been in contact with C.J. Stroud, and then you look at it and you go, hey, the Texans got as much, if not more, money than anybody in the league. Not, I think were they fifth? I think after the adjustments. Boy, you got to win that one. You feel pretty good about your chances of winning that Saquon Barkley lottery.
Especially if you throw all your eggs in that basket. You said that on the cross. It does feel like they were Saquon all in.
Yeah.
Go get him.
Yeah, man. It's then when you miss out on him and you see how much it would have cost to get him. Meanwhile, they're announcing that they reached a deal with Lonnie Johnson for that amount. That hurts. That's painful. Because look, I mean, there's just
Lonnie Johnson.
Well, I'm just talking about the money. I mean, you were a Lonnie Johnson away from getting Saquon Barkley, but nonetheless, the hope that's still out there is Derrick Henry, and I can get down with Derrick Henry. Problem is boy, if they were hot and heavy over Saquon Barkley, Henry's a different back.
What?
Henry's a different kind of back, and I don't know that Derrick Henry is the kind of back that sits around and goes, "Oh, you don't want Barkley? Well, yeah, I'll negotiate with you guys."
Like the Cowboys out there who need a back, the Ravens we've heard.
Yeah, Austin Eckler, you mentioned him. Boy, I didn't think Barkley would go off the board and Sweat and Pollard and everybody else would already be off as well. We'll see.
So where are you at now from the question we next Friday. Something. I think we both agree they needed another dude on offense. Where are you at now?
They need more than another, but yeah.
But where are you? How are you feeling right now? I
don't feel good.
Because what's the dudes left? It's Henry. Aaron Jones could be available.
Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler. T. Higgins is out there.
Sort of.
Who knows what's going to happen? What's going to happen in Minnesota? What quarterback today? They're going to have to draft a guy. So Justin Jefferson is they're trying to redo a deal with him. He may be gettable. There's some huge weapons out there that
through trade, but now you don't have as much control, and you got to give up assets to go.
It's getting more and more difficult as the day goes by, right? It's I still feel good that they're going to add something, and let's be honest, if they just, as disappointed as I'm going to be, if they just continue to swing and miss, at least they're trying. I'm not letting them off the hook at all, but at least it beats. I would much rather hear that they're at least offering Saquon Barkley than we bowed out. We bowed out $4 million ago. So the thought of them adding and being sure they're going to add, we were right there. Because they're trying, just ain't getting it done.
I'm trying to get with that. You came with the most, of the people spending money, you got the most to spend at the party. I get you. I guess you got a number, but you got the most to spend at the party. And this thing going to look like?
Yeah.
It feel like I just don't. I cannot believe they come out of last year thinking, we can do this thing. We've got some dudes already here. If we can add to this, we can do this thing. It was a deal of, you got to have confidence that they could do this, and then seeing what you'd had to do against the Ravens and thinking this is what we got to get to. And I am trying, Clint. And this is not easy for me. And you all are listeners. You have listened to this show. You know this is not easy for me. I am trying to be patient and allow the process to play out because, as you said, Aaron Jones, Derrick Henry could be out there. There's some other defensive players that are still out there.
Defensively,
I'm trying to, but I feel like it's growing more and more that this is going to look like a lot of second-rate moves.
Yeah,
is what it feels. That's a gun to head or hard to score.
It'd be on brand with Nick Caserio. That's for damn sure. It'd be on brand for Nick Caserio if that's the way this thing ends up unfolding. Look, I'm not on panic mode yet. Just for the record, I wanted Saquon. Obviously, we didn't get Saquon. They swung.
All right, I'm there.
I'm not there until Derrick Henry goes off the board because then I'm gonna start getting real concerned because then it looks like Austin Eckler. Then your offense looks completely different. It's a different level, different caliber back. And some of these defensive guys that are still on the board, they got to spend some money on the defensive side of the football, or they're going to be in trouble. It is. The head coach just flat out came out and said we've got to invest in the defensive front, and they have done nothing but watch guys that played well for them walk out the door, and watch guys that they were interested in sign elsewhere. They've got to make some moves, and there's still some big moves to be made around the league right now on the defensive side of the football. So I'm close. I'm standing next to the switch, the panic button over here.
You panicking, Chris?
I'm not panicking yet.
I'm with Clint. No, not yet.
You're not? Really?
No, not yet. Let's see what happens.
Derrick Henry would turn me on now. I'm going to be honest with you. Derrick Henry would really turn me on offensively, and that would change the game. And then all of a sudden you can look around at some of the wide receivers that may be available. Then we can start talking defense. I even like Landry Locker's way of thinking on the defensive side of the football with some one-year contracts for some dudes that are kind of iffy guys. I wouldn't be opposed to some of that. But boy, they got to get the weapon right. They got to get the weapon right, Ron. There is no scenario. There's no run it back scenario for me that's not criminal as it pertains to how you're surrounding C.J. Stroud with talent, with weapons.
Yeah, this is where I am. For the Texans, I'm in full panic mode with this deal. Full panic mode, especially. And, hell, I'm in panic mode because there are some guys on defense, but these jokers are flying off the board as we speak, right? and then it seems like they're flying off the board. One for me where I'm in panic mode with this group is we're running out of offensive players that can make a real, like a major league impact to this team, right? And now it's just on, which, hey, there are some people who feel this way, you're entitled to your opinion. Now we're moving on to the growth of guys like Tank and Nico and taking even a bigger step. And Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about that,
I'm just telling you, that's the situation. Dalton Schultz taking another step in year 2 or them finding someone in the draft that takes that next step. The reason why I'm there is, Clint, you and I both would have done the deal to get what it got to Saquon Barkley. I mean, whatever they said 37.5, I'd have gone to 38. Like we would have done the deal. But now it's Derrick Henry, really. And now we clearly know that they were all in it appears, from the reporting on Saquon Barkley. So I don't even know where they are with the Derrick Henry to now turned to Derrick Henry, right? It doesn't even seem like that was the type of back that they were looking for, to make the turn to Derrick Henry and to see where that goes. It feels like they may have to start right now in the conversations with Derrick Henry. And I don't know how big those guys are into trading assets to get guys here, right? I mean, there's some guys that you could trade for. I wonder how much, like what they'd have to give to get a Justin Jefferson or anybody else that would fit that. I mean, I guess Calvin Ridley is still out there. I'm just the guys offensively that you can make a play for that you could legit say changes this offense. And I hope they make a move. I do, but I just.
The thing is you can't. I mean, you can't control it all. I mean, at the end of the day.
By the way, good news: Aaron Jones just got released from the Packers, so he is available out there.
I really like Aaron Jones.
That would be that would fit more the bill of what Saquon is.
Yeah, I really like Aaron Jones. I like Aaron. I like the skill set. I always go back to the Christian McCaffrey, the guy that can run it inside and out, the guy that can is really good in the screen game, can even catch the ball. Maybe not. I don't know that I've seen him catch the ball. The way that you've seen. I'd have to go back and look at some of his.
You got to look at Aaron time, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's done it. I just don't know as of late, kind of what that looks like. But Aaron Jones is one of them out there that I could get down with as well now. So we'll see. But to your point, Ron, of whether these guys are into trading assets or not, like at the end of the day, they're not always going to be in control of that. Today at 11 o'clock, you were in control of that.
Yes.
You had assets, you had cap space, so you could choose accordingly. Now the big free agents that are game-changing type free agents, a good chunk of them are gone, so you may be forced into a star talent. If you're going to add talent offensively, or if you're going to add talent interior-wise on that D-line, you may end up having to make a trade, whether you want to or you're into it or not. You can't waste years because you're not into something, right? You got to take a risk at some point.
Yeah, you got to. Jones is 29. He'll be 30 December, so he's approaching that age where backs start to leave. Nobody. I'm the only one panicking. I guess that's not a surprise. Someone texted, "I'm panicking. I don't think we have the balls to sign Derrick Henry." Well, I think you do. Yeah, Aaron Jones. I'm thinking in my mind. He's 29. He'll be 30. The Aaron Jones that I remember would fit this bill. I just don't. Yeah, I just don't know if it's the Aaron Jones that was with Rodgers.
I mean,
and he had moments last year.
We're still looking at a 1-2 punch guy.
It doesn't feel like Saquon or Josh Jacobs.
No, to me, the last guy on the board that could be a 3-down back that is literally run his legs off if you want to. He ain't got to come off the field. There's no situation that takes him off the field. He's got to be on the field because he is an advantage and he is a threat. The last one available right now, in my opinion, is Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Everybody else that fits that bill is off the board. So you can start looking at Austin Eckler. You can look at some of these other guys, but they're going to be a 1-2 punch. They're going to be more specialty running backs than every down guys.
Yeah, and and he missed games. He played 11 games last year, so he missed 6. So I just and I'm looking at this. Josh Jacobs goes to the Packers, and that's the other thing that's frustrating. Like if you think about, all right, who is the other team that is potentially in a similar situation as the Texans, where they got a young quarterback that they're starting to feel really good about? The Packers. The Packers, they got their young quarterback that won a playoff game that maybe some people didn't expect for him to have the year that he had and was moving on. He was the NFC's version of C.J. Stroud. And they said, man, we're going to get aggressive and we're going to go get Josh Jacobs. We're going to get him a back, and we got Aaron Jones. We got Aaron Jones, but we're going to go get him to add to our guy to give him more help. And the Texans, who had the most money when we start looking at teams that were involved in this thing, outside of like the Bears, they had the most money and just couldn't win any of these.
Well, the Bears are letting everybody know they ain't even drafted their quarterback yet, but they're letting everybody know what they're fixing to do.
Yeah,
they're going to build around the quarterback that they're going to draft in April. They're already built. They're spending money left and right. He's going to step into a much better situation offensively than what Justin Fields has had. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. All right. It's not just the offensive side of the ball. We got to look at the other side of the ball. And there were words that DeMeco Ryans said himself that we got to start to look at when we look at what they're doing on that side of the ball.
Before we do, I'm going to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Look, bottom line is if you want to protect your family, you want to have peace of mind,
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we continue rolling on the drive, a big day as really free agency has opened. And the Texans, who have as much money as anybody in damn near as anybody out who are really going after difference makers. They're right now they're in running back mode, and hell, actually they're not in running back mode. They're in, at the current moment, get worse mode. As Jonathan Grenard has left to go to the Minnesota Vikings, and the Vikings apparently didn't stop there. Chris, there's a latest move? The Texans lost another defensive player to the Vikings?
That is correct. The Vikings are signing Minnesota native linebacker Blake Cashman to a 3-year deal worth up to $25.5 million. Tom Pelissero.
We'll get the we'll see what the guarantee is. We'll see what the money ends up being.
The details of that one looks like.
That one hurts us both. The Blake Cashman thing, he got a little more than I thought he would, but not.
Yeah, but that's not. We don't even know what's guaranteed and what's incentives, and it's worth up to that much.
But I am floored. And judging by what he said, right? He said he wants to be here.
Yeah.
He said it to us. He said it again here recently on TV. He said he wants to be here. I'd imagine they came back to him with, all right, what's your best offer? And they're like, nah, man, we're good. So I would say your two most consistent defensive players last year on this team, your leading sacker in Jonathan Grenard, and your leading tackler in Blake Cashman, who you got a deal of it all. They're gone to the Vikings. And they're out here. I know he was one you felt was, and I did too, a no-brainer to keep.
Yeah, look, I'm looking down my list of topics here. This is literally 30 minutes ago before we started the show. Is everybody relax, man, until Saquon and Derrick Henry are both off the board, we're fine. Well, Saquon's gone. Texans got to get the Cashman deal done. Well, Cashman's gone.
Yeah.
There's another one down here. Zero excuses to not get dudes when you're ready to win, when your squad's ready to make a run.
Still waiting on them dudes.
We ain't getting no dudes. So I'm over on my topics down here, man. Yeah, look, the Cashman deal is an interesting one to me because, again, one, you got the money, you got the familiarity. The guy's on record this weekend of saying, hey, man, whatever kind of offer I get, the Texans are ultimately going to get first right of refusal to match it, and they choose not to match it. So, I don't know what's going on right now in Houston. This is a tough one to understand, tough one to explain. You've done absolutely nothing offensively to get better, and you've done absolutely nothing to address what your head coach, defensive-minded head coach DeMeco Ryans said you needed to address immediately after the season ended, which was they got to invest in the front seven. This is an interesting run of about 3.5-4 hours here of free agency for the Texans.
I want to sit on that point right there. You talked about it right after the season, and I remember hearing and talking to people. They said when DeMeco comes right out publicly and says something like this, you got to believe that they're going to look into it. This was DeMeco after the season ended, right? I'll be honest with you. I was surprised he was this transparent on what he was thinking that this team had to improve on. But this was him directly after the season, after that Ravens loss, talking about a position of need.
The front, again, is everything for me, and we'll invest a ton of. If you want a good defense, right, your front has to be elite. And that's why I envision us playing elite defensive football, and we have to get better there. And to get better, you have to invest the resources there up front. So that's what we'll do. That's where our focus is heading into the offseason, is to make sure our front gives us an opportunity to win some games.
All right, it's early in it right now, kind of early, as we see some guys going off the board, and we talk about the front. We know Josh Allen and Brian and Burns are franchise tagged, and we know that Christian Wilkins has signed a big deal with the Raiders today. They've let Jonathan Grenard go to the Vikings today. They just allowed Blake Cashman, a linebacker, in that front seven to go as well. There are some guys left. They're very fortunate with the potential of Eric Armstead, although he is 31 with the meniscus, recovering from meniscus injury, but he potentially is available from the 49ers, and we know D'Amico has a relationship with him. And Chase Young is out there that could be a piece. Danielle Hunter, who was with the Vikings with them signing Jonathan Grenard, you would think he is available out there. Jadeveon Clowney is available. There's some guys out there. So it's not over, but I would thought they were attacking this immediately. They signed a depth guy from Jacksonville, but I would think they was attacking this part immediately, and we're not seeing anything but right. There are guys out there available, Patrick Queen at the linebacker position as well. But boy, this is interesting that seemed to be the focal point, and we're sitting here and we hadn't really seen anything but worse.
Well, just one of the more needy teams in the league, one of the teams with more cap space available in the league, for that team to not be aggressive and for that team not to be active today. And I'm talking about active and aggressive with difference-making, impact-making players. It is interesting. Reports are they swung and missed on Wilkins, who ended up with the Raiders, swung and missed on Saquon Barkley, who ended up with the Philadelphia Eagles. What does that look like moving forward? I feel I'm more comfortable. Seth Payne talked me out of Wilkins this morning, if I'm being completely honest. The Wilkins to the Raiders move didn't bother me really at all for the Texans. I think defensively there's some really, 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 really good dudes available, whether it's veterans that are still available and have been productive, or it's veterans that are one-year prove-it type guys that are just physical, dominant, violent players. They can upgrade this defense significantly, the defensive front significantly, with guys that are still out there available. Now they better get that. They better get on it now.
Who are some of the guys that you could potentially feel better about them? These guys that are available.
Well, I mean, you look at Danielle Hunter. I know he's getting up there, but I mean, you're talking about a guy. The only year. I mean, he's had Ron. He went 14.5 sacks, 2 back-to-back years. Then in 7 games, he had 6 sacks and missed the rest of the season. And then he went 10.5, 16.5. You put that guy at the defensive end position, you're going to have a guy that can go get the quarterback. I mean, your defensive ends are going to be as good, if not better, and he's been a healthier player than Jonathan Grenard. So you make that work, you can – it's an upgrade based on what you had last year. You look at Leonard Williams, you look at Eric Armstead. Those are 2 guys that you're not going to get on a 1-year deal. That would be upgrades in this defensive front. And then, as I said earlier, I hadn't really thought a whole lot about it because I focused so much on the big fish out there or the longer-term deals. But I heard Landry Locker talking about it, and I'm with him on this. I mean, you say what you want about Jadeveon Clowney. He's more violent than anybody we had in our front, maybe not named Will Anderson last year. When it comes to just playing violently, that dude is nasty. You're gonna sign him to a 1-year deal if you get his services. Chase Young, you mentioned him earlier. You get a guy like that, as talented as anybody on this team, if and when he wants to play. And so I think they could piece this thing together and be a much on paper now, because I don't know what D'Amico's going to do with him. None of us will know what D'Amico's going to do with him until next year. But on paper, they could significantly upgrade this defense. Significantly upgrade.
If it's Jadeveon Clowney and even Chase Young, it better be somebody else coming with them.
Oh yeah, no.
Because I was going to say that because them like one of your edges. I mean, you're not bad, but that's a step back.
I agree. No, Jadeveon Clowney's a secondary player in all this. I'm just talking about to me, the front liners would be Danielle Hunter, Eric Armstead, Leonard Williams. I mean, some of these guys that are the minute they get here, they're guys that are starting for you and they're playing.
You get Armstead and then Clowney or Chase Young on the outside. Well, now you're talking.
And the thing is too, I mean, Sheldon
Clowney
Rankins,
and Chase can't be your big side.
No. But Sheldon Rankins played great for you last year. You know, Sheldon Rankins would have stayed healthy last year. He would be a much bigger conversation right now. You know, now that you're out of out of the hunt for Wilkins. I mean, now you got to think Sheldon Rankins comes back into the fold somehow, some way. And so I just think you can upgrade, you can piece together a defensive front, and piece together is not the right way to say it because I say like you're settling. You could still do some major things.
But I think you're right, though.
Well, I
if
think,
it ain't Hunter.
Well, you're ultimately in a position where, which I don't know that D'Amico and Nick wouldn't prefer to do some of those 1-year deals with guys that, especially like the Clowney-like players that boy, if they're motivated and they don't have another year next year, boy, they come a little, they play a little different. So I'm not the Cashman deal bothers me.
I know it does.
But I'm not as concerned on the defensive side of the football. It is going to be a rough run up to training camp for me if they don't add some weapons offensively.
Okay. Clint, I want you to start writing down these weapons that could be.
No, I'm with.
Start writing them down. Start writing them down.
Man, if we go Zach Moss and Devin Singletary, if that's your upgrade, you can get that running game going. No offense to those guys, man. No offense to those guys.
You could say somebody else.
Well, I mean, it's got to be Derrick Henry and one of those guys.
All right, coming up. I wish we had some damn tickets to give away today. I just to make somebody feel better here a little bit right now. Please do, Nick. I'm coming to you. Nick, D'Amico, please. It's 2:36. We're late to break right now, but please do something by the end of this show. Please. I mean, it's something. Something. And when I say something, I don't mean a fullback. I don't mean another Eric Murray or Des King, although I really like the Des King side. Just do something. Please. Damn it. Do something. People are going to lose. People are out here hanging on by thin ropes out here, lying to themselves and telling themselves that they're okay. Please give them something. All right, coming up, Lance McCullers has a personal update, so that ought to be great. We'll hear what he has to say coming up next. And many of you are texting in saying that I'm trying to overlook something. No, I will express the ass-kicking experience I had Saturday at the Fertitta Center. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
How can the Texans win free agency and the draft? The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we will continue to keep you all updated on what's happening free agency-wise here, as a lot of players are coming off the board, and the Texans have made some very, very minor moves and brought back some of their guys. Eric Murray is back, safety who was injured. Was playing pretty good last year before he was injured. Des King is back. Who's the kid they signed, the defensive tackle?
Foley.
Foley from Jacksonville.
I ain't got his last name. Udamaki.
Signed him. He's in the fold. Has made some minor moves, but no major moves yet.
Yeah, depth safety, depth defensive tackle. Starting, I guess, I would think, I call him a starting nickel defender, Des King. I don't know, looking like Nick's going to roll a lot of this money over, boys. Nick's going to rat hole some of this money, boys.
Next year's going
to be the big year,
Next year's going to be, here comes the big one. Someone texted in, Ron's laughing too much. He's not helping my stress level at all. Clint sounds concerned. Oh, no. Clint is the one. I told you I'm in panic mode right now.
I'm just disappointed. I'm just like I saw this coming. I
Did you? I thought you were confident.
I'm talking about the last 2 years. I mean, like just wasting 2 years while you with Lovie Smith and David Culley and not building during those years, just everything being zeroed in on and not that anybody was wrong from what they did in terms of getting cancers out of the building, cleaning up the salary cap, collecting draft picks, draft capital, all of that stuff. Like I'm not saying that was bad, but along the way there's players, really good players that came and went in terms of being available, and you're not even remotely interested, and then all of a sudden you come out. You draft really well, right? You have several middle-of-the-road players play above expectations. You win some games. It's the second round of the playoffs. Your rebuild is accelerated now, and you look up, and it's like, all right, we got one swing at all these different impact players at positions of need, and some of them are going to sign back with their squad. Right, before you ever get a chance. Some of them are going to get tagged. Some of them are going to prefer to play elsewhere. And you look up and you're trying to accomplish in 1 year, I mean, what's almost impossible. Right? I mean, you're at a spot where not only if everybody from last year was under contract, let's say nobody on that team from last year was a free agent. You still needed to make big time impact player type moves. And so now you're in a position after sitting steady, you've got all this money, you've got all these draft picks, which you don't have obviously the amount you had in the past, but you've got your draft picks, and guys are just falling off the board left and right. This is exactly why I don't like just playing the we'll waste 2 years while David Culley and Lovie Smith do whatever it is they were doing. Like that's just, it's hard to accomplish all of this in 1 year, man. And here we are struggling with it.
This is where I'm here. I see this DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans here in Houston for ESPN. These tweets here. The Texans lose out on Blake Cashman to the Vikings. The Texans lose Blake Cashman and Grenard to the Vikings. Miss out on Saquon Barkley and Christian Wilkins. Then he says the Texans are in the mix for former Ravens linebacker Patrick Queen, but I'm hearing folks around Queen aren't sure the Texans can come up with the money to nail him. We'll see what happens.
That's the one that doesn't turn me on at all, boys. Be completely off.
No, it doesn't turn me on at all.
18 million for Patrick Queen.
I'm sorry. What do you mean you don't have the money to?
Oh, the verbiage.
What do you mean you don't have the money to come up with it? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't have the money to come up with it? Like, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I would hate the thought, not hate. He's a great player, so I'm not going to say I'd hate. I would strongly disagree with the fact of paying that type of money to an inside linebacker when you don't have a maybe an average player in Malik Collins up front. You don't have any big-time player up front in front of him on the front line, and the only thing you have is Will Anderson up there that is anything close to a Pro Bowl-level player. To bring him in, I don't like that. Investing in that position that much, I'll be damned if it ain't because you can't come up with the money. The hell?
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, guys, so we have some Texans breaking news.
Please.
The Texans are signing Jeff Okudah to a 1-year, $4.75 million deal with $2.5 million guaranteed and a $1.5 million signing bonus.
Where did he go after the Lions told him to kick rocks?
The Falcons?
Atlanta.
I
think that's where it was, yeah.
1 year, $4 million. All right, Jeff Okudah. That's is he going to be the starter? You think on the other side? Think that where that's coming from, or this is just?
I would like to think that's a depth corner, but I would imagine he's going to compete with whoever is opposite Derek Stingley to start.
Maybe they draft a guy and he's there as well. So Jeff Okudah was a big time draft,
number 3 overall
at Ohio State. Went to the Lions and was awful there. And they let him ride, and he goes to the Falcons. I think he only was there for 1 year. So 1 year, $4 million. Well, they're filling the roster.
Yeah, the one thing they're gonna get accomplished is they're gonna get some depth guys, ain't they?
I'm gonna be patient. I am going to be patient.
I like that.
I'm gonna be patient.
All of my eggs are in the Derrick Henry basket, boys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am sick about what they're doing offensively. I am absolutely sick about what they're doing offensively. I was like, the Gabe Davis stuff was not enough to turn me on. I'm at a point now where I'd appreciate Gabe.
Oh,
offensively.
Absolutely. To add to a third guy to add to that group, yeah. Jeff Okudah, anybody out there that gets you hot? Get you out in the pants. Anybody that
I'm excited,
Get
man.
you excited?
I'm excited.
No football horny rolling out there, is it?
Ooh. That made me football horny. No, it didn't. Don't lie to them. Do not lie to them.
That's $4 million. All right, so they got about, $57 million, maybe $50 million more. They got to fill this roster. Pretty penny pinch it. Be patient. There are still guys out there. Right now, as we roll through it here, I tried to get to Lance. It's not. And I'll say this. Kansas, that was the most embarrassing situation I dealt with. I'm not running from it. All right, I sat there. The kid banked the shot in at about the 8:50 mark. I told my mom and the kids, get the hell up. Let's go. We're out.
Jayhawks are going down.
We're out. They kicked our ass. Not just kicked our ass. I watched them take the absolute heart and balls from Kansas 9-2 to start and set it down on the corner of the floor at the Fertitta Center, and Kansas was scared to go over there to get him. It was embarrassing, the most embarrassing thing I had to sit through. It was ridiculous. Shout out to Kelvin said.
How'd Teresa take it?
Pissed.
How about Trey? His
head down. He's all right. I mean, after that Fort Bend Broncos season, he's been able to wear losses a lot better. After the Gators tagged him 48-0, that was he was able to shake himself for that. No, it was embarrassing. And they beat him up so bad their two best players couldn't finish the game due to injury.
Yeah.
So it was an ass kicking in every manner. They were the better team. I mean, and it was completely different from the ass kicking that that Kansas laid on Houston. Houston at least fought. They didn't have their balls taken from them.
Yeah.
The Kansas did.
I can't believe you didn't wear a little Houston stuff today. I thought that'd be
I don't own any.
Well, I mean, you have to.
I own a couple of shirts.
I thought that'd be a deal. I mean, I thought
No, it wasn't a deal.
I thought it'd be part of the deal, man. Especially when they got beat like that. I mean, that's the least you could do is throw on some U of H gear.
It was awful. I do. At some point, I do want to, as we sit here, as you've thrown all your eggs into
King Henry right there,
Derrick
man.
Henry, because Jerry Jones may have thrown a few of his eggs in that basket as well. At some point, I do want to get what's the scenario left? What's the scenario left that could get you excited? We'll get into that. But coming up, we'll give you the latest. The running back, that was arguably the biggest position of need for this team. Almost all of them are off the board. We'll give you the latest on that. We'll give you the latest of the players that the Texans have lost on the defensive side of the ball. Not great at this point. Not great. And, hell, it wasn't great for the Rockets either. We'll give you a player, too, as he could miss the rest of the season. All of that coming up next. But before we get there, I've told you about soda weight loss, and listen, it changed.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, gentlemen. So, according to Ian Rappaport, the Texans are expected to sign Titans edge Danico Autry.
All right.
How do y'all feel about that?
I mean, it's cool. He had a good season last year with the Titans. 11 plus sacks, 11 and a half sacks with the Titans last year. But he is 33 years old. So he is getting up there in age. And, I mean, it's a nice move. But to me, if your thought is to fix the front seven, Clint, he is, I think you put it earlier, a guy that when you brought up Clowney, you brought up Chase Young. To me, if you got the resources that the Texans have, and your big move of the offseason is Autry, and you came out and you said we got to fix this front seven, and up front that's your big move. For me, man, that ain't good enough.
Oh, it's not even remotely close to being good enough.
Like it can't be it.
No, this is a good veteran, preferably a good veteran that's, I would say, not a role player is not fair. Better than that. I mean, like a guy that, again, is a 1-2 punch off the end. He's not going to play the number of snaps that Will can play, obviously. More than likely, he's not going to be a double-digit sack guy. He did last year, but it's not something he's done consistently. Really good player. Really good add to a front that has a lot of holes, boys. I mean, we're talking about Will Anderson, Malik Collins, and Christian Harris right now are your starters on this defense. They ain't got another one. I guess Des King you can throw in there. If you're going to talk about a 7-man box, Des King could be your nickel defender.
And let's just hope he makes the team.
Yeah, right. Let's see he stick around. I mean, you're talking about we're in need of filling starting roles here, multiple starting roles, and Autry's a good sign that can help this defensive front be better this year than they were last year. But in no way, shape, or form is he the tip of the spear that's going to get them where they want to go.
No, and numbers. Did you get numbers on that?
Yeah, I did. It's a 2-year, $20 million deal that includes $10.5 million guaranteed.
So cost effective. 2 years, $20 million for him. I would assume, to me, that takes the thought of Danielle Hunter off the table. Right? You would think?
Ooh, no, I would not.
I know for you it wouldn't, but I'm saying for them, they just.
I mean, look,
they're playing. That looks like they're paying him as a starter, like a starter, where they're giving him $10 million, right, a year. So I mean, $10 million is what guaranteed. 2 years, $20 million. So it seems like they have him slotted as a starter. Maybe they may fill in a void on the inside. But I don't know. I guess I'd be surprised if they also went with Hunter off of that, another edge rusher that would be like that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I would think that they got to add significant pieces, whether it's Danielle Hunter or it's somebody interior wise. Like I would imagine that there's to me, Darnell Autry should not keep you from signing anybody that is a game changer.
Yeah.
You got a guy that's averaged. You got a guy that 4 of the last 5 years. I mean, ultimately, if that in the last 5 years, one of his seasons was cut short by let's call it half. So if you take his sacks and you divide it by 4.5 seasons, my man averages 14 sacks a season. Danielle Hunter, we can't pass up on that for Autry. So if that is, which it may not be a possibility, they may not even be interested, but. We are talking about 2 very complimentary pieces. I think Autry's 290 pounds, 285, 290. He can play inside and out, where you're looking at Danielle Hunter's a little bit more of a linebacker-bodied guy than a D-tackle guy, than a D-lineman build. So they would be complimentary pieces. But, yeah, this is, to me, I like the sign because, again, on the defensive side of the football, piece things together defensively and be better than what you were last year. We'll see how that goes. You better get busy, but I do feel like that because they've got so much depth to build there as well.
Yeah, he'll be 34 before training camp starts. So he'll be 34 around training camp time, July 15th. So he'll be 34 before the season starts. So he's a part of filling that defensive front, that front seven. It's just not good enough right now. Like I'm trying to be patient, because when I see this move, like I'm with you, Clint. It shouldn't stop them, but I believe the Texans are viewing it in a way that, all right, that's one edge field, and you talk about you throwing your eggs in the basket of Derrick Henry. Now I'm in the basket here for Eric Armstead, because that's the only thing that would potentially make sense. And hell, they just lost out on Motor. Devin Singletary just went to the Giants. So Motor is out there. He's gone. So now it is Dameon Pierce left on this team in terms of running back. We'll get to that. But Armstead is the only way. We're okay. All right. Autry, Armstead, Will Anderson, Malik Collins. You got something there. We'll see what you do at linebacker. I'm not sure. That's the only thing that makes this to potentially make this make sense, because Sheldon Rankins, who is, I think, a fine player, that ain't good enough. Not when you told me the front proof on. Man, that ain't. But I'm going to be patient. There are moves that can be made. There are still moves that can be made, but this just – oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot also. They signed Jeff Okudah to a one-year deal, $4 million. Could be up to $6 million, folks. He is a corner, former number 3 overall pick for the Lions out of Ohio State. It did not work out at all with Detroit, and they've called him a bust from the jump. He went to Atlanta, and now he comes here on a one-year deal, and I would think Clint at the very least would compete for a starting job opposite of Derek Stingley. And at this point, to me, with Steven Nelson, the way he's played, if this is the answer, at this point right now, you got worse. You're hoping. You're at the point hoping that he regains this. Like, they're out here flexing deep. They're out here, I mean, you would think they ain't got no money. Like, they got to make this stuff stretch. Like, they shopping with EBT cards, or they got food stamps. The way that they're rolling through this thing. I mean, as I said, I'm gonna stay patient. Maybe they're saving the big deal coming up. Real quick, your thoughts on Motor, Devin Singletary, who was this team's leading back last year. He goes to the Giants, who just lost Saquon Barkley, who we'll talk about here in just a second.
Look, I think when you talk about Devin Singletary, there was a lot more made of Devin Singletary because of what Dameon Pierce couldn't do. Devin Singletary is a good back that was brought in here to be a counterpunch, a backup running back, and that's who Devin Singletary is. So we talk. To be honest with you, in my opinion, I listen to Sports Radio 16. I don't know what everybody else is doing. I listen to Sports Radio 16. We talk way too much about Devin Singletary. Like the fact that we're talking about running backs and we're talking about Devin Singletary in the conversation. Like if he comes in and he's just going to compete or he's going to be at the core, that's fine. But that Devin Singletary is not the caliber back that needs to be in the conversation of what's going to move the needle on getting the Houston Texans run game better. Good back, good complimentary back, good scat back, but not in this conversation. So. Good for him. I mean, Devin Singletary, good for him up in New York.
Oh, God. Some of you are going to lose it here. Steelers agree to terms with punter Cam Johnston. He goes to the Steelers.
Hey, that was David Culley's year. That was our best weapon.
Texans lost their punter. Uh-oh. By the way, the numbers on that Devin Singletary deal, 3 years, 16.5, could be worth up to 19.5. But they lost Devin Singletary and Cam Johnston.
Boy, Devin Singletary just went up there where Saquon couldn't get it done. Oh, wow.
Also, a lot. Again, Nick, D'Amico, do something for real. Like, not just Okudah and Autry, for real, I wonder, do they think this is going well right now? Is this as planned? I'm just blown away. Again, Danico Autry, they just signed. That just comes through. 2-year deal, $20 million. Jeff Okudah, corner, they signed him in. They've just lost Devin Singletary to the Giants and Cameron Johnston to the Steelers. So they're in the need of a punter. Another one of those 10 they got to fill. So, wow, interesting day so far for the Texans.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Well, we'll continue. Clint, the number one guy, I think, for both of us that we wanted to get because we felt like the fit would be so good. There were so many things you could do with him, and the thought of him in this offense with C.J. Stroud and the guys that they have on the outside with Tank and Nico would have been fantastic. Saquon Barkley. Well, he is gone, Clint, and the former Giants running back is reaching an agreement with the Philadelphia Eagles on a 3-year, $37.7 million contract that could be worth up to $46.75 million, but it includes $26 million fully guaranteed, Clint. So he's gone, and he is an Eagle. There were reports, though, that it did come down to the Texans and the Eagles.
Yeah.
Looked like the Texans were there. We don't know if this is verified, but reports are out that the Texans were there at the 3-year, $33 million mark, and he decided to go with the Eagles. He's actually from outside of Philly, went to Penn State, as you know, but he goes there, and the Texans lose out on, to me, was my number one guy for them to try to get this offseason. I think would have really changed this offense.
Well, look, no doubt about it, he would have changed the offense. No doubt about it, he would have changed the run game and been a huge weapon for Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Would have taken some serious pressure off of C.J. Stroud. And I mean, here's the reality of it is the Texans were within $3 or $4 million, and I'm talking about overall over a 3-year stretch. So spread that out how you will. I'm not going to do the math of getting Saquon Barkley and couldn't get it done. In the meantime, every back not named Derrick Henry that you would be interested in is off the board. And so the Texans are left holding the bag. I mean, typically that's a good thing, right? But they're holding a bag full of money and don't have a damn running back. And so the number one position of need, I think, offensively, by a large margin for the Houston Texans, and one of the better free agent classes of running backs that we've seen in a while were available. The stars appeared to have aligned, and the Texans appear to have missed out on it. Now, unless Derrick Henry's the guy, they appear to have missed out on that right
because
there.
They've missed out on Swift, somebody you were into. They
man.
Missed out on Pollard. They missed out on Josh Jacobs, who's going to the Packers now. Available in Jones, Austin Eckler, and then, as you said, Derrick Henry. Is he the only one for you that fits the bill of this is a guy that will that will really change this offense?
Yes. Yeah. Look, Derrick Henry is the only one available right now that the minute you sign him, he takes pressure off of C.J. Stroud. If you sign Austin Eckler, if you sign Aaron Jones, really any of these running backs now, because they're either their play style is of the sort where CJ's going to have to throw it to him just as much as he hands it to him, or they're just not the caliber back. They're not a game-changing caliber back, so it doesn't matter. Derrick Henry's the only one that you put him behind C.J. Stroud or next to C.J. Stroud. One, he never has to come off the field. He's as good in pass protection as he is in the pass game, as he is, we all know, in a run game. He can do it all. He's the only guy that's available right now where the minute you sign him, you take a huge chunk of pressure off of your second-year quarterback. And you give him a complimentary weapon, and at worst case, a complimentary weapon. Best case, you give him a legitimate run game to where now his job is made significantly easier moving forward. So, I mean, that's to me, that's the guy that changes the game for your franchise. That's the guy right now that changes the game for your young quarterback. Anything else is just another complimentary piece that sure, do you get better? Yeah. But are they immediately. I can't get there. Derrick Henry's the one right now for me.
Yeah, we'll see, man. Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones are the only two that I think gives some excitement. But now we're battling of the backs, the one that's 30 and the one that's going to be 30 during the season. Those are the guys we're looking at instead of a 27-year-old Barkley, 26-year-old Jacobs, Swift, a younger player as well. So we'll see what they do. Clearly, they were in the running back conversation because they were going hard after Saquon Barkley. Clearly, they were there, and now they've lost Devin Singletary, which to me obviously leads that you have to go and make probably multiple moves in the running back room because right now all you got is Dameon Pierce. That they've got to go get a starting caliber, right? They have to. It's got to be one of those guys. It's got to be Derrick Henry. I guess A.J. Dillon's available too. I guess it's got to be a starting caliber. Whew.
If it ain't Derrick Henry, it's got to be two of them, boys. If it ain't Derrick Henry, it's got to be two of them.
Yeah. All right. I want to get your thoughts on some moves that other teams made that I want to kind of compare to the Texans. All right. A big move the Raiders made and Christian Wilkins. I want to get your thoughts on that because that was a guy the Texans were looking at. And then the Broncos made a move. Could that be a sign of somebody maybe the Texans could go after? We'll discuss that coming up next.
How can the Texans win free agency?
Content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we continue rolling through with the drive, Chris is in as Tyler is out, hopefully getting healthy. Chris doing a great job keeping us updated on the moves that the Texans are making. Or
you see old sensitive ass Tyler? You see the text?
Didn't read your tone, man. He didn't read your tone.
You see that?
What did he say? No, I didn't see
Tyler texted. Well, who was it? Saquon?
Tyler said Saquon to the Eagles.
Saquon to the Eagles. I said we did. Like he started cussing me. He started cussing me.
What got up your ass, basically?
Damn dirty. What got up your? I'm like, hey man, you sensitive a bit? Hey, I know you know the weather a little bit, T. But relax, Bob.
He didn't read tone.
Golly, man. You can't read tone on text, Ron. It's dangerous.
I know it is dangerous. He read it.
I know he judged me.
No,
I know he judged
hot.
me.
He was hot. He probably was. He probably got his glasses on.
I was just playing, T. I'm not in you. I'm disappointed in the Texans, Bob. Sorry.
I can see Tyler laid up in the bed, got his contacts out, so he's got on the glasses.
Yeah.
Blowing his nose. It's all right,
you think he's got his nostrils are red?
Oh, dead red. Burning.
Get well, T.
From the text line, here we go. You ready? Listen, I'm really proud of myself. It's 3:27, and I'm staying as patient as I possibly can. I've not lost it at all here. As the text line comes in, Clint, you guys are two of the most negative guys on radio. I bet y'all were pissed when Bryce went 1 and CJ fell in our laps. Doesn't the leadership team get the benefit of the doubt, or going from last to first is just a small accomplishment? It's just, listen, you can sit here and continue to watch all of these guys come off the board, and that's fine. For me, Danico Autry is not doing it for me. Sorry. For me, Jeff Okudah is not doing it for me. Sorry, I don't know. Like, I don't know where you are.
I'm pretty amped up about Des King.
Sure. Like, this team, this is it. This is
yeah. Look, hey, look. Here's the deal.
This
I'm
is
sorry.
the time.
After watching a football team that was coached by David Culley and Lovie Smith and was going through the Deshaun Watson deal and was $50 million on the wrong side of the salary cap, and having to watch a depleted roster with a coach that had no business coaching, and having to go through that for the last 2 years. My bad if when we get a little bit of money, I'm like, hey man, let's party. Let's party a little bit, y'all. Sorry about that, Texter. Take your old mezzanine sitting ass back to bed.
As I've said this repeatedly, this team's thought process should be, let's get to the AFC Championship game. Let's try to play for a Super Bowl. All right? Maybe they're doing that. It does not appear that it is going that route right now, but maybe they're doing that. But I don't like right now when I'm looking at what they're doing right now, it is a lot of bargain. Like they're not going to go and make moves that can really jump. Now there is still time. That's why I'm being patient. All the names have not come off the board. But they're getting, you said this during the break, Clint. They're starting to put themselves, they're going to have to start to not only pay folks, but give up assets, or just kind of stay with the team they got right now. And that is the point, because if somebody scoops up Derrick Henry, if somebody scoops up, I'm running out of names of guys, Patrick Queen, if somebody scoops up some of these guys, now to really add impact players, now they're going to have to look at the trademark and give up assets and pay. And I don't know if they want to do that and are going to do that. And a team that you thought they should win the division, that should be the expectation. Yeah. And they go move on, and we see what the other teams that are around them are doing. I don't know. They had $67.5 million to spend and not paying very, very many people at all currently. And it looks like right now they're just chilling. I don't know. All right, man. I do want to go with a couple of moves that I saw here. I want to get your thoughts on a bit of this one. So the Christian Wilkins move came down. I said Christian Wilkins, he was two for me. One was Saquon Barkley. It was Wilkins. We got to see the number after Chris Jones just got absolutely paid over the weekend. He got $101 million guaranteed over 5 years, 160. Christian Wilkins comes in after Matabike's deal with the Ravens. He comes in at 4 years, $110 million, 84.7. The Texans were thought to be linked to be potentially in that class to try to get him from the Dolphins. Your thoughts now on that move that now another impact defensive lineman is not coming to the Texans?
Yeah, look, I listened to my guys this morning, Pendergast, Payne and Pendergast, and they just did a little quick hitter at the time. Obviously, this didn't hit till 11 o'clock when free agency ultimately hit, legal tampering period hit. So before that, it was just about list, right? Well, Sean and Seth are going down this little list, and Sean asked Seth about Wilkins, and Seth, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Seth would have been in on Wilkins, and as had I up to that point. But Seth just went on and laid some concerns out about Wilkins, and one of those concerns was, at that price, you expect a guy to be a defensive player of the year caliber player, and he didn't know that if Wilkins would bring that. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. Is at that point in time, I thought, man, I like Wilkins. I like him a lot. I like the thought of bringing in an interior defensive lineman that can penetrate versus run schemes and pass protections. But do you think Wilkins has a defensive player of the year in his future? Like in that conversation, and I don't think he does. And that kind of money, you better at least feel like he's in his bag. And so at that point in time, I let Seth, and I think Seth was actually in on the deal. His reasoning, his concerns put me in a spot where I was all of a sudden okay if Christian Wilkins wasn't a Houston Texan. So
that one didn't
bother me much. That one did not bother me much. Look, there's still to me, when I look at this defense, Ron, I just think we've talked about it multiple times. There's ways to put together a really good defense. The question becomes, do you have that one guy when the moment's the biggest in a playoff game that doesn't have to be schemed up perfectly?
Just destroy it.
Just can go flat ass make a play. And I don't know that the Texans are going to find that guy. There's a couple out there, obviously. Hell, you could draft one and get lucky there the way they did last year. But they may not find that guy, but I do feel like they can put a defense out there that's better than what they put together last year. Without Wilkins is what I'm saying. So I'm okay with Wilkins not landing in Houston.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I felt like he's an ascending player, and then you start to put him in D'Amico's defense. And we've seen how defensive tackles have gotten off in that defense the Niners have played. And he is a relentless, high motor guy, pretty well from the inside. Now, it really jumped up this year with 9 sacks. I don't know. To me, that's a deal that would have made sense. It's 4 years, basically 3 that you can get out of if you want to. By the way, and I know this one may crush guys like Brandon Scott who liked it. If you were looking at maybe another interior threat to bring in, the Colts, they're keeping defensive tackle Grover Stewart, 3 years, $39 million. That was another guy that was potentially on the block to be had, and he is going to stay with the Colts. So they keep him and Buckner on the inside together, who would have been another player. As we see here, also I'm getting reports here. If you're looking at the running back situation, as we pass along. Austin Eckler could be one that is an option. Someone texted in and said, hey, I've moved on to either Aaron Jones or Eckler. It looks like reports here from Josina Anderson. She is told that the Commanders and Raiders have become the top suitors for Austin Eckler right now. So we'll see what happens there with him. He is one of those guys that are out in the running back situation. All right, coming up, I do want to get to a trade that happened this week to see if this could maybe interest Texans fans, and I think could maybe pull you to an excited place. We get you set up for Ticket Tuesday tomorrow. And as a team that made moves over the weekend, have they passed the Texans? Have they passed? Discuss that coming up next.
All right, this is the time of year, man. You got to enjoy your life. The weather's great. Get outside, be around the kids, make memories, man. If that chronic joint pain is keeping you from doing what you want to do, I need you to listen up. Call QC Kinetics right now. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, and the best part of it is we're talking lasting joint pain relief with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. Look, it's a fact, Jack. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives, right? And their treatments are available right here in our beautiful city of Houston as we speak for you. So the deal is, if you want to, you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, go hiking, play with the kids in the yard, do whatever you want to do. You can get moving again, and you can do it all pain-free. And you can do it all pain-free with QC Kinetics. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. Y'all take action now and get to living your best life this spring, this summer. QC Kinetics. Call right now for a free consultation, 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
The NFL offseason is in full swing, and Sports Radio 610 is your home for the latest Texans news. Missed a free agent signing? Don't worry. We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every segment of every show broken down into chapters so you can get right into what matters to you. Just download the Odyssey app. Search for Sports Radio, a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We are going to catch up with Christy Reekin here in a second. Lord knows we need to take our mind off of some of this right now. Clint, apparently, they've signed a Mike Ford, the Texans.
That is correct.
Got him?
Yeah, agreed to.
I know Tom.
Tom Ford?
On a 2-year deal
Tom.
worth $4.5 million total.
2 years, $4.5. I'm not kidding you. I don't have a position. You got a position? What is he?
DB. That's what it says.
Mike Ford. All right, Mike Ford. They signed him to go with Jeff Okudah for a deal that's around the same amount for $4 million. Danico Autry is the big signee today. They've lost Cam Johnston, their punter. They've lost Devin Singletary, who became their starting running back. And they've lost out on any other free agent that you even remotely give a damn about up to this point. But they do get Mike Ford, the corner. At some point, we'll figure out who the hell he is and where he comes from. But they bring in –
he's depth player, man. Depth player, special teams guy.
Sorry, they also signed Lonnie Johnson as someone else. Let us know. They're really getting the guys going in the secondary.
Yeah. Look, a lot of depth guys, man. A lot of guys that stay healthy for 16 games, start one.
I don't think they're all depth guys.
Well, I
think Jeff might be a starter.
You think so?
He might.
Whew, we'll see.
Jeff Okudah, former 3rd overall pick. We get the Ohio State, Jeff. We got it.
It'd be nice.
That's something, huh? Got something.
It'd be nice.
All right, so that is the latest here with the Texans. Remember, tomorrow's a ticket Tuesday for the rodeo. Your chance to
Do we know
win.
who we're giving away?
Don't know yet, but you got a chance to win a pair of
tickets. We're up against it here, man.
You got to be. It's got to be Eric Church.
Eric Church is Sunday. That's the end of it.
Yeah, it's got to be. That's who I'm guessing.
When's Bun B?
Bun B is tomorrow.
You going?
No, I'm not going to be able to make it.
What happened?
Just didn't come through with them tickets, man.
Oh,
man. The Ramones are $250.
For our?
It could make that swing. So yeah, tomorrow, 3 and 5 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win. All right, let's talk to Christy here. She's a writer here. AP covers all of Houston sports, including the Texans, Rockets, A&M, and the Astros. And I know you've been covering the Astros lately, but Christy, I know you know the Texans well. Any words of encouragement for us right now as we're hanging on, trying to trust.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me about that. I wanted to talk about the sunshine and wonderfulness of the Astros in Florida.
Oh no, you got to get in this with us. No, you got to get in this with us. Are you getting nervous?
I didn't really know that Mike person either, but. Sorry, I'm the worst.
You didn't have Mike Ford either? I did.
He was on my bingo card.
He wasn't. All right, Christy, real quick before we get to the Astros, are you getting concerned here that the Texans aren't really out making moves like I think some people thought they would?
No, I'm not concerned. I know, y'all know Caserio. Y'all know everything he does is very calculated and very, very planned. So I'm sure he has some sort of plan, and I'm gonna wait and see how it pans out before I get too concerned.
Damn it, Christy, we need you to fit in a little bit better from jump now. We need you to come in real hot and concerned now.
She didn't say No, she didn't.
Ray of sunshine. Y'all seem like y'all need it today.
Yeah, no, good point. We need a ray of sunshine.
Yeah,
well, I tell you what. How about we ease them?
I had my head in baseball. I was all prepared for football talk.
Well, talk to us about it. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing down there and what's hot off the press.
Well, I really love Jordan hitting second. That is making me really happy. And I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I just think it's great, and I think it's really going to be good for their lineup. And also, not only him hitting second, him just looking healthy and looking great in spring training, which is something we haven't really seen much in his career. So I'm just very excited about Jordan.
Well, what do you make of Joe Espada? And I haven't followed close enough, Christy. Obviously, you being there, you'll know the answer. But I know Joe made it a point early on to at least act like he was going to play the starters a little bit more and ask them to maybe be a little bit more active early in spring training. Have you seen that? Yes or no? And then how has it gone the first few weeks?
Yeah, I've definitely seen that. I guess in the last 3 days, they've, like, the big dogs per se have played 2 of the last 3 days, which is, I think a good amount for spring training. And they'll play like usually 5 or 6 innings, which is also good. So I think, yeah, he's definitely playing them more this spring than Dusty had in years past.
Christy Rican joins us, covers the Astros and a lot of Houston sports for AP. Christy, I wanted to get in about the manager as well. What's the kind of how he is handling things? Because I think that's a really big question mark. Is you're moving from a Hall of Fame manager in Dusty Baker to Joe Espada, and this is the first time he's managed. And I know some people were wondering how he's doing things with the lineup and how long he's playing guys. But what's the feel you get from the players towards Joe?
Oh, they love him. He's actually really loved across the league. So many people really like him. I mean, his name was up for a lot of jobs, around the league before he got this one. I think mostly because he has such a good reputation and everybody appreciates, I think his rapport with the players. He can really, relate to them. I think he's a guy that they can go to, they know they can talk to. And I've been actually working on a big story about first-time managers, and everyone I've talked to said, yeah, he's a first-time manager, but he has so much experience. They don't think it's going to feel like he's a first-time manager because he has that experience, and he's worked under Joe Girardi. He's worked under A.J. Hinch, who I talked to today about him, and also, obviously, Dusty. So I think he's ready.
The elephant in the room, obviously, is Verlander, I would guess, in terms of his health and kind of what that looks like. What's your concern level with that? What are you hearing about Verlander?
Well, today Joe told us that he's actually feeling really good and he's progressing on schedule. He hasn't had any setbacks since the obviously big news that came out, and he's going to throw a bullpen tomorrow. And it looks like he's doing well, but fine, which is what's going to keep him from being there on opening day. But I don't expect him to be out, much past, the first couple weeks of the season. So I think he'll be there to lead the rotation sooner rather than later.
All right, that's interesting, the rotation. With him starting on the IL, Christy, what does it look like the rotation will be to start the season off? Because they also have some interesting decisions to make, in mid-relief there ahead of the big three in the back half. Who do you see being in that rotation to start the season with Verlander down?
Well, I think they haven't announced it, but I'm almost certain Fomber will be the opening day starter. You obviously have Christian Javier, who, as we saw last year, can be up and down, but I think he's obviously a solid starter. And you have JP France, who's also dealing with a little something, but he'll be in there. And then Hunter Brown, again, he's a younger guy, but I think he'll be solid. And then, but the thing that I think not people forget about, but this rotation is already good. And then probably within, before the All-Star break, you're going to have McCullers back and then maybe Luis Garcia not too long after that. So I think this rotation could actually be really strong as long as everything works out health-wise.
You feel that confident about Lance coming back that soon, huh? You feel All-Star break?
I don't know. I talked to him a little, I talked to him a little bit today. I think we're going to see him this year, unlike last year where we didn't get to see him.
All right, Kristen, we appreciate you stopping by. We needed to have some sunshine conversation to get our thoughts off what's happening the first 2 hours of this show with the Texans. So we do appreciate you jumping on with us, and it does seem like things are going well in West Palm with the Astros.
Yeah, it's hard not to be sunny when you're in this beautiful of weather. So sorry if I didn't go along with the party.
That's all right. Christy, we appreciate you. That's Christy Rican. She writes for AP. She handles the Astros, Texans, Rockets, all Houston sports there. It'd be nice if Lance is there. That's somebody I'm not dependent on. I maybe Jose Urquidy there being that puppy there. We'll see. I hope Lance. We did get to hear from Lance. Someone texted in, "Hey, Brian Burns is out there." Yeah, he is. He's also franchise tag, so we'll see what the Panthers do with that. You'd have to trade to get your hands on Brian Burns. There. Someone texted in, you big dummy. I would assume me. Nobody would call you a big dummy. They are holding money for a big-time trade or release. Right. Texans. All right. There we go.
May work out for him.
Might.
May work out for him.
Might. Yeah. We'll see. Clint right here is throwing all of it into Derrick Henry.
No, look, I mean,
all in it to Derrick Henry.
I've got offensively. Look, offensively, I've just got my eggs in one basket, and it's King Henry, baby. It is King. We need an absolute game changer. It is time. That is the caliber swing we've got to take, move we've got to make, and I believe that. I don't know if they're going to get it done, but I damn sure believe that they are working on it.
You think Derrick Henry is somebody because they were going hard after Saquon? They seem to be two different type of backs.
Well, they look. I think they're two different types of back. But when you talk about a guy that is a straight up weapon and a pressure reliever from the quarterback and the play caller, they both fit that bill. When it's all said and done, there was 3 or 4 of those guys available, and Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, and Derrick Henry are the 3. I would have thrown Sweat in there to make it 4. But those are the guys that I believe were ultimately guys that take pressure away from your play caller, away from your quarterback, and you can afford to just blindly go, hey, man, turn around and hand the damn ball off. Don't overthink it. Just turn around and hand the ball off and let that guy go make a play. To me, there were four guys in this free agent class that could do it. One of them's left right now, Ron. So yeah, that's my King Henry, baby. I'm carrying around a King Henry Easter basket, no doubt about it.
All right, what you got coming up?
We're gonna keep this conversation going. We're gonna talk a little bit more about what's possible in free agency, what's happened in free agency, as well as if they are put into a position, which it looks like to some degree they're going to have to be put in a position to make a trade. What players are out there that appear to be available? And I ain't talking about Jeff Okudah. I'm talking about game-changing players on either side of the football. You may be surprised at who appears to be available. We'll see. Do the Texans make the move? We'll talk about that next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about somebody I'm damn sure about, and that is Academy Sports and Outdoors. There's a few things I'm sure.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
The legal tampering period is here. Started at 11 o'clock this morning on In the Loop, ladies and gentlemen. I was listening to In the Loop, man. Them boys, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. The old breaking news sounder, it's sometimes it gets a bit distracting. I'm driving down the road today, man, and them boys are breaking news left and right, and I am amped.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I hear it, I'm like, is it the Texans? Is it the Texans? What do we got going? And then even
still amped?
I'm gonna get there. Even when it wasn't the Texans, there were big enough names, Ron, where I was like, hell yeah, this is it. I'm keeping me updated. I can thoughtlessly drive to work, listen to Sports Radio 610, and when my ass arrives at studio, I know exactly what's happened because Lock Dog and Lopez are keeping me updated.
And somehow 9 times out of 10. In some way, whoever they're saying affects the Texans.
Absolutely,
except
because the Texans got money.
But yeah.
The Texans got money, and the Texans got needs. There's no doubt about it. But I ain't gonna lie to you. A lot of the intrigue, a lot of the interest, a lot of the horniness that I was feeling, if you will, was because I knew the Texans had that money to spend, boy. And the biggest need, if I could pick one. With the Houston Texans, the one thing you cannot afford to do is to not surround your quarterback, who's got 4 years left on a rookie deal, with as much talent as you possibly can. And in 2024, that would mean signing one of, in my opinion, one of 4 free agent running backs that were game changers. Some people will tell you there was 5 or 6. A lot of guys like Tony Pollard, a lot of guys like the one that's still here, the little fella out of Chargers.
Oh, Austin Eckler.
But at the top 4 for me, Sweat, Barkley, King Henry, who I'm rooting for here, and Josh Jacobs. Those 4 right there. You got to get one of them, man. If you're the Texans, you got to get one of them. We saw Josh Jacobs fly off the board. We saw Sweat fly off the board. And I'm sitting steady going, hey, we're good, baby. This is working out just as planned. Pollard fly. Oh, no Sweat.
All reports saying they're all in on.
Texans are all in with the Eagles, man. It's a battle for Saquon Barkley. And then, boom. Were we on air when this happened? Or no, we were in prep. Right before we go on air, Saquon Barkley signs, or a deal is reported. Saquon Barkley agrees to a deal with the Philadelphia Eagles. 3 years, what was it, $37.5 million?
37 plus million.
37 plus million.
26 fully guaranteed, could get up to 46.
Reports were that the Texans offered 3 years, $33 million, and wouldn't go any higher. A little bit of a buzzkill, if I'm being honest. But that put me in a spot, boys, where, and Texans fans, if you are in a spot where you believe they need to add a running back, there's one available. That is a, what's that?
I just don't know who is not in the spot.
Don't scare me on that. I thought you saw something on that damn feed over there.
Well, no, Leonard Floyd's off the board if you were looking for that. But I'm just saying everybody should be in the thoughts that they need a running back, especially after they lost Singletary.
Yes, teams with money to spend and some teams that don't have money to spend are making monster moves. The Texans are clearly trying, I think, with Saquon Barkley, but haven't made any big moves yet. If you're in the belief that the Texans need a running back, our eggs are in one basket. Our eggs are in the Derrick Henry basket. He's the only back available right now, from a free agent perspective, the only back available right now that I believe immediately takes pressure off of C.J. Stroud, immediately makes Bobby Slowick's job easier, and most importantly, I believe you generate a run game behind Derrick Henry come hell or high water. Even if you don't have the level of physicality up front that I think you need and that you'd like to have, I still think Derrick Henry can make chicken salad out of chicken bleep, if you know what I mean. I think he can go out there and continuously apply pressure on the ground to a defense with some rough spots up front. So that's where I'm at, Ron. Derrick Henry or bust. If you don't add a weapon to this offense in a big way that supports C.J. Stroud, it's borderline criminal.
There's no borderline to it. It's criminal. You've lost Devin Singletary, who you offered.
Yeah.
You offered, like, two guys that we've heard reports. They offered Devin Singletary, didn't like the offer, moved on. He went to the Giants after Saquon left, who they offered, and they didn't accept. They're coming to the party, Clint, with the most money to spend. We all know they need running back help, and damn it, they do too. That's what they have now. Now what has been proven here is reports are they know they needed a back, and not just a back. They were going to market, offering up to over $30 million to get one. They got the most money, with the exception of the Bears, who decided to go with Swift. They got the most money to spend of anybody trying to get them. They got more than the Packers. They got more than who else went? Than the Eagles. They got more than anybody else who are looking for these top backs.
Yeah.
They got to come away with one of them.
They got to, and there's one.
And there's
left.
only one left.
And
unless you count Austin Eckler, the Titans, they went and got.
I can't do it. Aaron Jones, I like those guys.
Aaron Jones available.
I like Aaron Jones is available. Been cut in Green Bay because they went with Josh Jacobs, and so you got some moving pieces here. But there, to me, there's nobody else going to be available that is going to bring to the game what a Derrick Henry will bring to the game. And think about this. We're beyond, like, it doesn't matter any longer if you're a Derrick Henry fan. It's your only option in free agency at this point in time. So you better get on board if you believe the Texans, at least creating some kind of run game is important. How sweet would it be for this offense to take the next step by bringing in a former Titan, the old Oiler tie, yada, 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 and have him have a good run of 2 or 3 years here and do monster things and help C.J. Stroud take this team to the next level. So it may even be sweeter than it appears with Derrick Henry. That's where all my offensive eggs are. Defensively, I don't know why, but I'm not as concerned.
I don't either. I don't know why.
You don't know why? You don't know why?
I don't know why.
I'm not as concerned. I believe they can do some things defensively that can move the needle a bit. I think there's some guys that are still out there that are available. Darnell Autry, who they signed, who was a former Titan. Danico, I'm sorry. What did I say? Darnell?
Yeah.
Danico Autry.
Like Darnell Autry.
Darnell Autry sounds good.
Isn't he the running back for Northwestern? I believe Darnell Autry.
Sounds good. I ain't got Northwestern's running back. I damn sure ain't got Rose Bowl 95 Northwestern. But I think he's a guy that can play inside or out, sitting at 285, 290. So you're talking about a versatile player there. They could still be in on 16 and a half sacks last year. Daniil Hunter is still out there. There are still some. Eric Armstead is still out there, who had a sack in the Super Bowl. They could upgrade big time on this defensive
Patrick
front.
Queen.
But no, stop putting him in there. If they pay $18 million for a linebacker, I quit. I'm quitting DeMeco Ryans if he pays $18 million.
But at least, I
quit. I'm just telling you. Now, the point is let's Derrick Henry and options on defense. There's still some fun to be had here this last 2 hours of this damn show, right? And moving forward for the Texans.
I believe.
Now, here's an interesting approach, Ron. You've mentioned this multiple times, and I think you've done it out of disgust, if I'm being honest with you. The Texans, we can all agree the Texans are in a spot where they've got to be aggressive. Whatever aggressive means in building this roster and find to be aggressive in how they build this roster to go give themselves a chance next year to take the next step.
We think they need to be aggressive. I'm not sure if they do.
We've watched 5+ hours of this legal tampering period open up here, and whether they have or haven't been aggressive behind the scenes, they've swung and missed if they have, right? So the odds are the Texans are going to be put into a position where if they want to acquire the caliber players that are going to give them a chance to beat the Ravens, the Bills, whoever the hell they are, the Chiefs, and legitimately compete in the AFC for a title here, Ron, they're going to have to make some trades. they're potentially going to have to make some trades. And I think you look at the number one position of need for this football team is in the box on the defensive side of the football, particularly on the defensive line. And I'll tell you, I think it's inside and out. I don't just think it's defensive end. I think it's defensive tackle as well. However, they could potentially be in a place to make a trade. And there's one team out there that to some degree is rebuilding because they just hired a new head coach, and they're going to move some pieces around. And they're looking to get rid of two very high-priced defensive ends, and that is the L.A. Chargers. There's a report out there that the L.A. Chargers are interested in fielding offers for Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. Now, get beyond, Ron, that they swung and missed in free agency, but, hey, they're going to have to give up, where I believe the Texans are going to give up. They're going to make a trade somehow, some way, sooner rather than later, that they're going to have to give up something. They're going to have to give up some kind of draft capital. Any interest in Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa? Let me give you a little rundown real quick. Khalil Mack, 1 year left on a 6-year deal. So he's going to be really expensive, but it's going to be for 1 year. Pro Bowler both of his years in San Diego. Career high sacks last year with 17 sacks. Now, there's a little caveat there. He did have 6 sacks against the Raiders, so it's easy to believe he got to 17 if he collected 6 of them in 1 week. So take that for what it's worth. Khalil Mack is believed going to command a little bit more draft capital than Joey Bosa. Why? Because Joey Bosa missed 20 games in the last 2 years, but when he's healthy, boy, he has been awfully productive in San Diego. Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, partner, either one of those guys opposite Will Anderson, and I think you've at least got that impact player that I believe the Texans have to have. Now, what does it take to get them?
Either one would come on and immediately easily be the best player on the defense and a dominating force on the defense. Clint, they wouldn't pay $3 more million to get Saquon Barkley.
Hey, windshield, get out of that rearview mirror, man. Get that windshield.
No, you can't, though. You can't. They said, we need a defensive lineman. That's what we need. We need a defensive lineman. Are we going to keep the guy we know that fits everything that our program is about? We're going to keep that guy, Jonathan Grenard? No. We're going to let him go. Now we're going to trade and pay more Jonathan Grenard. We ain't going to pay Jonathan Grenard, but we're going to dip off from 70 and we're going to pay that 135? No, I don't believe so. What we going to do? We're going to get Danico Autry. That's what we're going to get. I'm sorry,
You're
man.
so negative, man.
Well,
what about
I'm
Khalil
just being
Mack?
honest.
What about Khalil Mack?
Clint, I would love
negative
it.
See what happens when the Cougars beat the hell out of the Jayhawks? He comes in here grumpy on
What happens is, I'm just being honest, man. They wouldn't pay $3.5 million to get Saquon. You think they're going to trade assets and pay that to get Khalil?
Would you?
Joey Bosa.
Well, what's Khalil? You could probably get San Diego to pay a little bit of Khalil Mack's money here. Would at a big number? Who knows what the big number is? At a big number, 1 year, Khalil Mack. Would you be good with it?
I'm gravy with it. With both of them, I think they're impact guys. I think it's time. This is when you do it. But I'm just telling you what they could have done in free agency. They could have gotten Christian Wilkins for less and not had to give up anything. And they're like, no.
Coulda ain't never done a damn thing.
I know it. And that's what I'm saying. The same people with those minds are then going to to me, if they thought where I love your thinking is, they got to make something. They got to make a move. It is clear to me that they don't think they got to do anything. That they don't feel they're in a space that they got to do anything thus far by what we're seeing, because they're not taking any chances.
I wonder, because the report is that they were hot after Saquon. Now,
they were hot.
I wonder how active they've been otherwise with other guys. Wilkins is really the only other one I think that's been signed that I think they were probably legitimately in on. I think Cashman, they said sayonara, and I think they let Grenard jump as well. They figure they can do better.
Right.
Hey, come on, man.
If they say to themselves, Patrick Queen at $18 million, $17 million, like that's what makes sense. If that's what they do.
I don't think it happens. I don't think that's in.
I don't think it happens. But Clint, at this point, I'm like, if they don't go and get Because what did I tell you?
I'm gonna tell
What did I tell you? I said one thing they need to do is add at least one person that you know is a proven Pro Bowl player in his prime right now. I don't like it at all, but at least they would have accomplished that. If they don't, I'm wondering are they going to do it?
I'm gonna tell you. Here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be now. I'm not gonna say they're gonna land them, but they are gonna be neck and neck for Eric Armstead and Hunter.
Eric Armstead is the best bet.
Eric Armstead.
They know him.
Daniil Hunter, Autry. That could be that got the makings of a damn good front, Ron. I'm telling you, it's still that's got the make. And Armstead is one of them old boys like I was talking about. Defensively, if you make that move, Armstead and Hunter, you've got two dudes that I believe against any team in the league will make a play.
But I think Autry cancels out at least one of them.
I don't think he does. Ron, they ain't operating like they did last year. To your point, they just passing on these running backs. They ain't paying them $10 million per.
I know, but they're not. I don't.
Nah, man, they can make that thing happen.
They
can. Oh, they can make it happen.
They can, Clint.
They're working on it right now. Nick's working on it right now.
He's working on something.
Hey, look here.
He's worked on Mike Ford and Jeff Okudah and.
Hey, look Autry. Here. Hang in there now.
I'm hanging.
Hang in there, Texans.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I got two.
King
players.
Henry, baby.
I'm being calm. There are two players. There are two people's names that I see fly off this board, and I'm gonna lose.
King Henry and who? Hunter or Armstead?
I'm just gonna lose.
Just any two more.
No, there's two. No, I got them in my mind. I got them in my mind.
Well, you want to tell us who they are?
No, you just you just hear me say, "That's it. That's it." But I'm believing in you, Nick and D'Amico. I'm trying to. All right, let me.
It's hard, but it's fair, man.
Let me, because I do like the mindset of the trade. Let me bring one up to you that I think could be doable. Could be doable in their thoughts, and we'll hear from Lance McCullers, who has an update on his injury. That's next.
All right, it's truck season, y'all. It's truck season in Texas, and it's truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet right now. Ron Kraft is offering huge savings on Silverado 1500s, man.
on the Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. First, I do want to get this off before we talk about more news that's happening around the NFL. Listen, it's been an interesting day to say the least with the Texans, but I think some great news coming out of the Texans. If you remember, Dylan Horton, he was a rookie draft pick defensive end out of TCU for the Texans last year. His season ended, and we knew there was some sort of an illness, but wasn't really reported out there. But he missed the rest of the season. He has a statement made that he had stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer last year. That's why he had to miss most of the season. Well, great news right now, Clint, is that he is in remission right now from that lymphoma. So that is great news to hear. He hopes to play again in the future, but the most important thing is that Dylan Horton is in remission from stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma from the young player Dylan Horton. And yes, we all hope to see him again, and he's got obviously a teammate on his on this roster in John Mechie, who has gone through a similar thing as him, and hopefully
is it the same?
I think it was. I feel like Mechie's was different. Wasn't his a form of leukemia? I think. I could be. I believe that is the case. I could be wrong, or as my mom would say, "Don't get me to lying." But yeah, great news from him on that front. So he is in remission, and that is great to hear as well. Also, Clint, I don't know if this was an idea in your head. You said Danielle Hunter. Some people have talked about, well, Brian Burns, will the Panthers keep him? You're right. But it looks like the Giants are close to getting a trade for the defensive end, Brian Burns. Many people had him 1-2 with Josh Allen as the top pass rushers from an edge rushing position. He potentially is going to be traded to the New York Giants. So that is another player that may be out of things there with him.
Well, the beautiful thing, and then this is just again, I've said it. The last couple of years really pissed me off and rubbed me the wrong way with not even entertaining when players come available. Because you get to this year and now all of a sudden you it's time. I mean, the stars have aligned for you. And it's hard to do it all in 1 year. Even when you have all the money, it's hard to get all of the chips to fall in your favor. But I say it every year, Ron. It's crazy, and I don't know if it's just because I cover the NFL now and so I'm more involved in it or what. But every year, impact players become available. Whether it's disgruntled and demanding a trade, it's free agent, obviously, opportunities to move up in the draft and grab a guy, which we've seen the group do with Will Anderson. I mean, there is absolutely no reason when you're in a spot to where you're just a handful of games away from competing in a Super Bowl. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to go get impact players. There's absolutely no reason. And they are – Brian Burns is just another example. I mean, the Giants potentially getting their hands on one of the best edge rushers in the game in the current situation they're in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wild, man.
Yeah.
If there's no excuse.
None.
Now
there's still time.
When you're just completely buried the way the Texans were 3 years ago, okay, there's obviously some limitations, but you could still make some things happen. And it's obvious in the league every year, it seems like now. I mean, huge names become available somehow, some way. So, man, there's no reason why the Texans shouldn't get.
No, there is none. Speaking of that, finding ways to get them in a trade right there. It looks like the Giants are going to Brian Burns, one of the top edge rushers available here. There was a move that happened over the weekend, Clint. The Cleveland Browns, they got Deshaun Watson another weapon. And, and Lord knows the money they've got tied up.
Yep.
But they bring in Jerry Jeudy from the Broncos. And you look at the Broncos are in a situation where they are very similar to the Chargers. You brought up the Chargers earlier, where they're way over the cap and they want to try to get down. The Broncos have somebody who has an $83 million cap hit for them right now this year that's not playing on the team in Russ Wilson. So they are trying to get down. They make a move. They trade Jerry Jeudy, a first-round pick for them a few years back, to the Browns for a 5th and a 6th-round pick. Hell, the Browns got that from Baker Mayfield's trade, and they got it from the Texans. They got one of those picks back for Deshaun. So it looks like they are making some moves, the Broncos, to maybe probably get themselves down. This one could be one that's real. We're talking about, it's starting to get bleak when you look at names that can change the offense around. If he goes for a 5th and a 6th, I'm curious what 28-year-old Cortland Sutton goes for. That one there, and if you want to, and you talked about maybe they just open this sucker up and you go, we got Sutton, we got Nico, big body guys that can go up, and Sutton's been kind of like a 1 in this league, and then Tank Dell, obviously. Personally, that would be one where I'd be like, all right, especially if it's around this, a 4th and a 5th. Like I'm like, all right. That could be something.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton I could really get on board with. One, I think from a big body perspective and a 50-50 ball guy and a go ball guy, he is much better than advertised. I think he's underrated in that department. I think he'd complement the guys that we have. I think he'd be an additional weapon to C.J. Stroud, not just another receiver that can run routes. And if he came relatively inexpensive in a sense of being able to trade some late draft picks for him, yeah, that would be absolutely beautiful. I mean, that you talking about living right. Cortland Sutton. Look, I like Jerry Jeudy. I like Jerry Jeudy, the player. Like the stuff I saw last year on the sideline leads me to believe that Jerry Jeudy mentally is not where he needs to be in terms of being a professional and being locked in and dialed in, and that incident on the sideline between him and Steve Smith last year kind of threw me for a loop. The whole thing, the video was even worse. But so I don't know what kind of intangibles he has, but from a tangible perspective, I love Jerry Jeudy. This is I think a really good get for the Browns. Now how he exists and how he lives and if he can thrive in the Browns locker room with all the different dynamics there, particularly on the offensive side of the football, I don't know. It may end up being a flop and he may be a non-factor, but to your point, it definitely leads you to believe that, boy, if Cortland Sutton's available, yeah, I'll be honest with you. If the Texans were to some way bring a guy like Cortland Sutton on, that would be a big one for me. That would
a player that is a Pro Bowl caliber player, right? Someone texted in T. Higgins. It could be. I mean, I think you'd have that's going to cost a lot more.
Trade and pay.
That's a trade and you got to pay and trade higher to get him. So I don't know, man. I'm also trying to be realistic on what they potentially would do. And you see Jerry Jeudy going for a 4th and a 6th.
Yeah.
Like if it's in that range, that seems like something that the Texans would potentially do. So I
agree. And I like your point, Ron, of trying to be realistic in what they could do. We've talked about this before. The one thing that they can't do is nothing. So look straight up. The one thing they can, it don't matter if you got money or you don't got money. It don't matter if you have draft capital or you don't have draft capital. It doesn't matter. When you've got C.J. Stroud and he played the way he played last year, the one thing you can't do is nothing. You cannot sit steady. You cannot run it back.
And right now for you, they've done nothing.
Right now they got a long way to go to just get back to where they were last year at this point in time.
Yeah. All right. The Texans had two major losses on their defense right now. 2 major losses on their defense. We'll discuss that. We'll see how you feel about that. I'd say their 2 best defensive players last year they lost. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and do it every day, man. I love bringing this message to the people, man. If you're already drinking them cold Coors Light, them silver bullets,
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as free agency is open. A lot of situations where you look at it and you're like, hey, all right, teams are getting excited about who they could add, and teams are getting excited about who they can bring in, and maybe this is the first day to really seeing your team change when we start the free agency and the draft. And the Texans right now, they have, in terms of important pieces, lost more than they have gained at this point, Clint. And the two big ones that they've lost today, oddly enough, have gone to the same team. And that is Jonathan Grenard going to the Vikings on a 4-year deal, $76 million, and Blake Cashman. He goes to the Vikings 3 years, up to $25 million he could earn on the deal. Players on defense all last year. Grenard led the team in sacks with 12.5. And then, obviously, Cashman was a really, really pleasant surprise. He could defend the pass pretty well from the linebacker position, and he led the team in tackles. Had a great season, which earned him this new contract. Are you surprised both of them are gone, Clint? Are you surprised that the Texans didn't bring back either one of those?
Yeah. I'm surprised that, I'll be honest with you, it's more about Blake Cashman to me. I think when you look at a dual threat or a two-way linebacker like that can play the run obviously well, tackles well, can cover tight ends and help receivers downfield. We saw that this year. That's a guy that, especially if you can get him at a I don't know if that was ended up being as much of a cut rate. I didn't see exactly what that guaranteed money is or what kind of incentives are involved in that 3-year, $25 million. But I thought Cashman would have been back. You're talking about a guy that hell, I think it was this weekend at some point on a TV station here in Houston talked about he wanted to be in Houston and ultimately, I'm paraphrasing here, but said Houston would have the first right of refusal to one up any contract that he's offered. So. I thought for sure, given the money that they had to spend, the experience they have, the need at that position, the way in which he performed. Because let's be honest, I know right now Blake Cashman isn't a household name at the linebacker position, but it's hard to find a guy that can play the run as well as in the pass as well as he did this year. It's hard to find that guy, especially behind a defensive front that the head coach says we've got to make heavy investments into. So. Blake Cashman is the one for me. Jonathan Grenard was always quiet on that front. There was always a feeling. I liked him. I thought they should try, obviously, but for whatever reason, I didn't feel like there was ever going to be much movement on the Jonathan Grenard front. But the Cashman deal, I thought was going to get done, and so yeah, that one hurts a little bit more than Grenard.
Yeah, the Grenard, the Grenard one, I'm not, and I guess Cashman to a certain extent, except it's more because the position, I think, is something. Although another guy, if you're looking at front seven pieces at the linebacker spot, Frankie, I know I'm butchering it.
Frankie Tuvu.
Luvu.
Yeah.
Luvu. I remember 49 for the Panthers last year. His name, although I can't say it currently right now, was repeatedly called in that game against the Texans. But he was a solid player that was in the range behind Patrick Queen. He goes to the Commanders for 3 years, $36 million. So he's off the board as well if you're looking to fill the linebacker spot. But, see, Jonathan Grenard, I could be cool with. I like Grenard. I thought he was your best player. I can understand the injury thing. But if your game plan was, hey, man, we're going to improve this position. We're going to make a move to go after somebody bigger, and this is big money, and we want to really that we feel real good and confident about, which they still may do. We'll see what the Danico Autry move means for that. But I could get that. This one here, man. One, I'm just against $18 million or $17 million for an inside linebacker, especially when you have a guy who wants to be here. Like, Blake Cashman's made it very clear how much he wants to be in Houston. We sat down with him in Vegas. He said this is where he wanted to be. He sat down and talked about that. So that one is surprising. Like, I could get to the point where you say, we got a plan that we want to be better than Jonathan Grenard, which they may very well do. We'll see. I don't think Autry is that, if that is the plan for him to be an outside edge defensive end. But, like, I could see that. The Cashman thing, that just, like, when you're talking about different areas where you got to kind of say, all right, this is an area we're not going to be a strong inside linebacker. To me, when you got a guy who wants to be here, and we're talking under $8 million, he wants to be here, and he pairs well with and does everything that these linebackers you want at that spot to do. Well, boy,
when you got one on a rookie deal and one next to him that are look, I would even be comfortable in saying that Blake Cashman's going to outplay the contract that he just signed. You're in pretty good shape in that middle linebacker room. If that's where it starts. Now, obviously, it's not. Christian Harris is really, to me, Christian Harris is the only starting linebacker they have. Will Anderson, Malik Collins, and Autry, I guess, are the three starting defensive tackles. Defensive linemen that are in the building. So they've got some holes to fill in that front seven.
Yeah, we'll see what they do at the linebacker spot. But up front, though, that's where I think we can, like the offensive side of the ball, that's a different conversation. But up front, when you think about what's out there and what's left, like I think you could still feel pretty good about what is available for them to kind of fix this front seven, like he said. Now, it's starting to dwindle like it is in other spots when you see a lot of guys come off the board. But there are some guys, Clint, in which you could look at and say, all right, they can be more stout, like they can improve the front seven like D'Amico talked about after the season ended. There are still some guys available out there. They can do that where we can come away from them and be like, if they got these guys, you're like, all right, to go with what they got, okay, this makes sense up front. Now, I don't know about the linebacker part. We'll see about that. Guys are flying off the board there. Yep. But up front, I think there are some dudes up there.
Yeah, there absolutely is. You look at Armstead. That
he's the big one.
That's going to. Is he officially available, or is that just a report? I don't know if anything.
It's a report, but it's a report of he is not going to.
The more recent ones, they tried to work out a contract restructure and they couldn't, so they're going to part ways with him. But Eric Armstead, Daniil Hunter, and Eric Armstead are the two big ones for me. You had those two pieces up front, along with Autry, Malik Collins, Will Anderson, all coming together. That's pretty special. And because you've got some good quality depth, you got solid play across the board, and then you got Will Anderson, Eric Armstead, Daniil Hunter, all three guys that I could see in the critical moments of big games versus the best opponents in the AFC are in the playoffs. You could see those guys making a play, not getting schemed up to make a play, not relying on somebody blowing a protection or a run scheme, just flat out beating the dude and being better than the guy across from him. So now you've got that depth, you've got that foundation, you've got that solid group up front, and then on top of that, you've got a couple of game-changing type players. So I think it could be done. Not to mention too, and we hadn't talked about, much about this at all today, but for me personally, I know a lot of people believe wholeheartedly in a 180 from what I'm fixing to say, but I just don't. I believe that if you're going to plug and play a guy that you draft in the first or second round, I believe that it's easier to plug and play a guy on the defensive side of the football than it is the offensive side of the football. Now, after watching Tank Dell, after watching C.J. Stroud, I know it's hard for some people to wrap their head around, but the truth of the matter is the amount of playbook that you have to retain in order to play. I'm not talking about in order to excel and in order to be all pro. I'm talking about just flat be able to a coach to trust you to get on the field, right? It is tenfold more difficult to get to that point offensively than it is defensively. And so if you're talking about a plug and play defensive end or defensive tackle, to me, it's easier to make work in a big way on the defensive side of the football.
Outside of linebacker, it's like linebackers, there's maybe a little bit more responsibility.
Oh, yeah. Like linebackers are different.
But corners,
yep.
Some safeties, especially safeties where you're just, hey, be aggressive. You're not called upon to make calls or.
But again, Ron, like let's say. But
you're right. Pass rusher, go get the quarterback.
That's it. Go get him.
Go get him.
And if that's all he understands, which odds are he wouldn't, but if that's all he understands, then he's a third down specialist and go get the quarterback, and he plays for Darnell Autry in passing situations kind of deal. So there's also a draft element to this. I don't believe in there's a running back they're going to find in the first round that's going to make up for Saquon Barkley. There's only a couple of positions that I believe, like you said, are just you draft this guy in the first or second round. If you just he doesn't have to be great. If you just evaluating just accurately evaluating, he's plug and play. And I think DN or D tackle is easier to accomplish than anywhere else in the field.
They got to do something, man.
What happened?
I am.
Did that just come out of nowhere, or did something happen?
No, I'm listening to you. I'm looking at everything that's happened. You're making it Hunter and Armstead. They have got to do something to add. Like, I'm annoyed very much so because, Clint, they got the money. They got everything you need. I feel like they should have been out the we're getting. We know exactly what we've had conversations. I don't think it's crazy to think that the Packers immediately out the gates knew they had Josh Jacobs.
Right.
Or some of these other teams that knew exactly what they were going to get. You got the money, you got it. And they're sitting here and Danico Autry is the big piece right now. I'm not saying that they can't add something, but they need to do something, man. You said the worst thing they can do is do nothing. They cannot sit here and have the year they had and then go up against the schedule they're going to have next year and sit here and let's chill. Right now, Dalton Schultz is the highest thing they've paid.
Where's that King at? I ain't talking about Kings of Comedy, baby. I'm talking about King Henry.
Something, man. Something.
Ooh, in them Texans unit.
Something, man.
King Henry's coming. King Henry's coming.
Brought back Lonnie Johnson. Something. Line's got a chance to be Line.
You got to crank that YouTube station back up, Chief.
Chance to be Line. I mean, God,
just
man.
Just joking, Lonnie. My professional advice to you is stay off YouTube.
Do whatever you want to do, Lonnie, I guess. All right, coming up, we'll fill you in on – they have added some players, so we'll fill you in on the players they've added and the ones they've lost, and an update with the Rockets. They had a rough weekend. They won a big game, but they lost more than they won. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Flory over to Ability Tree Expert. Spring is here, y'all. It's time to flex your curb appeal. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable tree up, not about it, but you got to make sure that you're taking care of them, man. The Texas weather, it's been absolutely crazy lately, whether it's a drought or a freeze. Typically in these parts, we got to worry about hurricanes. When it's all said and done, them trees have been through hell. You need to address any and all damage that may have occurred, and now's the best time to do it.
Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty the Dilf. And, Big T Santiago, who's in the building. Tyler Milner is out, sick. Hopefully he's feeling better. He can get in tomorrow. But we've got the latest, and the latest is there's a lot rolling on. But I want to let you know, tomorrow, in this hour and in the 3 o'clock hour, both, it is Tuesday, every Tuesday and Thursday during rodeo season, and it's about coming to an end. So you might want to be locked and loaded. Tuesday, Thursday, your chance to win tickets. And Clint, we found out, Brad Paisley. Brad Paisley tickets coming up in the 3 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour tomorrow. So stay tuned. 3 o'clock hour, some point there, 5 o'clock hour, and this hour, some point in this hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Brad Paisley at the rodeo. I went Friday, great time. Major Lazer, the kids loved it.
I went Saturday.
Yeah.
Laney Wilson.
Did you? Was
the
it as
adults
good?
Loved her.
Was it as good as you hoped? Did it live up?
Yeah, it did, man. She was good. She is. She's really good.
Good for you, man. Because I know you were a little concerned that she would live up to what you built up in your mind.
There was one song that she didn't sing that I wish she would have. Dirty Looks. I thought she started with two songs that I, as kind of a 30,000-foot fan, was not really digging into. But overall, her show was absolutely tremendous. She looked great. She's genuine, sincere. She is country music, and it was absolutely beautiful. My bride absolutely loved it. Had a great time. Suite was full of nothing but women, pretty much.
How about that?
Yeah,
that was what it was for me as well when I was there.
Yeah.
All right, so your chance 3 and 5 o'clock hours tomorrow. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. All right, let's get down to it, and shout out to Chris, who's been doing a great job the first 3 hours of the show, getting us information on moves being made around the league that have something to do with the Texans. So this I will throw out, Clint, and we can go over some of these. The moves that the Texans have made, the moves that they have made thus far. One of the first moves they made is they brought back Lonnie Johnson. Lonnie Johnson, they bring him back on a 1-year deal. They also bring in another corner, Lonnie in the secondary, another corner in Jeff Okudah on a 1-year deal, worth $4.5, but max value to $6 million. They bring in the former 3rd overall pick, who started in Detroit, was in Atlanta last year, so he comes in, could battle for the starting position. They also signed Mike Ford, a defensive back who was with the Browns last year. And I would say the biggest move they made in this is Danico Autry, who was with the Titans last year. He'll be 34 before the season starts, before training camp. He'll be 34 years old, and he had 11.5 sacks for the Titans last year. A guy that can play inside, outside, kind of the more closer to the body type of Charles Omenihu. In the 6'5 range, 280. I think he's listed at 283. So he can play either inside or outside. That would be the big move. Of those moves, as you look at those moves, those are the moves they've made thus far as free agency is open. What's your feeling on those?
Buzzkill.
Is it
underwhelming? Somewhat frustrating. We've lived through a couple of really probably 3 or 4 pretty bleak years in this sense, and you look up and you've got a good thing going on the field, and you've got some money to burn, some positions of need that aren't just your normal roster filling position of needs. These are position of needs. Impact players are available in free agency. You've got the money. Go sign the player, and then you give yourself a much better chance to win and ultimately advance and hopefully get to an AFC championship and a Super Bowl. Right? Those kinds of moves are available league-wise. They're available, and organization-wise with the Texans, it's possible, right? You got the means. And so, I think I'm along with most fans. I was expecting to hear a little bit more on the Texans front in terms of who they signed. Look, I think there is a level of like, hey, man, like I would like to have seen them land Saquon Barkley, without a doubt. That is I've talked till I'm blue in the face talking about that. Sure, there's somewhere where Nick said, okay, look, I'm not going north of this number. We can cuss and discuss that. I understand you're not going to get every deal done. I want the Texans to be in the hunt and taking swings at these guys. But ultimately, boy, if you leave 2024 free agency and you don't have one of those big four, I say big four backs, and I'm talking about Barkley, I'm talking about King Henry, Derrick Henry, and I'm talking about Josh Jacobs. If you don't land one of those guys being a team that's on the cusp of competing for a title and you have the money, I think you got to be disappointed in what the organization's doing. So all those things, man, buzzkill, disappointed, frustrated. I feel like I'm a little let down at this point in time. But I got all my eggs in one basket, Ron. King Henry, baby.
I will say,
King Henry.
We'll see. Like the secondary guys, they're just hopes. Like they're former high draft pick guys in Lonnie and Okudah that you hope that you can get the best out of. We'll see. Nothing deals, not much money, not much risk with these guys. The Autry move, it could be a good one if he is a complimentary piece. If he goes along with
he's not the headliner. He can't be the headliner.
Can't be. Not in the front seven. Not after what D'Amico said as the front seven is what we've got to pick up. So I could like that move. He's a versatile guy that in pass rushing downs you could have to the outside or the inside. But like very much the guy I said, Charles Omenihu, is a guy that's not your headliner. Right, he's not your top
not if you're. I mean, like Charles Omenihu is a great ad for a Kansas City who is they're just plugging and playing, right?
Chris Jones.
You're talking about that's a great get. Now he's going to be your third defensive lineman or whatever it may be. Right now, you're signing guys,
and that's how I would think Autry should be looked at.
Agreed, and that's a good way to look at it. Like Darnell Autry, if Autry ends up being the third or fourth best player, because he is older now. I mean, it's not like he'll
be 34.
If he ends up being your third or fourth best defensive lineman when it's all said and done and piecing this thing together, I think you're in a really good spot. I think you're in a really good spot.
Yeah.
But you got a couple of big fish out there. You got to go get at least one of them to make sense of what's going on defensively.
All right, so those are the additions that the Texans made since free agency has started. We'll keep you updated on any more moves that are made. Chris is scouring the interwebs to make sure he is on point with that.
5 o'clock fire.
Now, Clint, the players that they've lost thus far. They've lost Jonathan Grenard to the Vikings, Blake Cashman to the Vikings. I know that one hurt. Devin Singletary, he goes to the Giants. He replaces Saquon Barkley, who we will talk about in a bit. And they also lose Cam Johnston, the punter, as well in this free agency role. He goes to the Steelers. Clint, these are, like, when I look at this and I think about who they brought in, it is clear to me at this point right now, their losses outweigh the gains that they brought in.
Yeah.
Talk about Jonathan Grenard. I know Christian Harris really came on late. I know Derek Stingley Jr. really came on late. I think Will Anderson really came on late. But from start to finish, Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman were these two teams' best defensive players and most consistent defensive players, and they've lost these two guys. Devin Singletary came on to be a bit of a savior at the running back position for this offense, and there were thoughts that they really want to help. D'Amico talked about him specifically at the Combine, saying we'd like to have him back. We've heard they made an offer to him and that it was not accepted, obviously, as he goes to the Giants. And Cam Johnston was one of the better punters in the league. we'll see what happens. There's still time, but right now, their losses are much bigger to me than the gains they've gotten thus far.
Yeah, look, I just with as many free agents as you had, when Nick Caserio signs these 1-year prove-it deals like Sheldon Rankins and Blake Cashman and a handful of Steven Nelson and some of these guys, there's just when those guys come up, the ones that have played well, all of a sudden they're free agents. Those are bigger voids to fill than maybe had they not played so well. Maybe had they not exceeded expectations. And so you expect to sign some of those guys back, and the Texans just haven't done it. They did sign Des King back.
They signed Des King.
Eric Murray back.
Yeah.
Des King, to me, is the one there that got a lot of playing time that I think it's key to bring him back. But boy, to watch some of those guys that exceeded expectations not get rewarded here in Houston and have to go elsewhere to get that money, it just makes it more difficult now to build this thing up again. So we'll see how Nick does that with some of these 1- and 2-year deals.
Like Jonathan and Cashman are guys I'm gonna really keep an eye on.
The Cashman deal is gonna hurt. I don't care what you say. The Cashman deal is gonna really, really hurt because that is a. And maybe I should have said this before he left. I think we maybe flirted with it a little bit. A lot of folks don't want to say it because you're really stepping out on a limb saying it about a guy that took the route that Cashman did to get to a 3-year, $25 million deal with the Minnesota Vikings. But a linebacker that can play the run and tackle as well as he proved to be able to do last year, as well as cover Calvin Ridley's ass downfield in a deep pass route early on, as well as any tight end and any running back that gets out in the opening, the ability to give you at least a puncher's chance to tackle Lamar Jackson in the open field. Like the way Blake Cashman plays the game is very 2024 cutting edge. He's a dual threat linebacker, and I think those guys are hard to come by. And I think the Texans are going to end up regretting that one.
Yeah, he wasn't out there alone. Right. They scooped him up quick. So that's the latest of the guys that the Texans have lost in free agency. All right, one of the big moves outside of the Texans, there are a lot of big moves around, but Kirk Cousins, he was arguably the top free agent quarterback on the market, and he is leaving Minnesota, which leaves a hole at quarterback there. He goes to the Atlanta Falcons on a 4-year deal with the Falcons. He gets $180 million, $45 million per, including $100 million guaranteed. This joker has worked it. I bet you he's made more money than guys like Lamar Jackson by a mile in his career right now. But he goes to the Falcons on a big deal. They get a new coach in Raheem Morris, and he goes there. I think Zach Robinson's the OC there. With the Falcons, Kirk Cousins with those weapons, and I think it is important to look at him with the weapons in the passing game and the ability or the potential of what they could be in the passing game when you add the weapons they have outside, the weapons with the tight end and Kyle Pitts, and the weapon out of the backfield. That could be a really good offensive group if he's good after coming off that Achilles injury.
Well, I expected Atlanta to be a lot better than they ended up being last year, to be honest with you. I flip-flopped on them mid-season and jumped on that Tampa bandwagon. But, I got to believe that Kirk Cousins just brings some consistency to the position. Obviously, he's a better player than anybody that they had at that position last year. Now, there's really no reason to not get the best out of Bijan, gotten the best out of Kyle Pitts for what that's worth, or Drake London for that matter. I would be willing to bet you. I mean, they're one of those, Ron. They're an Xavier Worthy away from being really dynamic and nasty on the offensive side of the football. They just need a sheer speed receiver, and they got something. And there's several in this year's draft. So. I expect Atlanta to be really good next year. Kirk Cousins, assuming the rehab from the injury is right, which I'm assuming it is if he's signing a $100 million deal.
Yeah.
What is it, $100 million worth guaranteed?
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet that Achilles is all right.
All right. Baker signed with the Bucs yesterday.
Baker out there getting paid.
He did. We'll see. Now this leaves Justin Fields. We'll see what happens with Justin Fields. Will he be a starter next year? It is tough. I mean, Denver needs a quarterback, but that don't seem like the fit. Minnesota now needs a quarterback. You'd wonder if they would look at that. You'd wonder if the Bears would trade with the Vikings in division with Justin Fields. We're running low on teams that may need a quarterback for Justin Fields. And, well, you look at that. Mac Jones got traded to the Jags to be a backup now. That may be in the cards for Justin Fields. We'll see about that. So that is the latest there. It's been a crazy day free agency. We'll give you an update. Much better news than maybe we thought of yesterday with Alperen Sengun. We'll give you the latest on the move that was the gut punch, at least for me, and I think Clint as well. Where do the Texans go next now when it comes to arguably the number one position that this team needed to fill? We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you look in the mirror every day and you don't like what's staring back at you, in other words, if boy, you really do your damn
Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we'll get back to the free agency talk with the Texans and where they are right now. But I think some really great news. Hey, it was a little touch and go with the Rockets as they got a big W against the Kings. But fellas, it was a scary sight with their best player, Sengun, who has been coming on, who had a hell of a week last week. Hell, he may be up for Western Conference Player of the Week with his performance last week. We heard from Udoka. This was after the game when Sengun was carried out in a wheelchair. His head in his hands, it did not look good. And many times, as you know, Clint, with athletes and you guys, it's your reactions. The players' reactions are the ones that really are concerning when you see that they are scared because these guys know their bodies. And Sengun's reaction was really concerning as he was getting carried off in that wheelchair. This was Udoka after the game with the update that he had at that time.
To see that, especially that late in the game, but he's making a play there to try to obviously get back and get a defensive stop. But it doesn't diminish the win in general. I think it was one of our best road wins, and he had a huge part in that, obviously. And we'll see what it is from there. But hate to speculate or whatever. It looked like he landed awkwardly with the ankle, and he might have rolled it. But we'll see what the X-rays say.
All right, so he was getting X-rays, getting an MRI, and here's the latest coming from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. Houston Rockets center Alperen Sengun has escaped major injury on his lower right leg, suffering a severely sprained ankle and a bone bruise on his knee. Sengun's been one of the breakout stars in the league this year, averaging 21, 9, and 5 this year, and that going up. What a week he had. But, I mean, there was a thought that this could be really, really serious, but now severely sprained ankle, bone bruise on the knee, probably the best that you could get away with if you're the Rockets. He's going to miss some time, but obviously not what it could have been.
Yeah, man. I mean, if nothing's torn in there and nothing's damaged to that degree, man, that's a beautiful thing. Whole different rehab. If they got to cut that knee open, man, it's never know what could happen. So good news on that front for sure.
It is. So that is the latest with Sengun, who has been playing great here of late, but he avoided and was able to escape any kind of major injury. All right, Saquon Barkley's gone. That was not a dream. It was my hope. I said for the Texans, it was the number one player that I would have gone after. And they were in the running, right? They were in the running. I just saw Aaron Wilson report again. 3 years, just a shade over $33 million is where they were, and he ended up getting 3 years for $37 plus. From the Eagles. Clint, gut punch for you? Was that a gut punch for you with Saquon Barkley?
Yeah. I mean, it was a gut punch, man. I looked at this as obviously knowing the Texans had the money, they had the need. I think it's a desperate need at the running back position, and the market has some running backs available. The top of which is Saquon Barkley. You hear the Texans are involved with the Eagles. And it's a bidding war, and again, you like the fact that the Texans have the flexibility in terms of how much money they have. And look, nobody wants you to be reckless with the money, and nobody's expecting them to make stupid moves. But go on an extra couple of million here or there for
would you have gone over this?
I would have got it done. Yes, I would have. Now I don't know. The word on the street is that the Texans stopped at 3 years, 33. That's $11 million for Saquon Barkley. Would I have paid $12 million for Saquon Barkley? Yes, I would have paid $12 million for Saquon Barkley. But that's they didn't get it done. So yes, it was a gut punch. And what they've done since has been a gut punch as well. And I'm talking about specific Sweat was gone. Pollard was gone.
Swift,
Josh
DeAndre.
I keep saying Sweat. It's Swift. You let me say Sweat for 3 hours a day, Ron. Damn it.
Did he say it? Did he say it multiple times?
I think this is the second time.
I ain't said Swift once. I've said
Second
Sweat
time.
every damn time.
Have you?
And he was my second. He was my second hope for the Texans. Yeah. He was gone. Hell, he was the first one off the damn board.
He was the first one. Swift. He goes 3 years, 24 to the Bears. Then Pollard went 3 years, 24 to the Titans, and then Jacobs, the big one, he goes to the Packers. 4 years, $48 million.
Yeah. And the thing is, Ron, is we're sitting here. We missed on the Saquon Barkley deal. Devin Singletary's gone.
Yep.
And so you're looking at really. I mean, Damian Pierce is the only running back you got right now that's toe to the rock. So the Texans got some work. Not only did you miss out on Saquon Barkley, the big fish, you've got a lot of work to do at that particular position.
Yes, and right now where we sit here, and the people you can jump in on this, with Josh Jacobs going to the Packers, that made 29-year-old Aaron Jones, who will be 30 in the season, that made him expendable. So he has been released from the Packers. So right now, Clint, and maybe if I'm leaving something out, you could tell me, like we got the three now to me that make the most sense that are left are, and however you go, and 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can hop in on this as well, is Derrick Henry, he's left, Austin Eckler, and now Aaron Jones, right? Those three that are left, which one? First off, do any of them fill the void of what you're hoping they would get? What you were looking for when you're talking about Saquon Barkley, Jacobs, Swift?
Absolutely. Derrick Henry, without a doubt, whether you love or hate the guy, Derrick Henry, without a doubt, immediately makes the job of the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, easier. Takes pressure off the quarterback. I think it takes pressure off this offensive line to all of a sudden be the more physical group every damn game. The minute you sign Derrick Henry, I believe that you've got at least an effective, consistent run game. I think he alone will, for the most part, will be able to be effective, and I think he would be able to be consistent. Now, if your offensive line takes a step that everybody thinks it's going to take after 1 year in the system and all the money that you have invested and draft capital you have invested up front, if that were to happen, then all of a sudden you could end up having a dominant run game with Derrick Henry. But Derrick Henry's the only running back that's left available right now.
Even over Aaron Jones?
Yes.
Because he's probably the one I like the most.
I like him. And I could warm up to, hey, let's see what Bobby Slowick can do with Aaron Jones. Let's see what Bobby Slowick can do with an Austin Eckler type back. Same line as Tony Pollard and that kind of thing. Like maybe a little bit, maybe a step ahead of Devin Singletary, but very comparable in terms of smaller back that's a little bit more twitchy, that can do some things in open space, catch the ball out of the backfield. Derrick Henry's the only one that you can, like, literally, in my opinion, Derrick Henry's the only one that your play, I don't care what defense you get, turn around and hand this thing to Derrick Henry. 1st and 10, we're going to turn around. It's called a run-it play. I don't give a damn if they put all 11 at the line of scrimmage. Turn around and hand it to Derrick Henry, and we'll huddle up and see what second down looks like. That's who you got in Derrick Henry, and I personally believe that would be the best route for C.J. Stroud. There's already enough on C.J. Stroud's plate as it pertains to every play that's made right now in the Texans offense requires some extensive decision making and ultimately execution from C.J. Stroud. Every single bit of it requires him to be the catalyst, him to be on point, for him to be damn near perfect from an execution standpoint. There's not just a turn and toss it. Hey, man, take the snap, hand that joker off, and let's ride, and let's see what we can happen. There's never, in my opinion, there's not even room for that thought, much less, I mean, some of these other teams, Ron, when you have Derrick, we've seen Derrick Henry do it. Hell, you, as a Kansas City fan, you've seen it happen with Pacheco from time to time this year, where everybody knows, hey, they're going to run the ball, and you just go, hey, this is a Pacheco drive. Boom, turn around and let him run, and next thing you know, you're kicking a field goal or throwing play action for a touchdown. Like right now, C.J. Stroud has to do everything, and it's so difficult. I believe Derrick Henry's a guy. You sign him, you remove that load off of CJ's plate.
Yeah, somebody texted in, what about the feller? And they said feller from Indy Moss. Listen, all due respect, is that is a huge need, and going after Saquon Barkley and settle it in, and it be Zach Moss. Like, for me, it's got to be one of those two. It's got to be Henry or Aaron Jones. Even though Henry is not the guy for me that is the guy that I love, I understand he would make this team better, much better in the run game, and he is a bona fide Pro Bowl level type player right now. I don't know how long, but at least right now. Jones, to me, though, is in the system. I mean, right out of it from Green Bay, all those years with LaFleur. I've watched him run the same exact plays, very similar in both rushing and both and catching the ball as well. So he would be the guy. It's got to be one of those two. I would like him, but now I think both of them have issues. They're both going to be 30, and I think one of them's more injury prone as well. So that's a tough one. By the way, we're talking about money, big money. The Giants, who they lost Saquon Barkley, but they ain't done. They trying to, I guess, give Daniel Jones some help. They trade. We talked about this could happen. Sorry. They trade for Brian Burns with the Panthers. They give up a second and a fifth for Brian Burns, and he gets a 5-year deal worth $150 max. He's going to get $87.5 guaranteed. So that is the latest. Another front seven person.
Another dominant edge rusher off the board.
Off the board there. So we'll see what happens there. All right, let's do this, because I get the sense, and I see the text line, I see people on YouTube and Twitch, that I think there is some disappointment at the very least right now of how this opening few hours of free agency has gone. Right now, for what's left, what would be the scenario of players they added that would get you excited again? What would be the scenario of players that they could add that would get you excited? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just thought about them monsters that the New York Giants have across that defensive line at this point.
Kayvon, Big Dex.
Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, and now Brian Burns coming off the edge.
Man.
Good hell. Boy, I mean, if that Daniel Jones could throw, I mean, they have a shot. Woo. All right. Listen, I want to hear from the people. I really do. When it comes to this. And I want you to think about it. I've seen some people on YouTube and Twitch and the text line roll through with what I said. What moves, what combination of players, because right now it feels like most people are disappointed. What combination of players or what is it that they could do to get you back excited right now? Because I sense a lot of people are disappointed by what I'm reading and seeing. So think about that. Is there Saran all gone? I want to address this text real quick. Y'all do realize the Texans have to fill out a roster, right? They can't sign 20 big-name free agents. They can sign somebody worth a damn. I don't understand the mentality. Like some of you could be sitting here saying, all right, man, I'm chilling, man. I'm going to be patient. I'm waiting with Nick and D'Amico. I'm going to be patient. There's still some names out there. Like, you can't be on the thing of, hey, what are you talking about? You do realize the Texans got to fill out a roster. They can't sign all 20 big. No, they have not signed any of them. They got the money to spend. This is the time. Your quarterback is cheap. Your roster is cheap. Don't give me this deal of they can't sign all 20. I know they can't. Can they sign 2 of them? Right now, Dalton Schultz, the centerpiece of this of this offseason. It's early. And I told you, I am 2 people coming off the board away before I lose it. Clint's 1. I'm 2. Y'all, the Texans won the division and won 10 games last year. They got a first place schedule. They go to Kansas City. They play the Ravens. They play the Bills. They got a schedule that is different. Today in the division, the Jags went out and got one of the better centers in the league in Mitch Morse. The Jags went out and added Gabe Davis. The Jags went out and added Devin Duvernay as another receiver and a Pro Bowl All-Pro returner. I'm not saying that, hey, you got to be scared. I'm just saying this is what they're doing within it. Don't give me this thinking they got to name 20 big. No, science, do something. I mean, Danico Autry's a nice piece, but damn.
Yeah, it's painful to lose Grenard and pick up Autry. That's a hell of a change there. That's a hell of a
I just
swap
don't
there.
give me the hey, you're in a different world right now. I'm not talking about Whitley Gilbert. You're in a different world at this point.
Who's Whitley Gilbert?
Oh God.
You sound like a country music artist.
Oh, it's a great show. She's a cast member on A Different World.
Oh.
Dwayne's wife, the double glasses. But
I ain't got it.
I know that may have went over a few people's heads.
Including mine.
It got away from me a bit. All right, I said this, and I saw some people text in their thoughts. What is the scenario? And I'll start with you, Clint, because I see some people here that are just going out of this world. Somebody said, add Henry, add Armstead, at Patrick Queen, and at Chase Young, along with another wide receiver, and I'll be good. That's what Ridley, Chase Young, Henry, and Rankins. That would make me feel better and make me feel less disappointed. That's why I said, what what moves could they make to get you excited again right now? Because I get the sense a lot of people are disappointed.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not going to get carried away here. I think there's a Derrick Henry move alone would get me real excited, although it appears the Miami Dolphins are making room with their particular roster right now to make that happen. To be honest with you, it's kind of getting me down a bit again. But a Derrick Henry move at the running back position would be absolutely tremendous. And then when you flip over to the defensive side of the football, I think the Texans should be in on Eric Armstead. You're talking about an interior force. It's not Wilkins. Obviously, it's not Chris Jones. But we are talking about the caliber player that when the game's on the line and you're playing the best teams in the league and you need a guy to just flat-ass win. Don't depend on a blown coverage or a pressure being dialed up for him to – no, just beat your guy. Like he has that – he's that caliber player where he can beat really good offensive linemen and change games for you. So Eric Armstead, I believe, is somebody that they should be in on, and if they land him, would be absolutely huge. And look, you're talking about a guy that I mean, he averages about 14 sacks a season over the last 4.5 seasons. I mean, he can flat get after the quarterback, and so if you're looking for that elite pass rusher, Hunter's the guy. And then to me, those are your high-end dudes, like that are game changers. But then you get to your point of, you mentioned a couple of names that I think are – I love what Nick Caserio's been able to do with these one-year contracts, get good. For whatever reason, the player hasn't hit the long-term deal or hasn't been consistent, get them in here, sign them to a one-year deal. They're highly motivated. They go out and play really, really well for you. Chase Young, Jadeveon Clowney are two dudes there that you would think would probably fit that bill. I'm with Landry on those two guys. I think those could end up being two huge, like, second-tier, one-year prove-it contract type guys that could end up being game changers. So there's still – and there's a lot of guys out there. Leonard Williams is a veteran that's really good inside or has the ability to be really good inside. Older, but can bring something to the table. I think Sheldon Rankin's the guy that was here last year. I know D'Amico's really, really high on him. Another piece. Like, if you add those two game changers, one of or both of those two game changers, Eric Armstead and Danielle Hunter, then the other pieces could potentially fall right in place.
Yeah.
At least be available for you.
Someone text Henry, T. Higgins, Armstead, and tell us that the Astros are getting rid of Jake Myers, and I would.
Boy.
Damn, Jake just caught one.
Asking for a lot there, huh?
Jake for no reason. All right. Yeah, like right now, I get the sense. Oh, hell, he's on the line. I get the sense this guy's disappointed.
He's hot. I didn't see him on social.
I had Larry and Stafford. Is there moves that can be made that can get you? Maybe you're not annoyed. Maybe you're sitting and waiting and trusting in Nick and D'Amico. But are there any moves that can be made that could get you going and get you excited again for what's going on with the Texans next year?
I'll get to the moves in a minute. You know, as a fan, man. You know, you go into these things, man, trying to be as pragmatic and as calm as you possibly can. But to see the Texans go out there and do absolutely nothing, you want me to be excited about Lonnie Johnson Jr.? You want me to be excited about that you filling out your special teams with all these DBs that have been cut? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that we've been in this same position for 20-plus years as Texans fans, watching the Texans be in free agency position to do something, and they always want us to have to settle for going to eat at Sizzler like Dwayne Wayne and Whitley used to go to. Let's go eat at Sizzlers or whatever. This is crazy, man. The Texans had enough money to be able to fill needs, and all these people that just talking about, well, we could just use that money around your ass is getting better, and you coming out. Tell me right now that we're better today than we was after we lost that Baltimore game. You can't, because your ass got Dameon Pierce as the only running back on your team, and you decided to balk on just giving Saquon an extra $4 million And then you're going to come back and say, well, we could get Derrick Henry or we could get Aaron Jones. Yeah, that's fine. But your ass is always shopping in the Walmart return DVD bins over something that you didn't have to. You've been telling us since 2019, 2020 that we were going to clean up the cap and then get our ass in position for 2024 to be able to go out there and get some big-time players, and you bringing us back this kind of crap. I don't know what Frank Ross has done to garner being able to have special teams be the priority over there on Kirby, but here's what I know about special teams. The NFL is trying to make special teams go away. Everybody throw their arms up in the end zone because they're not returning nothing back, and your ass is fair catching on punts. So do you really need to care that much about special teams? I don't give a damn. But I am so disappointed, man, like so many other Texas fans, because we had expectations having coming off the season that we had, and we just sat there and listened to D'Amico tell us we're going to fix the defense because we want to go out and get playmakers and go get these dudes, and y'all ass ain't done nothing. If they could do anything, here's a list for you. Yeah, you go out and you get Derrick Henry or